skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Good day, everybody, and welcome back to the Res Regional here, brought to you by Relog Media, as we are now halfway through Group B and almost done with the entire group stage for both Groups A and Group B, and we're going to find out in the second European tour who are going to be heading over to the playoff stage. My name is T-Panda, joining as, I look a bit more red than I usually do, but... It's not because of the sun or anything. It's probably because of my radiating co-caster, Kips. We had an interesting day yesterday, a very long day as well. We had a lot of 60-minute games added into the mix as well. And, of course, we ended the day with a nice 18-minute stomp by Rest Farmers versus Nemiga Gaming. Heading into this third day, it's not do or die time, but really try-harding time, I guess, is upon us.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where, especially if you're in the position of Nemiga, you cannot afford to lose another series. Your fate will most likely not be in your own hands anymore if you want to make it to the top three, if you make it out of the groups. And potentially, Nemiga won the last tour. They could seal their ticket to the LAN in this tour already, the second one, instead of having to go to the third or to the fourth. I mean, presumably they'd still want to play even if they made it. But you could already be safe here, and instead they're dangling at the bottom of the groups, and they will need the wins today to make sure that they're not beholden to the gods of chance.
Oh yeah, like Nemiga basically got to win every game at this point. Yellow Submarine, you need 2 series victories to push yourself through. I think with the evenness of points being shared amongst teams right now, 5 points could just be enough, or at least 5 wins could just be enough to go through to the playoff stage. But it does look like a tiebreaker situation is already looming in the air unless something really catastrophic happens today. But, talking about the first matchup here, Yellow Submarine versus Nemiga. Important points up for grabs, followed by Navi Jr. versus Night Pulse. And to end the day, it's the Rest Farmers versus Monte. But to talk about the matchups here today, Nemiga already painted the picture that they're currently sitting at 0-4. Every win, basically, it's a must-win scenario for them now. Got to pull their A game in every draft, and after that, execute to the top level.
Yep, and they are up versus some hefty competition here, because we saw King yesterday play 2 absolutely. I don't want to say that his first Naga game was not fantastic. It's just that sometimes you don't come out on top even when your play is absolutely perfect. I think it was mostly problem of the draft, but once he got his hands on that Morphling, you see this is the different execution can make. And I think a lot of the time, we are set on talking about him just because he is so young, but also definitely we saw weakness in Erase yesterday, in his laning stage, in his follow-up. And that does mean that the side lanes have to pull through a little harder. And the same goes here for the side lane of Nemiga. I think the player that looked by far the weakest, the most anemic yesterday was Mixa.
Yep.
He had just an absolutely terrible time, 2 games in a row, and couldn't really recover either.
There's a bunch of good offlaners in this tournament, but surely Mixa, people would be expecting a bit higher performance from him as well. We know that the heroes he plays, the Primal Beasts, the Beastmasters, he can excel above the average player for those 2 heroes and just rock the charts. He could go 8-0 from his laning stage, even with a Beastmaster, but they found a weak point, and they were really able to shut him down. Like rest farmers, they would steal his stacks, they would prevent him from even getting to farm, getting his levels up, and you know that's already one lane completely shut down because he was level 4 by the time they were taking over his triangle. When you need level 5 at least to kind of carefully and safely farm those camps for yourself. So they gotta try and maybe, I don't know if they want to play around Mixa, try to excel their game, or at least, what's the word I'm looking for? Not excel, but accelerate their game through Mixa. We'll see if that's the option Nemiga is considering today. But you are absolutely right, he was the weakest link yesterday.
Yeah, and I have to say that an early Pango pick like this does not really soothe my worries, because we've seen a lot of people pick Pango across all leagues. We've seen everybody have a 20% win rate recently, and sometimes they're shoving this Pango towards the side lane right now. I think probably the worst thing that could happen for Mixa would be for him to be forced to play this Pango into a rough matchup just because they saw something better in the mid lane.
Well, we are quite far already into the second phase of this first game draft, with Yellow Submarine on the Radiant side and Nemiga playing the Dire side of the map. First pick was the Pango for Nemiga, and instantly responded with a DK and then followed up by the Hoodwink. We've got ourselves the carry pickup as well from Nemiga early on here, so I'm still sitting and guessing here if Mixa is going to be the one to play the Spat Rider, or if they decide to put Pango into the offlane. He doesn't know his matchup yet, so as long as that carry is still being hidden by Yellow Submarine, I think Pango and Bat are still being flex picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, as much as I'm not a fan of the Pango, I am that much of a fan of the Bat Rider right now. I don't think I've seen a single game yet where this Bat Rider doesn't pull ahead of the other POS 4 and contributes with a full extra item to the differential between the 2 teams. The amount of farm that you can get and the way that you can squeeze it out, like how far forward you can get, how much of that farm that you're taking is actively also detracted from the enemy's total. That's what makes me a Bat Rider lover right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Got the Centaur coming out as well for Yellow Submarine, so already a strong kill lane with the Hoodwink and the Centaur. They can definitely punish this Luna, force her early into the jungle, and Nemiga kind of like, well, how do we salvage this lane? Do we just put the Batrider as a position 5 in this case, try to keep the Hoodwink and Centaur at bay when they try to jump the Luna? Could be an option, could balance the balance of power in a way. But still leaves the mid and our offlane completely as a question mark for Nemiga Gaming. Yellow Submarine, they're going to reinforce with a Shadow Demon as well. So they could still opt to swap around their supports if they want to play SD Centaur. Depending what their lane is going to be, like the Shadow Demon already answers the Luna. It's going to also open up a couple extra possibility picks on the side of Yellow Submarine if they want to play around the disruption. Do they want a big heavy damage dealer alongside that? We'll see.
Man, that's one hell of a Timbersaw pick, isn't it? You got the Centaur and the DK online. And Timber is going to work wonders versus both of them. The stat ceiling also impacting, of course, Centaur's damage a little bit. Multipliers on his strength. And in general, neither of these 2 heroes can do much versus the Timbersaw unless this Centaur is balling completely out of control. And your magic damage is quite limited in this lineup currently. So this Timber, especially if you get to carry bans here that really protect him, the Morphling taken out is good. You have the Luna on your side already, which is another one of the carries that's usually picked into a Timbersaw. I feel like this is a really good setup here. And I am once again presuming that this is going to be Mixa here on the side lane Timber, that we're not going to be swapping the Pangolier in.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that really is the case, because Yellow Submarine are reading that Pango and Timber are going to be the cores. We'll see if that is a support.
10
Last pick
seconds
coming up from
remaining.
Nemiga. Has been a pattern in this tournament to take a 23rd plus 4.
Keep your flexibility open as long as possible. Has anybody? I mean, he doesn't contribute anything to the lane on a Pango as a 5 is the problem, because
Unless
yeah,
you're
you
a
can still
LeBron.
flex him. Yeah, I think LeBron's special though. LeBron is special. No, so we go to the Dark Willow here, and that really just leaves the flexibility open as up to alright. Which one of these heroes, like the Timbersaw could be a 2 or a 3, the Pango could technically be 2, 3, 4, the Bat Rider could technically be 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, if they want to make
10
Meeks'
seconds
lane
remaining.
stronger, they should consider the Timbersaw, depending on Yellow Submarine you're going to
5
pick as a
seconds
carry.
remaining.
Because Timber, if he goes up against the DK, Timber's going to win that matchup. If they put the Pango versus the DK, they'll both share farm, but Timbersaw will be alright in the off lane. But then again, what does Yellow Submarine pick as a carry to counter a potential Timbersaw? Because most likely, if it's a hero that counters Timbersaw, it's a hero that will do great versus the Pangolier as a pause 3. So I think Nemiga, I think they're a bit trapped with this draft, and for that reason, I'm still giving an edge for Yellow Submarine. But the last pick is going to be a Templar Assassin. So, yeah, I think Yellow Submarine, this draft is like 70-30 to them right now.
Yep, and that does put Mixa on the Pango in the side lane. Nikki Cool immediately grabbing the Timbersaw here. I mean, this is going to be a very good lane for him. Erase can't hurt him whatsoever. You clear the wave really well. You present kill potential very early on, actually. Your supports could rotate in earlier than on your level 6, which is where you normally see those rotations towards the mid lane. You could do it earlier. And the problem, though, is, of course, that Mixa is... I don't see a future for him.
Yeah, Mixa will have a rough time, but Nikki Cool, on the other hand, will have a good time versus a race
Yes.
on this DK in the mid lane. And Nikki Cool, it's really up to him to dictate what will they do with Mixa. Will they try to salvage the Pango's lane? What does Mixa decide to build this game? Can he afford a defusal? Will he have to go for Shard Blink? Does he pick up a Yules, for example, in this game? It's really just down to what does Timbersaw do to this Pango lane, because Luna already faces a rough matchup, Pango facing a rough matchup. They're technically Yellow Submarine is already winning 2 lanes, but we'll see how the players execute it, because then again, draft is still a draft, and you can still win with a bad draft.
Exactly. No, in the end, it always gets decided on the board. I do think that Nemiga, if all of these heroes theoretically had the amount of farm that you want them to have, you have all of the tools in your bag that you need to win a game. You have burst damage, you have team fight, you have a way to push towers, you have disables. Like it's a good picture. The question is, are you going to get to put it together?
That is the big question indeed. And of course, a question for you, peeps. Have you downloaded that 1xBet mobile app yet? If you haven't, go ahead and do that right now. There's a QR code on the screen, and also lower on the stream banner. Get that for yourself if you haven't yet.
There's also something else that I want to tell you all to do. It's follow this Twitch channel right here that we're on right now, because we are going to have 2 more tours of every single region that we've done previously. So 2 more tours SA, 2 more tours Europe, 2 more tours Southeast Asia, culminating in the LAN. And it would be a shame if you were to miss out on all of that, wouldn't it?
30
true,
seconds
very true.
to battle.
That LAN, definitely looking forward to it already, even though it's still a couple months away. But to see what teams are going to be playing in there. Nemiga already winning that first tour. Now the second tour, they're at the bottom of the group. We looked at SA. We had Kali, who are like, hey, these guys weren't doing great in the first tour. Now suddenly they pushed themselves into the top 4, which was a really good run for them in the SA tournament.
The battle
Do we see
begins.
similar miracles or, big storylines? Not necessarily the Cinderella storylines. I think we'll have to wait a bit further until we paint the picture that roughly. Want to be easy with the brush.
Exactly. We're still sketching. This is only tour 2. We have a lot of future left, and these teams have a lot of playing left to do. Starting right here, right now, Nemiga no longer favored in the bets. They were yesterday.
Yeah, sitting at a situation which they're not happy with. I wonder what Nemiga's, like how they're dealing with the situation. Do they worry about it too much? Because obviously things aren't working as well as they did on the previous tour. So do you start to make changes? Do you start to draft differently? Are you losing confidence in your play? Or is it just, you know, something's happening and you just don't know how to deal with it? Obviously you know what the problems are and how to deal with them. Just gotta find those answers pretty quickly because it's only 5 days of a group stage. Not a lot of time to adjust in between. There are no long breaks. You gotta wait at least a couple weeks, a couple months until the next tour starts again. So that is the time you're given to get yourself straight.
At the very least, they've got Ike again, who was absent yesterday.
True.
Ill unexpectedly, is now back with us. Very happy to see he's simply recovered.
Yeah, I did check up on him quickly in the lobby chat as well. Like, I hope he's doing well. And he says, "Yep, seems like everything is back to regular order." So good to have the captain back with the team, the one also in charge of the drafting. We did see Fishman yesterday, world-class player, and of course, you know, probably some ex-teammates from his past era. But then again, a very different operating team than the one that he's used to. So you can't really resort to microing your teammates too much.
No, Fishman has a very specific style, and it's best suited to him gathering the players that can follow that style with him. So I think as far as like stand-in captains goes, he is perhaps, well, one of the more interesting, but maybe it's not one of the winningest options.
Everybody seems to be a winner, at least in the laning stage here with the first 2.5 minutes. To kick in. Luna getting a bit of a beating here in the top lane here, though, from the Centaur and the Hoodwing from Brew. Ike, this is exactly what they wanted this Batrider from, is to give quick turnarounds and counters to all the burst applied to the Luna. The downside is Firefly cooldown. It's not the most efficient ability here.
No, it's not. And the game with the Batrider here really is making sure that they're decently low so that when they go on you, your Firefly acts as a deterrent. Because you can't actually stop people from walking at your Luna, right? She needs to be healthy enough, she needs to be tanky enough, and the enemy needs to lose too much HP in the trade. You gotta be better at maths than the other guy.
Also, the bottom lane too, like TA and SD are zoning out Nemiga pretty efficiently here. Queasy and Mixa can't get to CS range while that wave is in front of King's Tower. And Aztekar also pulling the camp, so making sure that Queasy can't even go for a pull, but that one lone Satyr Banisher. But then again, just really nice micro-control there from SD with Disruption Illusions. Prevents the full camp, for the full wave from being pulled back into the camp using the Illusion aggro. Now at least Mixa has a chance to get some CS in, but would have liked some privacy, some free time.
In your Pango, you're so reliant on your levels to get anything, especially the extra points, into the Swashbuckle. Making sure that you have less cooldown. But perhaps at some point you can use it as an aggressive tool and not just as a thing that you need to keep in your pocket in order to run away.
And also a bit of a downside for the Pango, since Shield Crash is now physical damage when it used to be magical, you're up against a hero that builds into naturally a lot of armor, so your W will do less damage than what it used to with late game scaling. Magical, but at least dependent on the magic resistance on the hero, but now there's constantly scaling armor from every level the TA picks up.
Well, at the very least, he is still getting some experience.
Luna might die here. It got the full combo on Lucas, and that's going to be enough. Rue's going to take the first blood for Yellow Submarine. Very soft situation there. They basically just throw him in the bushwhack into the Centaur stun. That's level 2, and 2 points in double edge, and Rue will get a second kill. He'll finish off the Batrider as well. And this is what I was worried about in this top lane. This is very Yellow Submarine favored, and this is probably the point where Luna just can't come back to the lane anymore unless she's getting reinforcements.
Yeah, you'd really want somebody from the bottom lane to come over and help out, but Queasy is so low right now as well. Chased out, and if you leave Mixa alone, he's just going to not be able to hit creeps whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's already been like that for a
Because-
while, hasn't it? Because
Yes.
his CS is 19. I think he had 15 or 16, like, over 1.5 minutes ago.
No, that was around the point where he hit level 3 is the point where he stopped actually getting to touch creeps.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Haste rune for the DK. No bottle refill here for Nikki Cool, but Nikki is at least heading towards the jungle. Not making a full rotation to bottom, but at least with this move that he's missing from the lane, the TA also has to play it safe. There's no guarantee if the Timber is ganking or not.
I'm not opposed to
Yep, and if you're the Timber here, you're just going to have to wait until somebody overextends on the side lanes for your TP to really matter.
Yeah.
I don't think your supports are in any position to rotate towards you. If anything, that's going to be done by the other side, whose supports have basically secured their lanes already. Both King as well as the Centaur can safely be left alone for a little while.
They moved in the supports there while the Timber Saw was missing with the Hoodwink to scout if the Timber is around. Because that also allowed King to just return back to the lane. He probably just asked the supports, or if the supports realize themselves, yeah, we're going to scout this area so you can get back to farming. King, lining up a bit of poke onto the Pango there with a side blade spill. 20 magic wand stacks for Mixa. But it really just won't do him any good right now. He even... Oh, the Wisdom Rune battle, actually. Rue is going to get there before Ike. Ike as well, getting the bushwhack. So he'll be able to teleport back, but he will not be there in time. Close attempt.
Well, at the very least you didn't lose your own either, so 50-50 there, but 50-50s are not really good enough at this point in time because you're already 2k gold behind. It's both of your side lanes losing, you really only have the Timber Saw.
Yeah, if you look at net worth, this one's exactly as I pointed out. 2 lanes, 1. The Luna at 2.6, the Pango at 2.6. Centaur is like, what, 600 gold ahead. TA the same amount. Got exactly what they wanted. The only thing is really Nikki Cool's Timber Saw. Where does he move? What does he do with those moves? Worst case scenario, they could kill him.
Yeah, exactly. The problem here is that you can move, but you need disables in order to actually be able to layer damage into people. If you go and chase on the Timber Saw here, you will get punished for it.
Oh, Batrider indeed getting punished in the top lane. Yeah. Ike will be going down here to the Centaur. He'll pick up his first kill. Hoodwink already has 2. They'll just pick him off while the DK with his dragon form already poking the tower. Timber Saw was missing for a bit, so DK's had the time to deal damage.
To chip. Yeah. I think you need the Pango to have enough disable in order to actually kill with the Timber Saw. Because the only thing that's going to happen if you see the Timber Saw turn up, send presses R. And your engagement is basically over unless the hero that needs to get out of dodge is disabled and can't make use of the full move speed. That's the only way. So Pango bouncing around is, as far as I'm concerned, the key to actually winning a fight here and getting some kills on the board for Nemiga.
Yeah, and he has decided on Pango to go for the Diffusal Blade, which will take a long time to finish. At the current pace, it's probably going to be something like between 13 and 15 minutes. But once he does have that, he also has level 6 by then. So you do have Rolling Thunder and a nice nuke to go with. It's just that I'm not sure if they have... They don't have the damage to really kill this DK even with 4 heroes. Willow, Bat, Pango, Timbers. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it is totally possible that it's not enough. Like, you might legit need an Eclipse.
Yeah, and an clips early on. Probably, what, a level 1
Nuh-uh.
Lucent Beam?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably not the strongest.
it's-
Plus, he's got Mage Slayer almost ready on this DK, so
Mm-hmm.
that's a no-go.
So,
And trying to find
I think
King.
Gil's-
Remember yesterday when people were trying to spend time hunting King in the jungle? A lot of dodged ganks.
Yeah, he's got a great nose. Sniff
Is
out
he
trouble
caught with the
coming his way.
bushwhack in the river? This Dark Willow. This only needs 2 heroes. Race to erase him. They are hunting Asdecor at the outpost at the same time. TPing out. Just before the lasso goes off from Ike, so they'll miss on this one. Still no kills for Nemiga.
Still no kills for Nemiga, but this bot lane does look to be fully abandoned right now. The DK is going to take the tower in mid right now. Wonder if you're actually going to move him to bot or not. I think it would be a bit of a strategic loss for Yellow Submarine to give out the bot tower here.
I think what they would like to probably do is just push that top tier 1 tower, get some deep observer wards like they already have behind the outpost in the top area, but that was a while ago. They could get some deep
Yeah, that was
vision,
for laning.
see where the Luna is, and try to punish the Luna, and just play the map instead of the towers. All you really need is the mid tier 1 and the top tier 1.
Yep. No, and after that you do the team tough thing. You like a
Team
windshield
tough
wiper. Yeah. Top to bottom, sweep, 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 sweep. Kill, 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 kill. They have a
Race
perfect
and
lineup for
Rue.
that.
They're already onto that mission here. Sharpshooter, Dragon Tail. That's pretty much a guaranteed kill in itself. That's a 1000 HP Luna. Just
Yeah.
need to catch him with the bushwhack. They saw the eclipse, the Lucent Beam go off. But Luna's already out. Sense
Lucas
also
has
finished
a
the
good
tower
sense
top.
Radiant's bottom
Yep.
tower is under attack.
to stay far away from that nonsense. And this bottom tower is really not dying. You can still bring somebody here. I guess Yellow Submarine just doesn't need it. They don't have any supports that are clamoring for EXP right now. They have King, who is going to farm faster in the jungle. Their Centaur's pressure is better used on the top side, and Erase is looking for kills, which are not easy to find on the bot side. So,
Radiant's
yep.
bottom tower is under attack.
Bit of poke
I
of the
guess
King,
nobody has a
but
reason to be
still
there.
just poke. Nothing that they can really do to, the TA. I was looking at Lucas a moment ago when they were doing that gank towards the top lane. He sat under his tier 3 tower for half a minute, not moving.
Yes, he did.
Because he was just waiting
Lasso?
for information. But at the same time, the lasso used onto Rue gets the sharpshooter off, but it will kill the hoodwink. That's going to be the first one from Nemiga. That's how you start the game. Bottom lane also the Rolling Thunder used by Miksa, but he'll go down to Erase.
Yeah, and this is what I was hoping for Yellow Submarine to actually say, you know what?
Radiant's middle
It
tower
might not be
is
that we
under
need a
attack.
reason to be at the bot tower here, but still not. We're still not going to allow you to
Dire's
take it.
bottom tower is under attack.
I thought that was being a bit too lax. Glad they put a stop to that, because now you can take this last bottom tower here. Really limits the ability of Nemiga to get out onto the map, of, moving waves out into the map and hide behind them. Pressure is going to be on.
They jumped on here. And they will not have the damage to focus him, so they'll just keep the DK at bay for now. Still a bunch of items being listed up on both sides, but I think the one big thing for Nemiga is getting those first items on the board. The Pango Diffusal's almost ready. The Blink on Bat's not too far away. The Eternal Shroud is now ready for the Timber Saw. And Willow's also like 900 gold away from that Blink Dagger, so... These first items still going to take a few minutes, but once they have those, it will open up opportunities, which they haven't had this game until now.
Yeah, and I honestly think being behind 3k at this point is not the worst price to pay for how disastrous your
shabby.
laning stage has been. Yeah, it could have been way worse. You actually have the Diffu and the Pango now, you can fight. And the Timbersaw itemization here as well, Eternal Shroud, means it's going to be extremely hard for Yellow Submarine to kill him. And he doesn't need to do the initiating, because we know that Yellow Submarine most likely is going to be the one moving in. They are the ones queuing up the Blink Daggers.
It will be a pretty responsive game from Nemiga. Lucas will just have to make the most of it while all the action is going. Or, well, once the action starts, that is. At the moment, the Bushwhack Sharpshooter will be used onto the Bat Rider. But he will not be lucky enough to dodge under the Twin
Radiant's
Gates.
bottom tower is under attack.
The Centaur will finish him off. And we'll go another for a second kill for him.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Also, when you look at, like, when you mentioned the 3k lead, the Pango and the Luna aren't that far behind in the end.
Not yet. This is the moment where the squeeze could be really put on, or we're gonna find out that maybe Mixa, for example, has had a little bit too much time to recover.
He's definitely had the time to recover, but at the same time, he is working his earnest to get to that point. They might make a play onto the Centaur from behind, coming through the portal here. He is deep in the lane, and Lucas is also ready to intervene. Does not know about the Luna's whereabouts. And of course, they don't also see to the portal. They do know that a hero was just killed there, so they gotta be cautious. And yeah, Nemiga's bringing all 5 heroes. They're making a lot of drawing on the map right now, pushing towards their own jungle to try and get a clash going, because they have the items that they need to battle it out.
And it's going to be really hard for Yellow Submarine to bring in reinforcements. This Centaur is, I don't want to say too far forward, because you gotta push the issue, you gotta get information, you gotta get those lanes out. But at the same time, he is so far forward that I don't think there's any way for his team to come and save him anymore.
Well, Mixa has now reconnected back into the game, and let's see what comes out of this. So if the Centaur stays, he's going to be dead meat, because there's 5 heroes on the way. Lucas will try to make it less obvious, but Queasy will be spotted here. And now Mixa on the chase. The Stampede's forced out, and there goes that.
Radiant's middle
Might
tower.
give Yellow Submarine a chance to respond, though, even without. Blink is up in 4, and the Centaur. Erase is here as well. He'll get the stun onto the Pango. Just need to follow up, and the burst. Is it sufficient? Yes, it is. No Rolling Thunder for you.
Yikes.
That's a big blunder for Nemiga, because they were bringing 5 heroes to kill maybe 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 if Yellow Submarine respond late, and now they gave away a hero.
Yep. No, it's the worst possible scenario for them. And it gets made worse by the fact that they were really close to actually getting it off, but their vision's simply not good enough at night, and the center gets into a position where no lasso to start off with, no fear or bramble maze to hold him down.
Dire are scanning.
It's off scot-free.
Triple net worth lead here for Yellow Submarine on all of their cores. Even the Centaur pushing ahead now, the rest of the pack. They are bringing in the people here to the top side of the map again. Nemiga on the low ground. They get the jump on Erase. Erase focused on early. The Bushwhack misses as the tree gets cut down. Mixa will go down, though. The lasso onto the DK, but he's a very tanky boy with that Mage Slayer. However, Timbersaw is another issue to deal with. And Aztecor also goes down, so they will get 2 for 1. And in this case, Nemiga, it's not just a 2-for-1 trade. It's from a deficit situation. So these kills are very important, also experience-wise.
Very huge for the supports. Both of them cracked level 10 off of that fight. And this is the first time that finally Nikki Cool got to be involved into something. And that's where Yellow Submarine gets reminded, oh right, we are pretty tanky, but not to this Timbersaw.
And with those kills, you talked about the support experience. You look at the hero levels. Bat's 11, Willow's 10, Shadow Demon 7, and Hoopinka's 9. So, yeah, they just surpassed the supports with those kills. That's why I keep highlighting how important experience is in today's meta. Because I think it's a bit undervalued, and some people don't even recognize like how the comeback mechanisms also work in today's Dota, because when we talk about comeback mechanisms, we only talk about economy. People never talk about the experience enough for people to realize that how big of a loss it is to give away an experience lead to your opponent, because that works exactly the same way as economy used to in like 2019.
And yet, even if people individually not always know, it's funny that usually the meta knows better than we do individually, right? Because the meta has very much been fighting focused.
Yeah, objectives don't really matter.
Scanning.
It's killing Dota. Cool, Queasy for setting up, and a race coming in. Nice dodge with the Shadow Realm. Doesn't get hit by the Dragon Tail from 1 meter. If that was without the Dragon form, that would have been an instant connection. But the Batrider still will end up falling. And still chasing Nicky Cool, but he will not get caught by the Centaur Stomp, allowing him to escape.
And that means Roshan for Yellow Submarine. Unfortunately, Nemiga, I mean, it's a very good back call, right? They understand that they blew their initiation and they make a very organized retreat. But this could have been a really big win for you. Keeping that TA away from the Roche, taking away that offlane tower.
Yeah.
And equalizing on the gold. Well, we are equalized on the gold currently, because Lucas has finally more or less recovered from his laning stage. But this is also where the big pressure is going to come in. Mid? Lucas?
So what comes out of this one, the sharpshooter blocked by Meeks' Rolling Thunder, but Lucas is the one to fall first, and Nemiga in a very bad position. The first time the Luna wants to fight, but that's just a Mask of Madness on a Matza style. That's not a BKB Luna. She is the one who has basically been dragging behind the rest of the pack in terms of net worth, and now also Meeksa going down. I mean, yeah, we talk about recovery mode, but at the same time, King has been completely uncontested this game, and we know what happens in uncontested King games.
We do. Very much do. I think the Rolling Thunder there should have come out earlier.
It was a good sharpshooter block, but still just not enough against the first. And Ike's going to get caught as well on the Radiant side of the map. That's a pretty naughty position for the Batrider to be on the map.
Yeah, well, that's Batrider gameplay, baby.
Yeah,
that's exactly where he's got to be.
Exactly, yeah. Cut the waves, try to buy some time. Yeah, we know where you are. Starting to become a bit too oblivious.
Yeah, but that's the fun part slash the unfun part about it. Like, are you really going to divert 3 heroes in order to deal with him when he's behind your tier 2? Because your 3 heroes don't want to be behind a tier 2. He's the only one who wants to be there.
Yeah, it is true. The TA did get a tower at the same time. Of course, the tier 1 does not have protection. But still, that wave is going to be pushing in. And Luna giving a bit of a warning that, yeah, Lucas, you're not ready yet.
Nope.
Doesn't feel good to bring in a Luna into a fight pre-20 minutes. And that's exactly, we just saw why that's not a wise decision.
Yeah, like maybe if you have big time AoE control, if you have like a Mars in your game, if you have a Winter Wyvern, something where you can reset them if they go on your Luna, and then you can regain formation, she turns, and it's just the damage behind the rest of your disables, then it would be nice. But the situation where you don't want to be is these set sieges where the Luna stands in front and everybody stands behind her. Yeah, no, she can't do that before Shard.
Ike doing a bit of de-warding action. Living ward action, even.
Dying ward action?
Dying ward, yeah. I guess you could say they just de-warded a Batrider.
Yeah.
You go this way, and I'll go that way.
Oh, you got the Mage Slayer up on the DK, and now you got the Aghanims coming up as well, so you got a lot of magic resistance on this hero. And they told me it was overkill to build an Eternal Shroud and an Aghanims on a DK, but Mage Slayer kind of does the same thing, right?
It's comparable.
Dire's
not-
middle tower is under attack.
Not quite the same function, but yeah. Especially if your goal is to stand in front and force the enemy to unload a metric ton of damage onto you because they don't have a good way to lock down your backlines.
Say an Eclipse.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just gonna stand there, bathe in it. Every
Bathe
single
in the
beam that
moon.
hits you,
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
bathing in the moonlight. It sounds nice when you say it like that, but it's really only nice if you're that DK with the the Aghanims and the Eternal Shroud, perhaps.
Yeah. Also depends if you're living in the UK or Finland. sitting in the rain. Top tier 2 just being solely focused down by this Templar Assassin. So they force out. That's actually the high ground cliff. Oh, sorry, never mind. It isn't, because they do have more tier 2s still on the map, so that's going to be the first one. Meanwhile, Nicky Cool getting caught in the mid lane. Sharpshooter's available, but not the target they want to focus on, so they'll just give a quick reminder for the Timber Saw. And Nemiga is just spreading out on the map to cut waves. Oh, look at the mass TP's bottom. I'm gonna intercept. This is a really
Very
brilliant
fast.
play. Really brilliant play. Just reading the movements of Nemiga and going straight at him. Take down Ike and force the rest of them on the back foot.
I love this use of TPs to anticipate and to be fast with. You don't get the split push. This wave does not get to be out, because it's not a problem right now. You could have just pushed the mid tower off of, well, making Nicky Cool feel uncomfortable there.
Yeah.
We're gonna try for him now.
They might have the damage for it. The sharpshooter comes out. He's still got 40 stacks of reactive armor before it comes out, though, and it's gonna take some time. Erase, though, does get hit by the Rolling Thunder, and Nicky Cool just one more whirling death, and he's got this one in the bag. Rue's already down. Erase as well. The H is gonna go out. King. It was a valiant effort, but Timbersaw is just proven to be too difficult of a target to kill. They still have any backup here. Stampede's gone. Still have the BKB, but they're not going to get to use it on time. Talk about on time. He still gets to blink away as they follow up on him, and Aztecor, he's going to drop as well. So yeah, I think it's fair to say Ike actually might still go all the way to the TA here. Blinks down in 6 seconds. Still a couple more for King to use his, and they're just going to kill him off right away. And the blink out just before the swashbuckle comes out. Mixa won't even get the extra damage to break through it. Centaur's also baiting a bit. They are respawning. They're bringing in Rue back again. Won't be able to catch that one. But yeah, I'll repeat myself. I think it's safe to say this Timber's not dying.
No. No, this is exactly it. And they follow that to the letter so far, but Yellow Submarine, sometimes they just forget we don't go on Nicky Cool, and they're like, nah, this time surely we're far enough ahead. No, you're not. Because last time you tried that, you lost a bunch of your advantage, so you're not that far ahead, and now you're doing it again. And once again, we're looking at only 2k difference here. That is not a full item. It is not. It's also only a single talent on King for the next 3 minutes or so. Like, he is level 20 now. But Lucas is getting there. That is the Kanda flying in, I believe.
Yeah, it's a very important fight for Lucas to pick up both Rue and Erase. A lot of experience, a lot of gold picked up from that. Also losing the Aegis kind of for, well, I would say almost for nothing. Batrider was the sole prize that they got from it.
Yeah, but come on. If you're Ike, you're kicking yourself if you don't go for that one.
Yeah.
If you 100% do that every single time. And, you know,
if
you
there's
might
a chance,
only be
there's
a hero.
chance.
Yeah. It's only going to work, like, you know, once every 10 times or so. But
yeah.
when it
It's
does,
kind of like
oh,
a, you know,
buddy.
like a single man going for the first time on a date after 10 years. It's like, well, I haven't succeeded. I haven't succeeded before, so maybe now.
Go for it. Go for it.
But still,
Never shoot, you can't hit.
yeah, you should always believe. There's always a chance. As long as there's a chance, the players will not call GG.
Radiant are scanning.
Exactly. And that leaves us at almost a stalemate, because the TA had a good snowbally game. She had everything her heart could possibly desire, but
You see, Ike,
her team hasn't been squeezing very hard.
they're going to use the Stampede for this one just to catch the Batrider, which they will. Erase will get this one. 600 gold short from his Aghanims. Meanwhile, Mixa chasing King, but again, there's nothing that pierces a BKB, so TA is going to BKB teleport out. Gonna solo a Tormentor for himself.
We're gonna get a very interesting situation here where both teams will have a go timing. We are looking at the Luna with the level 20 talent, the Moonblaze Fire on the Listen Beam, and and on the other side we have the DK nearly finishing up the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to have that basically at the same time, and he is also level 18, so that will be the big black dragon online, and both teams will want to make a go with what they get.
Yep.
It's just
the
Lucas
BBD.
has a couple of people, Lucas has a couple of people holding his hand right now. I don't think that's quite what he wants. He needs that EXP.
Interesting push there from the Hoodwink in the top lane, throwing a sharpshooter just at the creep wave.
Yeah. Every single thing counts, man. Luna, quarter of a level left. I think kind of lucky that it seems like they're waiting for something else than just the Aghanim Scepter on the DK, because if that was what Yellow Submarine was waiting for, they would already be smoked right now. They would be going into your jungle right now.
Yeah, they're in a phase of the game where they're matching their item timings with their opponents at the same time, so it's really just down to like small openings, small bits of vision, information. The Roshan especially, which is really like, well, we're just going to farm until the next Rosh is up, and they got to start anticipating it because the timer is already up, and 1 minute 40 for the actual respawn. You can see Nemiga's already here, establishing control over the nighttime Rosh, but it is going to be a daytime one, guaranteed. Erase. Smoke's going to pop. Trying to find info here. The Willow is spotted. Misses the Breathe Fire and the Bushwhack. Erase is still going in for it. He's got the damage. Sharpshooter. Oh, and he's got it. Doesn't require a whole lot to take a Willow out of the play. But still,
No, it doesn't.
1 minute, 8 seconds. It's still going to let the Willow come back in. And they've already gone to the Radiant side. Nemiga's trying to stay ahead. Yellow Submarine's going to follow, and Timber's right on top of him. The TA trap's going to pop. They're going to get the stun. He's got his 80 rune up, though. Ike is here as well. It's just 2 heroes. Now there's a chance to kill the Timber Saw when there's nobody there to help him.
He
Seems
still
like
chews
they're
through
still gonna
half
get
of
it.
the center. Yeah, but mostly because the rest of Nemiga didn't seem ready to follow the call. And the fact that the Luna didn't have 20 yet at the start of that fight also
Radiant's
feels
middle tower is under
really
attack.
rubbish.
Again,
don't think that
anticipating
may-
TPs to try and catch the Bat Rider. His TP is spotted. He's going to cancel it. The Firefly pop, but there's the Rod of Atos flying in with the stun, and Bat's going to be gone. 50 seconds out for the count. King sitting next to the Roche pit, farming some camps. 10 seconds until Roche is going to be up, and Mixa might want to stay hidden.
This could have been the moment if he acted really fast and you bring Lucas in here, because now the backup is already there. The Tia has blinked out. If he
As the core, he's got the gem
no,
piece
he
on.
got spotted. Yeah. No, that I think that was an opportunity, and it sort of waved at him. He did not wave back.
Well,
I mean, if you go for it though and you lose that fight, it's game losing. So.
it sure is. But here we have it. Roshan is going to go down with the banner included for Yellow Submarine. As the core is going to pick that one up.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
They do have
Radiant's
to
middle tower
play
is
against
under
this
attack.
nasty split push game that Nemiga's been playing all game long, keeping those lanes pushed in. Trying to buy some time off of that Aegis duration.
Yeah,
Of
Ike
course,
has
Yellow
been really good
Submarine's
at-
just attempting to keep at least 1+ lanes in.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
If you don't push 2 lanes in, you can get flanked, or other team is getting too much out of the map. There's too much information missing. There's a lot of
Radiant's
things that can
middle
go wrong
tower
if you
is under attack.
don't do your due diligence there.
At least the top lane is kept in by the DK, and now the mid lane pushed in too. Cautiously approaching that tier 2 tower. Not given much information about Nemiga's whereabouts. They only see the 2 heroes revealed quickly in bottom. But that just might be enough. Also the haste rune provided for King. King could try to make something happen with this.
It's possible. It would be a little bit of a rough timing though, because the Luna just flew in her BKB. I think this is one of the hardest moments to fight into her. So better to keep it simple.
Keep it real.
Yeah. Hit those middle towers from a safe distance.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is
let the
under
DK
attack.
illusions do the work instead.
Yep.
Make their way into the base. They see Nikki Cool. They see Ike. And also getting a catch on the Dark Willow, which is a kill they will always get if that Willow's shown even once. Good, a quick reaction. That allows them to take the tier 3 as well. Force up the Glyph at least.
This is not a game with the Zeus, so these illusions from the DK are very hard to take down. Cool has to personally bother jumping into them in order to take them down. That exposes him to things like this.
Does, but how strong is he this time? Looks like they have the tools to take down Nikki Cool with the Demonic Purge as their assistant. There's no way for Nikki Cool to go, and now the mid-racks. Well, at least the range racks will fall. Another creep wave coming in. It's a weakened one, but it's just enough. The 2 low HP creeps that were almost killed by Luna illusions before. will remove the backdoor protection so they can now start looking at the melee racks. Potentially continue to push top as well because they want to force a Timber buyback, and soon they're going to realize, oh wait, this Timber ain't actually coming back.
Dire's middle barracks.
No, and they can suspect maybe that they're holding, but the fact that the Luna is also not showing up, they are giving 2 racks.
They're giving heroes away as well. Oh, that is such a close attempt with the Ogre Seal Totem. No. No save here for the Batrider here either. Meeks is trying to cut waves as well. Centaur on the chase. Attempting to get the stun out, but Ogre Seal Totem, he'll get it, even with the Diffusal Blade. That's another hero gone from Nemiga. And yeah, they're not getting their full package together. They're not getting all of their heroes back up.
Oh, there's Willow.
Yeah,
and in
this
trying
is a
to...
game-ending scenario.
Yeah, in trying to keep the damage controlled here, saying, okay, fine, the Timber is dead, I guess we just buy time until he's back. They've actually lost everybody else as well. And we just haven't gotten a fight out of the Luna at all. Well, Lucas is grabbing an AD rune right now and TPing back. Can he make the stand?
Yeah, well, they finally got the bat back up as well with the Timber Saw, but it's a 3 versus 6 with the Aegis still up on the TA. And they're going to break it happen with the lasso, but the bubble comes out at the same time, wearing some time off the BKB and the Eclipse. There's the Stampede. King will drop for the first time, but they basically burnt the majority of their burst, and now they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and rely on something else. But hey, it does look like the game is coming to an end here with the Luna forced out for the buyback, and Nemiga in a, oh, you'd almost say hopeless situation, but at the same time, they did force the buyback, and Yellow Submarine's going to respect it, and we'll give away the godlike spree to Lucas. Give them a bit of a fighting chance at least. But it is a Hail Mary situation now.
Yeah, I mean, the BKBs were down. There is only so much you can do there as Yellow Submarine by staying, so rather just pick to not throw. And you do have a buyback on that center as well, so just in case they give you an opening, like is very likely to happen in a desperation scenario like this.
5v4, yeah, desperation indeed. They're going to make something happen here with a blink coming out from Nicky Cool. King going to dodge the flame break, take down Ike. He's gone. Going to come with the buyback as the core is out for the count. Rune does get the sharpshooter to connect to the backline. It's on to the Luna. Luna feeling a bit weak right now with no glaives flying in and with a Dragon Tail stun. That's an buyback. 2 heroes out. And that's going to be a potential third as well with the Timber Saw falling. The Bushwhack will not go through with the trees being cut down, but it does not matter. They will wipe them out, or at least clean them away, and that's going to be the GG call as well, with the Dark Willow going to be the final potential sacrifice here for Mr. King. With a clean game, 9-0-8 for the TA. Yellow Submarine take the lead.
And Mia, once again, almost anemic. This is not the team that we saw the last time around. Especially the bleeding of kills there in the base feels like they're not just wondering what they need to do on a gameplay level, but they also don't give me the impression that they believe anymore right now, which is way more dangerous. Like a team that still believes but just doesn't know what to do is still looking for solutions. I didn't see any searching for solutions in that those last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I think this goes all the way back to the draft. I feel like they cornered themselves really badly when I was looking at the second phase completed. I was like, do they have enough answers here? Because they're already losing 2 of their lanes. They don't have too much flexibility left in this draft, except if they put a Batrider into a core position. Does the Pango end up being in the mid lane? And even with a Nicky Cool Timber Saw playing a favorable matchup, they didn't get anything else out of the Timber except he's not going to die, but he's not exactly killing anybody either. Is that the goal you're looking for? Just too many questions here from Nemiga Gaming. Basically, they gotta set themselves some stronger side lanes as well. Try to read what Yellow Submarine is also doing in the draft, because it looked like every step that they were taking, they were already so much further ahead from Nemiga.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add to that, honestly.
Well,
I guess the hardest lesson should be just please don't pick Pango, and certainly don't pick him first if you really have to.
It's the year 2024. Copy pasta inserted here. We're going to head over to a break and see if Game 2 is going to be any different between the 2 teams.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Gaming, 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And back to the fray, we head over once again. Yellow Submarine versus Nemiga Gaming in our first series of the day. And it is now a lose streak time for Nemiga Gaming. 5 maps in a row, no victories, and seeming a bit lost. I think like when we were discussing about in the pre-studio about the things Nemiga might be looking to do different, or if they're continuing with the same style, it's not working. The drafting, the execution, there's faults here and there. And what I was also wondering is, do they start to play around Mixa? Do they want to enable him more? Well, in this game as well, he was like 5,000-6,000 net worth behind the rest of the cores. He was put into a difficult matchup already and couldn't capitalize from outside of that either. So how would you sort things out, Kips? Because things are looking pretty grim.
Yeah, I would just really stop throwing your offlaner under the bus. I feel like either it's Mixa himself picking up too much burden and saying, hey, yeah, I can handle this, when the evidence is starting to show that no, really, it's like the 3rd game in a row. Clearly you cannot at the moment. Or maybe it's his team being like, no, we need to play through our strong cores. We're going to go through Nikki, we're going to go through Lucas. And that's also not working out for them. I think it's time to give Mixa a proper shot, and whether that is through making sure that you pick him later on in the draft so that he can have a really good matchup, at least into the support, but hopefully maybe even the carry, or making sure that he gets more support, that the other lanes are more independent so that you can actually rotate the safe lane support towards him, for example, get a kill in here and there through that, tricks like that. There are options to do this with, and I think it's time for them to try it.
Yeah, and I think the gamble that they're playing is that Mixa is still probably going to continue to pick his hero in the first phase, or at least second pick. They gotta get Nikki Cool and Lucas, both heroes that are capable of impacting the final scoreline of the game, because the only fights that they would win were the ones where Yellow Submarine overstepped, and that was trying to kill the Timbersaw in the previous game with an Eternal Shroud, which is no easy feat to try to destroy this hero with the burst that you have available with the lineup that they had, and then they were able to turn. So I think just being tanky is not really a key forward. It will help you to a point where, well, do we have any damage? Like,
yeah,
what
exactly.
is Lucas going to do with all that space that has been created? So they only got like 1 or 2 of those types of engagements, and that was that. Everything else was dictated by Yellow Submarine and how they wanted to play the game. So game 2, the draft is starting in a matter of moments. So let's see what comes out this time. Do they shuffle up? Do they shift Meeks' hero pick order? Are they going to continue doing the same as they've done so far?
Yeah, I think that you put another possible option into the mix, which is to pick up a carry that is actually going to join really early. So I'm talking a literal Weaver, Maelstrom and go. I'm talking a CK, Armlet and go. type of situation instead of having, because we've seen this from Lucas where he farms really well. He catches up really quickly even if he's behind. But Luna is slower in this patch right now than most heroes are getting played. Morphling, you need to have a really good Morphling in order to get active, otherwise his timing is also delayed. Lifestealers usually waiting for the Radiance before they properly get involved. So maybe you gotta really err on the side of taking something really fast, and then you can still sacrifice Mixa's lane, make sure you win the other two and play with the other two cores instead. But it can't just be Nikki Cole on an island this time.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of the carry picks that are being played right now time themselves between 20 and 25 minutes until they're active, and this includes all the late game carries, but also some of those early game carries too, which makes the carries position really difficult in today's Dota, because the heroes you talked about, the Morphing for example, it's around 25 minutes, Faceless Void, around 25, maybe to 30 minutes even until you get the most out of the hero. Naga Siren maybe slightly earlier if you get a good start. Gyrocopter also in that range. And the heroes that I was thinking that they could consider picking, Ursa, Sven, maybe even a Pudge. Even the Sven timing seems like they're falling back to like 22 minutes in the current meta. So every pick that Lucas has played a lot is a plus 25 minute timer hero. So they're gonna have to find some way to achieve that faster. Meeks' hero will be picked up again here in the early phase. It's gonna be the Mars. And now he just gotta hope that he gets himself a good matchup. They're not banning the Lifestealer yet, but I think that could be an option for Nemiga Gaming to just get rid of the Lifestealer. Maybe even, I'm not gonna say a Slark, but maybe a Monkey King or something like that. Just take it out so King doesn't get to play it.
Yeah, I think the Monkey King suggestion especially wise here, because I think if you're in a tournament with Nemiga right now and you've even remotely followed any of their games, you know exactly where the bruise is, you know how to press it as well, and the Yellow Submarine just played this game. Even if they didn't know beforehand, they know now. This Mars has a target on his back.
Well, they got themselves a Shadow Demon to start things off with, so already putting Lucas's Luna under, well, I wouldn't say under threat, but at least targeted, because they are suspecting him to pick it up. And they have been banning Faceless Void and Morphling in the final phase if Lucas hasn't locked in his hero yet. He wants to see his matchup, he wants to get himself a good game going. And again, the last pick is for Nemiga, so they could opt to do the same thing. They ban out the Luna still, even with the Shadow Demon. Obviously, SD is pretty much there just for the illusions. But mostly as well, when you see the Eclipse BKB pop, you just drop your R and everybody escapes. We'll see what the second ban is going to be. But for Nemiga, I would definitely ban one of those melee cores away from this Mars matchup. Try to get Mixa a better lane.
I think so as well. Protect the boy. Please.
So he could for once be the boy who lived.
Yes. And the other options, what do you have? Is the Kotl is already out, because I was thinking like, okay, the other thing that you can do is you can throw a curveball and you can play him with the support that really enables him. So you would be thinking about a Kotl, go for the spear spam, go for all of the extra mana to spam out. You could also pick an IO, depending on what you want to do, and that would make a Mars lane, you know, if you're up first, a melee hero that would normally throw you for a loop, then the IO would toss the ball right back.
Radiant team pick.
Well, they ban out the Kunkka at least. There's a good ban versus the Mars.
Dire team pick.
Want to fight with the arena, you're going to have to face a water park. Also bringing out the Hoodwink, so you got yourself a good lane here. I think for once this feels like Nemiga actually has a good offlane duo.
I mean, you don't know what you're up against yet here, and that was fast. So finding out why that Pugna was banned in the previous, and well, there is IO though. IO Marcy to be precise. That gets active early.
Question is now, do they play Marcy Hoodwink Mars IO, or do they do the IO Marcy directly into the safe lane as they're 5 and they're 1?
10 seconds remaining.
Gotta check up Ike. I need to look if Ike actually has any IO games in there. Does not have a Liquipedia page, so we're gonna have to do a bit of hunting here. Give me a moment while I look that up.
Of course. Yeah. Now, I already looked at the possibility of this Mars flexing towards the mid lane, and the answer is most likely no. Nicky Cool does not have it anywhere in his, not even in his top played hero, just in his recorded heroes, basically at all.
Well, at least in terms of competitive games played, Ike doesn't have a whole lot, and Io is in his unplayed heroes list, but don't know if he's actually played it in pubs or not. So we're just going to have to go with the premonition that it could be a 5 Io. But they're trying something different. I think this is the first time they played the Io Marcy combo. If I look at the previous drafts Nemiga has played, they've played the Mixa Primal Beast opener twice, mixed it up with Hoodwinks and Banes and Willows, a plethora of different types of hero picks in their first series. The second series as well, I think they also had 10 unique heroes. Yeah, they did. They had the Lifestealers add in the mix. They had Gyrocopters, Caudles, Lunas.
Yeah, they're searching.
So they're definitely searching.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, we do have a Terrorblade coming up here. A TB who doesn't really care too much about... Okay, the Marcy does do a lot of damage to the TB, yes. But a TB can also survive that combo until Marcy has Aghanims, because you can still Sunder through.
Yeah, you can still Sunder through, and you will have the Pugna to help you survive as well, which is a pretty big deal in a game where the backline jump is not... It's alright, I guess. If your Marcy properly commits, you will have both the Hoodwink as well as the Mars at the ready to deal with the follow-up. So
5 seconds remaining.
you can hunt the Pugna this game, I think, actually.
You could. Also the Shadow Demon, so another hero to target for. And if they decide to play the lane as it is, the Centaur, I think the Centaur needs the Pugna in this lane. I'd rather play SDTB, just because I feel like Pugna with Nether Blast is capable of trading the Io Marcy a bit. It's going to be very mana costly, but at least you have good movement speed and you have high attack range and Decrepify. I think if you're not able to trade back, at least you're preventing them from hitting you. Centaur has good burst.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Pugna with the Centaur.
Agreed. It's about the Pugna the most. Shadow Demon can't do anything to stop off an Io Marcy lane. There's no way. You're not protecting your core at all, apart from, you get a safety bubble sometimes.
And yeah, and still with that, what do you do with that safety bubble is like, if you drop it on the Marcy, Io's still hitting you, and Marcy will just jump to you with W. If you drop the Io, Marcy's still hitting, tethered up, Io will just tether again. So SD is really not going to keep these heroes away from you.
No, it's a problem. Okay, and right now they're just on Yellow Submarine. The bans are also really easy. You're banning out mid laners that deal a bunch of magic damage. That's it. That's a ticket. You don't actually get to play a Drow anymore on Nemiga. If we're talking about classic Terrorblade counters, you're really just looking for, well, the Zeus is out, the Puck is out, and what is left on the board for you?
Ten seconds remaining.
They ban out the Lesh themselves.
5 seconds
Which is also
remaining.
acceptable, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the mid lane has been the questionable part for Yellow Submarine, but I think Erase has been doing a good job. Even in matchups where he doesn't get the Caudle and he might struggle a bit, he's still looking okay. Has a way back in. Hence why they've been picking the Caudle him a lot, because it's just an easy opener to pick up. And this Dazzle that has been banned against them a couple times, but they banned it themselves.
Storm Spirit.
Dang. Talk about shutting the door. It's like, oh, by the way, we're also running the Storm Spirit Pugna combo here. That's 3 cores that are quite hard to kill with this Nemiga lineup, with a bunch of protection behind them.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I still think that the Yellow Submarine case could crumble here if their Centaur has a really bad lane. Because then the Storm is the only one making the game move, and Storm does not like to be in that position. These supports are not going to be discovering any targets for him. He's just going to have to start jumping on whatever presents itself, and you never want to be there as a Storm Spirit. So there is a weakness in this draft, but if they get the Centaur through the lane, then actually everything looks peachy keen.
Trying to look for options here for Nicky Cool. I think the heroes that are still remaining in this hero pool, like Void Spirit.
You may now select your
Okay, well, Lena's one of his most played heroes, sure. I was just screaming and scrolling through here. I was like, Tusk, no. Shaker, no.
No,
and for some reason, I just skipped
no.
this Lina completely here. So, yep, you still get a good matchup for yourself. The Lina, first of all, should win this matchup for Storm. It is Lina favored. So again, Nikki Cool, 2 games in a row. Good laning matchup for him. Storm has his ways of winning this, but it is Lina favored. That is a guarantee. The Io Marcy is going to be the wild card here, because they are playing a 4 Shadow Demon. Aztekor will take the Pugna to the safe lane with the Terrorblade. Which, it goes down to hero preference. They want to play the SD on an SD specialist, want to play the Pugna on a Pugna specialist. Understandable. Setting up the lanes, I would have preferred the Pugna as a 4 for given reasons. But we'll see how this one rolls out instead then.
Yeah, it's kind of uncomfortable to play the Pugna as a 4. I mean, you could still switch the lanes and have him also buy the wards, but it usually throws your entire game plan, like the way you normally do things, for a loop, and that friction can cause certain other things to get worse as well.
The
so
one good thing with the SD is if they bubble the IO, they can play aggressive against the IO. That's the one good thing they have with this lane duo.
They do. I think Nemiga now has a weak spot to pressure on Yellow Submarine as well. I do think that you can pressure the center. And a lot of the rest of this game is going to rely on what you do with that. And over on the other side, Mix-Up with Squeezy versus King and Aztekor. I think that this should not be a shutout. And I think this is one of those cases where we're actually going to get to see, like, is Mix-Up perhaps a little off his game right now? Or is it down to the matchups that he's been getting? Because if he does well here, then it's clearly just been that the matchups have been hard. And that he has been struggling under that weight. But this is a lane you should be able to pull off.
Alright, well, let's see what comes out of this one. It is Yellow Submarine still in the lead in the series. Who have been doing pretty good in terms of points. And, of course, I'll give a quick recap. The Nemiga team needed to get as many points as they possibly can, but now you can only get a maximum of 5 victories, which could still be enough. But now you literally have to win every single remaining map in the course of this group stage, otherwise you are out. I don't think 4 is going to be enough. Even if the group stage is going to be tight between the rest of the teams. I think 4 is just one game.
No, I think 4 has never been enough. 5 has on occasion been enough to get you a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we had Midas Club who went by with 5 and 5. But I think that also had a team in the group that basically just won 1 map or lost all.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a team that loses all in most group stages, I think. So far. At least 1 per region.
The battle begins.
Well, our statsman Ubu was kind enough to help me out with the IO statistics, and apparently I have a different Ike link, which showed that he hasn't played IO, but he has 10 games with a 60% win rate, so making it 6-4. So he's not a first-timer. Let's not paint the picture like we did with Kami's Enigma with 1 game. So you never know which account it actually is. I was just looking at the ones that's fine. Listed up under the team name.
From a competitive standpoint, they are so very right to hide things like that. And from a, analyst perspective, I hate it. And people hiding all of their accounts gave me so many sleepless nights back when I still did that work.
Right, so he's played 10 ranked games of IO. All right, so yeah. We were actually looking at the same. I was just looking at the esports profile above that. So, good correction there. So 10 games total of IO. That's not a lot, but one thing that we do not see and do not know is how many times they've played it in scrims, because there he might have a whole lot more than what he does in ranked than some or in unranked even.
I mean, let's face it, IO is absolutely garbage to play in ranked. If you're not queuing with a teammate.
It's not fun.
The amount of communication and the amount of like, you don't just need to get along with the person you're with. Oh no.
He's got the first blood.
Oh yes.
So, oh yes, indeed. Positive signs coming out. You know, it's not the SD, and instead the Pugna, a target that they can definitely bully here with the Hoodwink. And I did mention the Hoodwink Mars is a good lane. It's a very good off-lane duo, and it's already opening them up for a kill, which is a great beginning for Mixa.
I am so ready for him to have a game. It's just like, you know, when you said Mixa, I was like, oh no, sorry, Bart, force a habit.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, is he dying again? Oh wait, he's actually getting a kill. Reverse psychology.
Yeah, this should be a little bit of a reversal of fortunes as far as the laning stage is concerned, I think, for Nemiga. This top lane gets chances at more kills on the Pugna especially, but of course with the amount of magic damage that they have available here, the TB could also go down. And also on the bottom side, yeah, this Marcy Io should and is bullying the center Warrunner around.
Yep, they have the higher damage output, which is one of their big advantages here. Marcy 70 right click, Io 57, almost the same numbers as the Cent and the SD, but they have the lifesteal, which they don't.
Exactly. This is very much about the sustain being way better over on the Nemiga side. It is basically impossible to chip a lane like this down. All you can do is burst, and if you would have had a Pugna, I would have said, yeah, you can burst, but you don't. You have a Shadow Demon. So instead, we are dragging waves.
Yeah, and they're trying to intercept that, so this is the right move. Oh. Well, the fail spirit in between is actually spoiling the party. I'm going to accidentally pulled in the creep. So Rue will get the wave, and this is exactly how you play versus an IOMRC lane. You don't lane.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say you don't play. Say, no.
Yeah,
no, I don't want to play with you.
You play, but you just don't lane.
Yeah.
Or a nice golden golden middle ground. You don't play the lane.
Yeah. Well, we can both play PvE if you really want. And the problem is, of course, that Centaur will say yes, please, because for him it's much better than the alternative.
Yeah.
Means we have a double wave for Radiant on the bot side now. He's going to push in. Cent is going to get his level 3 relatively uncontested. And then on the top lane, level 3 about to pop from Mixa. I'm not sure if this Hoodwink is quite in a situation to press the advantage, though.
Well, Pugna is a bit annoying in this lane, and then you also have the Metamorph, which King used not too long ago. Meaning why Mixa is so low on last hits is because they have this 35 seconds of zoning, which is pretty much 2 creep waves missed completely. But once that is out, they do get the poke back, and also looking at the mid matchup quickly by the scoreline, it's 18-9 to the 10-4, so it is going exactly as planned in this matchup so far.
Yep. Of course, the problem with Alina in this matchup is that as soon as the Storm hits level 6, you can do nothing to him anymore. And he's a big kill threat onto you as well, and his goal in the game should be hunting you. And it's really all about how much are you ahead already, how much can you dodge him, stay ahead, make him waste his time. And of course, if you ever have an ally to lock him down with, your DPS is higher. It just depends on if you're going to get to deal it or not.
Mike and Lucas now the second point into sidekick. Also, the fun thing is, because when we talked about how sidekick scales, where it's always double and double, also when they are not in range, which is 2500 by the way, it gets dropped half and half. So if you have a level 2 sidekick and your friend's away, you're technically playing a level 1 sidekick, and same thing for 3 and 2, and same thing for 4 and 3, and just don't get any quite significant buffs even if your ally is not around.
Yeah. Of course, if you play the lane straight up, then this is absolutely the way to beat down that center, and he is quite low on the net worth currently, but as long as they're able to evade you over on the side of Yellow Submarine, the fact that you're not investing into the rebound right now makes it a lot harder to get pressure out. Because they're not trying to contest you. They know what you're up to. They're barely hitting Lucas at all. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, Lucas is not the target to focus on. Io is just sitting back for a good reason. It's the target that it's if ever there's an opportunity, it's Io in the wrong place. And
oh, Bushwhack just missed on top. They're gonna pay
Opportunity
dearly.
to maybe kill Mixa here. He is dropping low 9 stick charges, but the blast is enough with the Metamorph. Used for the second time in the lane as the core. We'll get the first one for Yellow Submarine, and now with that kill, pressure towards mid. Storm Spirit will get the 80 rune. Lina left without one. Does have level 6, but not the rune to play with.
A couple of big blows. I thought that Mixa would have had a better time on top here, but they just haven't found any other opportunities to get at that Pugna, which is the part of the lane where you gotta get to. And here, Queasy's gonna die.
Yeah, he will. It's just overwhelming damage. Like, both of these two supports are semi-low on their max HP. Both Hoodwink and the SD are somewhat... Sorry, Hoodwink and the Pugna are somewhat easy kills, but closing gaps is the big issue. We're taking a lot of damage just trying to get there.
Yeah. And I wonder if Mixa should have actually taken a point in the bulwark in his lane instead.
And that is a good move towards the bottom lane with the 80 rune. They will find a way to punish the Marcy. Storm Spirit zapping in. And of course they had to use an amplified damage to make sure that they get this kill. That's too much for the IO to heal.
That is so much bad luck for Nemiga in such a short span of time. That is the very worst rune that could have spawned. But you gotta deal.
Lina's again just kind of left wondering, like, what is this game gonna be like?
Yeah. So my question here is now, what do you do as a Lina? Like, you need a defensive item. I've seen really desperate Linas in matchups like this actually rush the BKB and not even stopping at the boosted travels, and then getting the boosted travels really fast after the BKB because you can farm wherever you want. You can't die anymore. But
that's one way, but I still think
it's a very desperate move. Yes.
Or if you're going for caster Lina can consider Aghanims. Okay, she actually has the Aghanims lined up, so...
I was thinking, because this should be Casterlina, right? You're up versus a TB.
It's a good plan to have. Nikki Cool gets the shield rune. It's going to give them a chance to turn things around. Laguna Blade quickly onto the Pugna. The bubble comes out from Rue, but still Queasy's got the damage to finish him off, and Lina no longer has that shield, using every regen she's got, and Mixa doesn't have level 6, so he'll have to rotate without the arena. Rue is low, Erase is low, the Storm Spirit's gonna drop. Queasy for the double kill, Mixa for some important experience to be picked up here. Of course, it's unfortunate to lose the Lina, but if they get this third kill, which is Rue, it will be totally worth it with this rotation, because you're not getting much from top, but you're getting a lot from this trade.
Oh yeah. This feels really good if you're Mixa. And immediate TP back into a wave. I don't want to say that his lane's recovered, because clearly he's lost that pretty hard, but you know, he is encroaching up against Erase here, so this could have gone a whole lot worse for him. The only thing that's happened really is that nobody's been able to touch King. This is such a luxury situation. Being able to retreat into the jungle with full Dragonlance, plus the power threats, plus the infused raindrops. This man is thick.
Yep. So that's a thick boy.
Hella stacked.
Our immortal rank 6 player, King, aka Satanic. For any of you people wondering out there, why are we highlighting this guy so much? It's because he is a potential for the future Dota scene. I mean, we've seen the likes of those come out from Yellow Submarine not just once before. Relocate. Arena. Trying to get King. King's just running in circles. This boy is so tanky. Bubble save as well just at the end. So they'll never get to use that spear. Good movement.
No, and he still had a Sunder in his pocket as well, which is something that I've highlighted this on King before, right? He will take levels in spells just because it can potentially give him an advantage right now that will not. Instead of immediately putting it into spells that would help his farming, he is ready to get active, and he's not just posturing towards it. He's actively skilling for it, something that he did on the Naga as well. As
He's
now,
going to be popped here. This Centaur just trying to get away. No other action happening on the map at the same time. Bushwhack from long range does catch the scent, but it's only a level 6 Centaur, which also means that there's no sharpshooter on the Hoodwink. So board's usually always a bit lower level than the cores are at this stage of the game. So they'll just force out the Stampede. Be happy with that. Bit of aggression. Quick reminder that they also exist. If they haven't already gotten under his skin with a Marcy IO, which usually is a matchup where you're like, you're already frustrated.
Oh yeah, that's mental. That's absolute mental damage from that. No,
Yep.
that back
I
is
can tell
actually
from
really
experience. I bloody hate playing against this lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man has been on about IO Marcy since it happened to him a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, the wounds are still fresh.
I can imagine, and see
The funny
it
thing is,
rehashed.
inside a month, I played this matchup 6 times, and I lost all of them.
Damn.
The
You
one
might wanna
time
see a
we
therapist for that.
kinda tied it up is because we had a Mirana grabbing the wave, and we played that lane between our tier 1 and tier 2 for 7 minutes, and they had also a Broodmother and a Beastmaster, and they were attempting to push our hype at 16 minutes. But let's see what happens with this one. Erase on the hunt here. We'll grab Marcy. Relocate has been popped, and they're teleporting away. They're gone out of this one. They'll sack Mixa. Drop the arena just to buy some time. I mean, if he didn't get hit by the Centaur Hoof Stomp, he might have been safe waters to teleport out. He'll still try the attempt. Vortex coming out, but Rue will have the damage, dropping the Shadow Poison. It will be enough.
And that means Ike actually got out. Like, he dragged that much time that Ike came back in from the relocate, hid in the Roshan pit, and teleported out in that curtain of darkness. So, this is why you drag for time, even if you're gonna die.
Yeah, enough space being made. At the same time, though, a tower did go down to Nemiga. It says Dire destroyed a tower, but, you know, can't really believe the chat log these days. Like, who actually destroyed what? You really got to look on the minimap to see what's going on. Marcy battling it out with a Centaur here with the full-on unleash. But, you know, not going to win this one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
First it was the tooltips, now it's the attributions to kills and tower kills as well. Like this, when is this game gonna start telling the truth?
Yeah, true. When are the Gaben grabs gonna get fixed? Centaur, nice dodge on the bushwhack here. Just gonna go straight forward teleport, but that's not gonna work out. You still got the rebound. Always hold on to that one stun to prevent those TPs from going through, and that's exactly what they do. Armlet is ready, and also the tier 1 token to be picked up by the Marcy, 13 minutes in. Not the best time to pick up your neutral items, but at least he has it.
No, this just makes me very happy to see, because this is a proper timing, and this is something that we just haven't seen from Lucas at all. He's been behind, he's been struggling to catch up, he's been in the jungle, sitting far away from the rest of his team. Not like this, pummeling
Relocated
down
to
a
the mid lane
tower.
as well, trying to save Nikki. Cool. Not lucky with that. Stampede out. Meeks is also going to miss out with the arena. Won't have the chance to use it. Unfortunate. Also, Ike brought himself. So Lucas will pair up with him. At the same time, Queasy stealing that 14-minute Wisdom Rune. Worth.
Hell yeah.
Also, he's broken the Centaur, but the Marcy IO is not joining him.
No, they're actually going to make use of the fact that they know where this kill duo is right now, and sweep in for some stolen farm. And I thought perhaps they would also look at mid, because the Lina is coming back and you could sandwich people here. But, well, there's at the very least the threat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yellow Submarine definitely playing towards the scaling game here, so Nemiga gotta make every little dent happen early on in this game, especially with this Marcy lineup here. But that BKB for the Marcy, or in this case, a Sanj and Yasha actually.
Radiant's
Alright.
tower is under attack.
S and Y. Interesting.
It's not a bad idea. There's plenty of control on the enemy side.
Yeah, there is a most of them would also make the BKB a very good pickup though.
Yeah, definitely an option.
So
and
one of
meta build
the
too.
deals, one of the deals with SNY is that in the mid to late game, the rhythm of the game often gets determined by, do I have time for this, or are we gonna go in mid? Come on, Mixa.
The arena's out there.
Attaboy.
Nice bubble save from Rue just in time. The relocate is coming in as well, but the pushback will take a race, and he's going to get Laguna bladed on the spot. Alina with that fresh Aghanims. They will be able to take down a race. Meeks is still chasing, has the spear and the blink, pushes the Pugna back, but where's the rest of the squad? Not following Mixa here.
Nikki Cool was already farming again. So yeah, my job here is done. And you're in an interesting place now because you have the vision with the Hoodwink coming forward, and you have a Blink Dagger on your Mars as well. But you don't really have a secondary that's also going to be sweeping. So right now what you would do in this situation is you would keep up the kill tempo because you have all 3 tier 1s up. They have none of them. That new strip of land is the killing zone, and you're trying to empty it out as frequently as possible.
Yep.
If you don't have enough mobility or enough vision, you don't actually get to punish the fact that they're out away from their towers enough.
Yep.
And Mixa could waste a whole lot of time running after people in this particular part of the game.
Meanwhile, King just trying to get as big as possible with his Terrorblade as soon as possible. Has got the Scotty lined up next and followed up by the BKB, which will pretty much render him, well, I wouldn't say immune, but he'll shrug off most of Nemiga's damage for the duration of that, plus guarantees him to get that Sunder off if there's a target nearby. Because there are no BKBs coming up yet for Nemiga. Which is, by the way, one thing with the Marcy. They're trying to set up a Mixa here in the mid lane. Grab this Mars will be a great start for things. He'll get it. So, my debate versus the SNY for Marcy, which I think is a great item pickup here, is the fact that there's a TB Sunder. BKB prevents you from him using it, and you're very likely to be standing somewhere nearby to him.
Yeah, that is, I think, the biggest reason why I'm also surprised that he's not opting for the BKB. And the only thing that I can think of is that, and that was that rant that I was about to go on, is that in the mid to late game, your tempo is going to get decided by BKB cooldowns. Everybody with an ult or a spell that's longer than a BKB cooldown, not all that in fashion right now, and actively, you know, you'll have to slow your game down for that. Enemies can
just set himself up and he might just die here. The Bushwhack is there to follow up and erase. He thought he could clean a wave, but it's not that simple sometimes, Mixa. What? What was he waiting for?
I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, I'll just have to make it fast because people keep interrupting me. It's very impolite.
I'm so sorry.
If you get SNY, you could play faster than BKB cooldowns.
Yeah.
That's the point.
That's the point.
I should have probably just said that.
That's alright. I also apologize for talking on top. Queasy, though, will end up dropping to Rue. So Rue and both the Centaur get themselves a, well, we would say pretty much a freebie. That was a D-ward attempt. Unsuccessful.
Look at this speed. Running around at the speed of sound. This is the kind of thing where I personally think that with the Io Marcy, now that you're this fast and this tanky, I think you should be farming up even more. Have the Lina farm behind you so that if you get gone on, she can punish for you. Which will accomplish two things, which is that the Lina will be safer because she's behind you, and you will be taking away enemy farm with a bunch of threat behind you. Whereas right now, you know, if the Storm Spirit would want to and had the time to do it, they could mount an expedition towards your triangle and gank your Lina, something like that.
Like
but
that
yeah,
type of expeditions.
Lucas on the lane. Into the jungle, into the unknown. Because the Dire do not see anything on the Radiant side of the map right now. They have one ward near the mid tower, but it doesn't give them much more than what the pushing group wave already does.
That's a very deep jump from Lucas. Gets instantly disarmed by the Decrepify, but Mixa coming in with the Spear Arena. King popping the Metamorph and going straight to Lucas. Io is down already, and Lucas hasn't got a buddy to fight with. All of that lifesteal, all of that healing, all of that extra damage is just gone. And Nikki Cool looks like the same thing for him as well. It's a triple for Mr. King. Oh, bow to this Terrorblade.
Yikes. Once again, almost unbothered here, because they do need to get at the Pugna first, and they have the tools to do it, but certainly without a BKB there, for example, yeah, you're going to pay the price in HP while you're going in.
Yeah, and also trying to jump that far with a dispose, or sorry, rebound all the way under the tier 2 tower. Pugna was not stepping that line.
No, and it leaves your Io in the lurch.
And with that,
so far, he dragged the IO so far forward that by the time that he jumped out again, he just gets caught in the double stun with his IO. That should never happen.
And Mixa was also reading the situation that we need to kill this Pugna because we just jumped him. Yeah, Mixa is dying on the live feed at the same time. The arena is placed at the tower, but the fight's not taking place at the tower. So TP is like, oh, the only thing that's blocking my projectiles is not even here. So I'm just going to go straight to the IO.
Yep.
So one thing, if they ever took that fight, everyone should have been under that tier 2 tower. So it could have actually favored Nemiga a bit.
Agreed. And you would, for example, want your supports to be up on the left side flanking position, covering you from there, but that was all Dire. There's Dire Vision up there covering still as well. It was overly hasty, shall we say. I guess it doesn't really matter because you still get the Roshan afterwards here, and the only thing that you gave up is a bunch of distance with the TB. Wait, he was already a tough cookie for you.
Yeah, now he's got the Scotty ready, which he got from that previous fight, pretty much. So now he's up to 2600. He'll diminish some of that lifesteal and healing from both the IO and the Marcy. And also the spell amplifying this Lina if Lina picks up any spell heal, spell lifesteal even. That's also going to get reduced.
Yep. Nikki Cool here, by the way. No defensive items yet whatsoever. A lot of faith in the front line to keep the entirety of the enemy team engaged, which, you know, I can see that. Like earlier on in the game, maybe if Yellow Submarine would have had some tempo, it would have been a threat to her. They could have kept her net worth down through ganking her. That clearly didn't happen, so he's off scot-free for the damage build. And I think by now, going further all in on it...
Oh no. Oh no. Couldn't have been a worse timing for the opponents to show up out of nowhere, because it's not just an IO dying. It's also going to be the Mars to drop. And the tier 2 with the creep wave right there. You might have the Aegis and everything. They wanted a Tormentor. But then suddenly a Wild Storm Spirit appears, and it's super effective.
Out of the high grass. And you better run back to Nurse Joy, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to know what kind of battle music starts playing when a Storm Spirit zapping towards you.
Presumably it involves some electric guitars. Like, that man is lightning after all. And yeah, just go high ground. You do have that Scotty. It means that the heal reduction is a big threat to both Lucas and the IO. Might as well push that advantage while you have the meta popped under their tower.
Also Queasy spotted here. They could continue fighting for another kill. Pugna getting saved at the same time. Lucas trying to turn things around and maybe kill a race, but he has just enough mana to jump away from the arena, but being chased by the Marcy. They will get 2 kills as the core will drop the Nikki Cool, and Mixa will get the final touch on a race. So it's not... I mean, it's not just a Queasy kill that they get, because they will lose 2 heroes for it. Guess that's the least you can get from a situation like that, which already looked very grim.
Yeah. I mean, every time a race has had a good moment, I think he's had a bad moment in this game. It's been quite the rollercoaster ride for him.
Holding hands.
Nice jump. And
relocate.
false flat on his face. Yeah.
Stealing a Tormentor. Ike almost died last time. He does have Holy Locket and Mech. Might actually need to use the Holy Locket here. There we go. Nice little tip there from Lucas. Good job, Io. Stay alive.
I do think that practicing IO a lot and really feeling like the bonds between you and your teammates is something that can just strengthen a duo as a whole. Like, even if you don't play IO that often, I think just doing it together and learning, like, getting to know each other on that level, I think it works for people.
It's true. I mean, at the same time, this is, I have to say, even if IO sounds like a difficult hero to play, mainly because of the point you brought up earlier, you just can't play it in solo because you don't understand your partner necessarily. There's at least too many risks involved. The thing is, IO gameplay isn't actually that hard. And hear me out. I mean, you are being microed by the player you're attaching yourself to. You're playing a 4v5 game to some extent, but you're making that 4v5, that one hero, into at least a 1.5, in some case, a 2x. Your sapping is XP. but you're also making him stronger in the process. And he'll guide you what to do. So even if you haven't played a single game of IO, all you need to know is your Q and E, and at least if you know the movement,
Yeah.
good to go.
No, but it's even more than that, right? Because if you are that close to your partner, then you can also make calls for them, and I think that is what the really good IO players do.
Yeah.
They push the players that they're tethered to go beyond what they would normally do.
It's true. It's true.
You can actually micro them in that sense, because normally you don't exactly know what everybody's doing. Oh, easy.
That's all there needs to be said in this situation. But then again, it is him tanking the gank.
Yeah. I do feel like this team has us saying "Oh Queasy" and "Oh Mixa" a lot.
Yeah. I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, it does seem like our offlane duo is the one on the receiving end most of the time. There's a pattern.
Yeah. And a very classic pattern, to be fair. Like what offlane players that don't want to, you know, lose some teeth or get their nose broken a couple of times should probably go back to playing carry.
Very likely. very likely. Sounds like you've been keeping up on the NHL playoffs.
Not just the NHL playoffs.
Wait, you're a real woman of culture, huh?
A lot of players think they're offlaners. A lot of them are wrong.
At the same time, King leading the charge here. Still 4-0 on this Terrorblade. 20,000 net worth as well accumulated in 27 minutes as the Daedalus lined up next, where the TV is really going to start to pack a punch, if he hasn't already. Nemiga slowly but surely getting cornered on their side of the map. The next team fight that they take has to be a win. They need to relieve that pressure off of the map. They need to open it up.
Yes, BKB.
Smoke popping. Centaur going in, finding Nikki Cool first. Alina gonna get stunned up with the bushwhack. I mean, at least the acorn shot is placed there. They will take down two. Nemiga already finding two quick kills. Maybe even more here. Erase getting pushed back and tossed around by Lucas. King standing in the middle, but this is a very strong Terrorblade. It's underused though. Can they burn through? The shield coming out with the disruption from Rue. Centaur coming as well back with the Stampede. TV dropping low. King maybe taking Lucas down. Lucas dropping low. Lucas is down. And that's pretty much the end of the fight there. That's that buyback, that Stampede changes everything for this fight. Erase with the double. The Storm survives. The TV survives. And Nemiga, nobody survives.
That buyback is everything. And I mean, they're moving so confidently here because Nicky Cole just got that BKB. But unfortunately, that also means that he is forced to pop it this early. And the rest of his positioning in this fight is really quite good. He moves over to the side, out of the firing line. We get him coming from the flank here while the brawlers do their business. This is where you want to be as Alina. But there's so much delay here that this Centaur ends up getting to come back in, getting to get you just after you step back off of that high ground. And it was your damage that was necessary to make the difference here. And in the end, the fact that you had the BKB made you misplay to the point where you would have really needed the BKB.
Yeah, and also a very rare occasion. They killed the Marcy before the IO. Ike was in a position where the TB could have just smacked him down, but he was solely focused on just hitting Lucas, making sure that this Marcy already has a chance to get out, but is dropping low. If they can secure that kill from the low ground, they'll take it. Meanwhile, Storm finds Queasy. Mixa again. There's a chance for a dieback, which they will take. Nikki Cool has the damage. The bubble is dropped though onto Erase, and Erase will get to jump away and teleport back to safety. It is a dieback on this Centaur. There's also a kill on the Shadow Demon. But Nemiga, what that last fight did prove is this Centaur is definitely vulnerable and killable. Still doesn't get to use 9-second BKB. Aztec were spotted Mixa. As he stayed too long. Erases out of mana.
BKB.
Quick mana boots. He still can't get close enough. He's the shortest Zap
back in
a while.
Scott
Spear
Lucas
goes back in. Lucas targeting the Pugna and will be able to take him down. But there's the Vortex, the damage flying in. Ike is giving his best to Lucas. Erase gets to jump out. Marcy down to 1,000 HP. King, nice dodge on the LSA. Stun continues to go. Meeks is there, but the BKB comes out as well. Meeks is dropping low, and he will drop as well indefinitely. With King, it looked like he got himself a nice crit there. Dude is 1v4ing that fight. Like, what the hell?
Beautiful. And from the low ground too, he gets a little sliver of help from a ward that is placed next to the cliff there, but he could not see all of that. So I wonder, if you play that from his perspective, can you even see that the Mars has come back in and lines up those spells just before King pops the BKB? I wonder. I mean, even if he did see, like, the decision to stand there, the way that he does the calculations and says, like, now fam, there's no way they're killing me, it just erase tanks a bit of it for me.
Yeah.
Prevents a lot of damage that could have been done by Nemiga's move onto their side of the map.
At the same time, Roshan has spawned. Queasy look at the information for Nemiga that there is now a banner Roche to be picked up here at plus 30 minutes. Yellow Submarine, if they've done any calculations, they should also have their Roche timers up and suspect something's happening in the bottom half of the map. It is a daytime Roshan fight. Rue, that Lotus Pool sound will give away his position, or at least someone's position. They don't see, but they can hear.
You could fight with Metamorph down right now, but this is what you have to choose to, or you have to catch.
Look at how deep they're going here. The smoke's already
King.
popped. Quick Shadow Amulet spam. Make sure that he gets out. Pugna, not too far away on the edge of that smoke. Erase jumps in onto the IO they go. Stampede comes out as well, and they'll just delete Ike from the fight. He's gone for 50 seconds. Aztekor gonna get pummeled by Mixa in the arena. Tries to kill him with the Ogre Seal Totem, but it's not enough. Pugna's gonna suck his life back in to his own hands. Centaur as well at the same time. Soaking up some damage, but this time surviving with that BKB, and it will leave Lucas and Nikki Cool left to their own devices. And again, a fight that just happens to happen near a tier 2 tower, so they can push an objective and go straight to the high ground attempt again, with that Metamorph still halfway.
What an unfortunate series of events once again. They catch a hero, but it's King, decide that they don't actually want him back off, but give too much information in the attempt, and it means that they just get flanked here.
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
In the first place, if you're trying to make a play like that with Marcy IO, why are you going in the first place if you know that they're all going to be there and still you're going to die? Like, that was such a high-risk, high-reward attempt to try and wrap around in the back when the rest of the team wasn't even ready to go in.
Yeah, you feel the pressure because you have 30 seconds left before Metamorphosis is back up, and in that time you need to decide to either grab the Roche, or you need to find a pick-off and have more time for the Roche. And since this lineup doesn't take Roshan all that fast, or even if you do, you'd have to spend the Unleash for it and then probably get contested and lose. They pick the option to try and find a pick-off, but they know they only have half a minute and those seconds are ticking. Incredibly enough, though, after all of this, they actually get Roshan, because Yellow Submarine spent everything.
The end result is still Nemiga favored for Aegis, sure.
Yeah, but only for Aegis.
Yeah, it's just the Aegis and a banner. It's not even a Refresher Shard, or from the other side of the map, a cheese.
You love to have a cheese on the IO. Like, and it was only 30 seconds tonight, but the fact that it doesn't line up with the Metamorphosis. No, you cannot, because the Metamorph is at your door. You have the Aegis now for the defense, otherwise you would have none. King just walks up.
He's giving the info. He sees Mixa. Really just down to a race. He's probably spamming that jump. He's got that ball lightning ready to go, and there they go onto Nikki Cool instead, and just gone. Creeps are coming in a second. They're already pinging the wave. It is a bit far away, but King continue to stand inside the base with that Metamorph.
Nikki Cool's 1,000 short of a buyback.
Let me just state that tooltip. King is a powerful demon form with a range attack. Yeah. 906. You tell me if that's powerful or not.
And he just bought a Blink Dagger. He is so ready to end this.
courier around a bit there. Marcy spots the Wisdom Rune. Has the Abyssal now picked up. It's got to count now. Can't even hit the TP illusions here. Already down a half HP, Lucas. Now they finally decide to jump on King, but Ike is also being targeted by Erase at the same time. Big burst coming in from the Unleash, and it's almost enough. The bubble save is there. Erase looking for the jump away, and he'll be safe. As the core, he's got Lucas right next to him. Rue gonna get focused. He's one down. Can Lucas get anything else out of this? And he's gonna get relocated back to the fountain, heal up. But it is a mega creep situation.
I'm over here.
No matter how much damage you have, yes, can focus buildings at the same time.
Yeah, this is what the fights should have looked like. For an Nemiga, you get these heroes to come into you, you return with the Mars, separate everybody off. Lucas punches down the supports, or very close to getting Storm Spirit there, and all the while the Lina should be laying into them. Like, you can see how this draft was supposed to work, and it would have packed a punch, but with the Lina, once again, carelessly getting caught out instead, all they have to do is face up against the Megas.
Stupendous.
It's going to look like the end of the road for Nemiga's tournament life as well if they can't corral and get this game back in their hands. Honestly,
it's over.
It does feel like it's over.
There is an AD rune on King. It's got it bottled. It's that over.
On the positive side, you've got less buildings to defend. I remember when Cinderin threw me this joke back in the, TI qualifiers, like TI 10.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
It's a fact.
Probably not something you want to hear.
No, it's a different fight. Because there is more space to maneuver.
Easy
lives.
60 HP, but it's not enough, and Marcy's gone. There's the Aegis out. He still has BKB and has the Abyssal. Nikki Cool also being pushed around. And it's just, Nemiga can't mount the defense. It's too much to deal with. It's too much to deal with. Ike trying to help him out. The relocate's still available, but no. That's it for Nemiga. Yellow Submarine, and can we get the Rampage from Mr. King? Just need a crit or something to land here. Come on, you can get it. You can get it. There we go. Just before the timer runs out from that GG call. It's a Rampage. 14-0-6 for the Sir himself, and Yellow Submarine also clean out the clean 2-0 sweep in this series.
Absolutely dominantly, but at the very least, we actually got to see Nemiga play a game now. We got to see what they have for us when the lanes go well, when they have some leverage. And the ideas behind it are right, but sometimes they're late, sometimes they're unlucky, sometimes they're too hasty. There's a lot of basics that need fixing here, but at the very least, thank the Lord, we got to see what they can do if they get themselves off to a proper start with a proper draft.
Yeah, the Yellow Submarine does look stellar. Definitely compared to the previous tour, I think things are on the up and rising. Things are looking better for this, and I'm happy and I'm excited to see the results that they're finally getting on the board. How will they fare against the remaining series that they still have versus Navi Junior on the final day, and of course before that tomorrow, Rest Farmers, who look to be on the rise as well. So two rising teams going to be playing against each other tomorrow, but. Nemiga Gaming does look like it's the end of the road for them. They'll still have a couple series remaining. They can impact the situation for Monte, and tomorrow versus Navi Junior, the remaining series that they have. But I don't think 4 points is going to be enough because it hasn't in any of the tours so far, unless we're going to see more ties come out from the other teams, and perhaps even just two teams dominating the rest of the pack. With everybody already losing games and winning games, I don't think Nemiga will stand a chance, which is an upset. And, of course, upsetting for them, too, because they won that previous tour. However, Kips, I don't think we should rant for too long. We have another series knocking on the door already. So, Navi Junior versus Night Pulse. After the break, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Time for the second series of the day as we are done and dusted with our opener with Yellow Submarine taking the 2-0 versus Nemiga. Here with T-Panda and Kips, we're going to take you on Navi Jr. versus Night Pulse. Two teams that have been, until this Yellow Submarine victory, been sitting at the top of the group with both 3 map victories and 1 loss. So 2 O's and ties even on the board for both of these two. And you were also talking about this is probably the highlight series of the day to watch as well, because I'm too excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, definitely as far as like the kind of plays that are going to come through, right? So we have Navi Jr., who in the games that they've won, it has come a lot to the point of personal outplays, understanding your heroes better than the rest, getting an advantage in the laning stage, and then building it out through playing the team fights better. Special shout out here to young Niku, of course, on the mid lane with some, well, I personally hope they were done with the Kottles now, but you know what, if he picks another Kottle, I could see why, because they just keep on owning with that hero.
Yeah, they definitely seem to as well. And you talked about the ups and downs. You know, yesterday they did manage to play that Marcy Iowa in the first game. Stretched the game to 65 minutes only for Monte to win it in the end. It was basically a losing battle from start to finish, but they were able to keep the game competitive for a very long time. See how they come up today, because their opponents are going to be a bit of a different caliber. Night Pulse, who I also think are on the rise. They basically have been looking really solid. I mean, of course, they took the 2-0 versus Nemiga. I would say it was an upset series, but now that I see Nemiga at the bottom of the board, I think there might still be a bit of, room for doubt. But I think with this series, if they can win this one, they will clear those doubts.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would be easy to say that this is just a team that plays towards VTune, right? And I do think that that's partially what's going on here, because VTune is just so easy to play for. He is so reliable. He knows how to play his lane. He knows when to get active in the game. But I also definitely think that the other part of the strength is Kami on their offlane. And that makes it very easy for Warwick to play a role with a little less pressure in the middle. We saw him play some great Earth Spirit yesterday, where you have 2 really strong lanes that you can rotate towards and let them deliver the real beatdown, and you're just more like giving the go signal, right? And that makes for a very flexible playstyle, because you could reinforce either of those lanes. You don't necessarily rely on winning your mid lane one-on-one or for your supports to rotate there. And I'm curious to see how that matches up versus the individual power that Navi Jr. is packing.
Oh yeah, like with the the matchups they had yesterday, you talked about Warwick's Earth Spirit. He was playing against potentially one of the, maybe the weaker link of Yellow Submarine in terms of some of the hero picks. Of course, that was a double Coddle for Erase. Still a mid hero that's going to establish a lot of control around the map and open up the game. Still have a good laning stage no matter what. It's a Coddle. and he would actually put up the fight to him already in the laning stage, try to fight versus the Coddle, not let him just full-on free farm. Didn't win that second game, though, so that one ended up being a tie. Now you have to face against this up-and-rising star player of Niku, which is going to be a bit of a different challenge compared to a race yesterday. And going back to as well as the first phase bans are still going through, Nightpulse is surely going to target some Na'Vi heroes that have already been played in this tournament, and I'm looking at that punch.
Yeah, exactly. It feels every time that you don't mention a pudge is because people are forgetting about it, and you do too. And Na'Vi Junior will be very quick to remind you. So, no pudge for the young Ukrainians this time.
10 seconds.
It'll come back for sure. Somebody will be like, do we really need to ban the pudge? And like, no, but you know, pudge, long build up, gonna need some aghanims first, yada yada.
True, yeah.
And then they're, gonna get read the
get
good word of
the
our
juice.
Lord and Savior. Yes, they're gonna get the juice, exactly.
The IO ban at least makes a lot of sense here. Both teams are looking to pick that hero up, so banning it out on Na'Vi Junior's side, and of course the SD Disruptor. A lot of supports being targeted here. Nightpulse, do they ban another core? Because they have at least sometimes opened up with PMA's hero pick, and from time to time even maybe a support Days or Riddies. We've seen the Coddle being flexed into position 4 versus the IO Marcy from time to time. So that also could be an idea. But then again, there's a lot of heroes to ban from Na'Vi Junior. And I think with their big hero pools, the way that they get into the draft, there's always going to be a strength for Na'Vi to play with.
I think so. Well, this is not a pick I'm a fan of. Nightpulse, I understand, right? The problem with Pango is from a game design standpoint, is his kit. He does too much. He scales with items while also being a team fight in a bottle. He has mobility, he has disable, he clears waves, but it's got a lot of weaknesses, and not even,
Well, you put this on yourself. They just insta-lock in Bloodseeker. Such a Na'Vi Junior thing to do, And a lot of teams would have considered, what's a support that's good here? And then Nightpulse is like, well, we got 2 bans. We could ban Bloodseeker and something else away from this Pango. Nope, they're just going to lock it in.
Team ban.
Yeah, and the worst part is that actually with this Bane ban here, they're still protecting it. They're still protecting the Pango, and it's already gotten a really big counter pick right to the face. You're gonna ban the Grimstroke here too? Are you? Puck, maybe? You only have 2 of them.
Yeah, I think the Grimstroke would make sense here, but still, more and more targets that the Pango needs to get rid of. They're still going to get the Primal Beast through, which is also another thing to worry about. Primal Beast, Pulverize, and Rupture does work.
It's fun times.
Yeah, so always fun, when you're being dragged around and you're bleeding at the same time.
Yeah. No, I'm getting reminded that Dota has an actual axis. It's not just a flat game. It's like, up and down also counts as distance.
Not everything is just pain and pleasure.
It is. That's a motto for life.
And there goes the Primal. Sure, yeah, it's pretty straightforward from here. Though, Na'Vi, what are they afraid of? Or are they afraid of anything? Because they haven't really shown any fear in these last few days that they've been playing. Seem like they're very comfortable going up against almost any matchups, and they'll find a way through. I feel like everyone has been excelling on this team, supports included. Na'Vi Junior looks like a very complete package. And I think today is the statement day, where you're going to prove all the doubters wrong. That Na'Vi Junior is not a team to be trifled with.
Yeah, exactly. Today's the day where you write in for the ticket towards the, hopefully the upper bracket of the, or I should say the later go into the playoff bracket, not just the playoff bracket itself. You aim for the stars here.
Aim for the stars to make more stars. Well, let's see what the second phase is going to bring us. Na'Vi Junior very likely to pick up the support to pair up. Necessarily could be the laning duo. It could just be the Bloodseeker Batrider for the safe lane. This is one idea to always get your blood rights to connect with the flame break. Make sure that they are going to get silenced. And this is a very straightforward answer. We'll just bring up the Oracle right away. Not only just the lasso counter, but all the damage that is being dealt, Oracle will reduce. Or in this case, remove as well. There's a lot of magical damage that will not go through. And give you, and at least this will give Pango a chance at life. You can roll with Oracle.
Yes.
I'm reaching here, I know, but it is a fact.
5 seconds remaining.
No, I
If
mean,
your
it's,
sole job
it's-
is a Rolling Thunder, Oracle will let you do that.
Yeah, he will let you do that. No, and the heals are important versus the thirst. It's good to have the immediate counter for the lasso, as you said. In general, also being able to purge off things like the AoE silence is... There's a lot of things for this Oracle to do in this game. Of course, you are going to be hunted now by this Tiny, who might be a core Tiny as well. You have two phenomenal targets here in the Oracle and the Hoodwink for squishy supports who will remain burstable for so long.
And also there's a lot of synergy for Bloodseeker's damage output here with both the Bat and the Tiny. Rupture works with both of these movement abilities that Bat and Tiny have. It's not quite the Tusk, which is also great for like high ground defense. When you pick up Aghanims, you can kick and bleed, but you can toss and bleed, or you can lasso and bleed.
Yeah, I'm just like, stop hitting him. He's already dead.
It's not just the Pango. This does apply to everyone on the field, and included with this Lifestealer here. You know, he is also not fully clear. If a Bloodseeker picks up an Aghanims at some point of the stage, he'll get himself that barrier. Lifestealer won't do a whole lot of damage to a Bloodseeker because he doesn't necessarily ramp up in HP, because barrier is a whole different thing. That's not HP on top of HP. It's a separate source, which doesn't really benefit the Lifestealer's feast.
Yep, exactly. So for the matchup here, I mean, and into a puck as well, sure, you are less bothered by it than some other heroes, but at the same time, you're not going to catch the puck itself. Somebody else is still going to have to lock that puck down for you. And otherwise, games with a Lifestealer in it, you very often see people run around a Lifestealer in circles, perhaps here, because who knows how fast this Bloodseeker is going to be.
Yeah.
And completely ignore him, because I don't see a reason for either of these two cores to fight the Lifestealer personally until they're ready for it. And I don't really see a way for Nightpulse to force them to fight that Lifestealer either.
Yeah, they can kite. They can kite really well
Yep.
with Navi Jr. That's something you have to see, is how does Nightpulse approach in a fight. Picture in your mind a Lifestealer looking for a target to hit.
10 seconds
Will need
remaining.
Rage most of the time. He's going to get hit by Flame Breaks, pushed away. He's going to
5
get hit by
seconds
Avalanches.
remaining.
There might be a Coil. And that Coil at 25 will also go through the Rage, which means Lifestealer, if he's in, he's not getting out. He will get stunned. And for that particular reason, I really like this puck pick, because it gives you scaling versus this Lifestealer if the game doesn't end early with this Bloodseeker carry. Both of them scale very nicely in this particular matchup. But there's a lot of battling, and Navi Jr. has an easier way to open fights and start fights, and also stretch fights because of the kiting potential. So we're throwing in a curveball, and am I looking at a Morphling mid here?
I think you are. Yeah, that is the only reasonable option that I see here, and I mean, that's exciting. That is exciting news, because that means that we're going to see somebody push the, presumably already on the phylactery. How much you can really get out of this Morphling.
I'm not gonna lie, an offlane Morphling with Phylactery also looks good in terms of damage output. But we'll see.
Yeah, and that suits the tricks they've been pulling with Kami, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, Kami is the one that I'm really looking at. Like, if he can also pull off an offlane Morphling, like, hell, what can this guy not do?
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. I think that in any other team, if you look at this draft, you'd be like, oh, we're analyzing a mid-Morphling here. I'm going to immediately go with you. The fact that this is a Pangolier and they have to sack him a bit, it's not going to be the best lane. We've seen that
it's
that's
an offlane Morphling.
Yeah,
wow. Okay.
No, this is their MO.
This is really cool. Not just because it's an offlane Morphling, it's because it's the team that's doing it has already impressed me so far. I I can't wait to see what this is going to do. It might look very weird. Probably going to be like, it's a one-trick pony. It's an adaptive strike spammer. You do get a long duration stun too if you are a strength gain Morphling. And that will also still do damage with the phylactery, which is handy because Bat's not a high HP hero early on. Same for the Tiny. Tiny will scale, get bigger. You also have a natural Lincoln's Popper if a Lincoln's would show up on the side of Navi Jr. Plus, I think it complements their Lifestealer a lot because having Morph and Lifestealer, Morph can also steal or turn into an enemy hero, steal some of those abilities that could help the Lifestealer approach fights. So, a bit of a curveball into the mix, but what do you think, Kips? I think we need to see more and study a bit what Kami's going to do with this Morph.
We do, yeah, but the bones of the philosophy are already very clear, right? They're saying our damage is not on the mid lane, where a lot of people put it. Our damage is on the side lane, and we play towards that side lane with somebody who really only needs levels. And Kami has already shown that he's ready to risk it with that Weaver first up, and it's really just all about him delivering the damage, him making plays. I could see him do a lot by stealing, for example, Niku's form in this game, which is a classic Morphling thing to do. And by approaching the game like this, with picking a hero that's guaranteed going to deal damage, you avoid falling into any kinds of mid-game holes where you don't have any plays to make. Because the guy that makes the plays is not the guy that deals the damage. These two's roles have been split off for one another.
I'm not sure if you saw what I saw, but that's a level 30 Morphling, by the way, for Kami. So this is not his first rodeo.
It is not. Alright, you know what? Bring me in. I need to see this.
Yeah. And, of course, if you guys are not watching this right now and you're on your mobile apps, that's a good idea. But if you haven't got it yet, the 1xBet mobile app is still there, and it's not going to disappear. Go and grab it for yourselves, and keep an eye open on this game, because, honestly, we are not highlighting things for nothing. We're not fake hyping shit. Honestly, if you've never listened to us cast, this is probably a very unique occasion, because this is I've played Morphling off lane 7 years ago. That was when adaptive strike stun was actually very good because it was a 4-second stun. Now it's a maximum of 2.4, so it's very different to what it was back in the day. It's been that long since I've cast an off-lane Morphling game, and that was on my first year as actually doing professional Dota.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to illustrate it differently, but a little bit more personally. The people who are casting this for you right now are a Finn and an autist. And we're both giggling like little children. Something's up, guys. And now it would be a darn shame if Kami's gonna let us down, but I don't think he will. Level 30. Bring it.
Battle begins.
And of course, we completely did not notice, but express ourselves about this Slark carry that was the last pick of the draft for Got the Juice.
Who cares?
He's got a lot of these tempo-type heroes that he's been playing so far, and now Slark isn't your go-to hero. In a lot of cases, it's a very versatile carry. It's good. It can be really good with scaling, but it doesn't suit everyone, and it doesn't really suit the meta in every case. But now that these drafts are all over the place, I think it also opens up a gap that Got the Juice could have a very good Slark.
It could be, yeah. And the way that these teamfights are gonna go, the start is a little fragile, right? Because you need the Slark to build up stacks and not die, and then the Slark does also need to go in for those, because if nobody gets low, the Bloodseeker doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
He's immediately trading with Kami here, who not intimidated by losing some stats.
Yeah.
The only problem here is that he's going to be flipping in and out of the Thirst, which the Bloodseeker is going to appreciate.
Yeah, yeah. Also, one thing I still want to say about this Morphling is our beloved Ubu brought us some Morphling stats. Because I know if you're a Grandmaster, you've got a whole lot of games on this hero. Like, we talked about me having like 540 games on Enigma, and I'm like 600 XP from level 30. Kami's Morphling, 587 games on a positive win rate. So he's definitely played this a couple times.
Yeah. He's a pro, he should have a positive win rate. But, you know, it's the sheer number. Like, that's a lot of games even for a pro.
Yep. But let's not keep ourselves fixated too much on that. Of course, the mid matchup Warwick is keeping up very nicely. Like the thing with these Pango versus Puck matchups, usually you get to see the Puck is very low on HP, but has the same amount of CS as the Pango. This is the exact same case in this matchup, especially I think it got a lot better with, again, the shield crash change from magical to physical. Puck normally low HP, doesn't have a lot of armor. I think this matchup has gotten better for the Pango.
Yeah, I think so. And because it's very bursty both ways, I think it's one of the few where the Pango suffered the least from the nerfs in the first place, where he still got a lot out of the shield crash in terms of like personal defense every single time. Whereas a lot of the matchups that have gotten worse and worse are the ones where he just gets chipped down. It's like, okay, I'm gonna shield crash so I can get some last hits. Not I'm getting last hits and then I can shield crash whenever I need it. And Warwick, very trading focused player, at least yesterday on the Earth Spirit, and I'm going to keep an eye open on how his style continues here, because right now...
Nice stretching there from Nico. Is looking for the kill, but he's instead tanking a lot of damage from that tower, has to phase shift and walk away. But all of this is complementing the Bloodseeker. He'll have that extra mobility, even if he's only level 2 right now. Every little bonus, every little bit helps here. Well, got the juice. I think he's at the hardest start for the moment. Slark at 8 CS to Kami 16 and 9 denies. So this Morphling is already ahead of the Slark.
Yeah, 17, 18. He's got a wave under his tower right now. Got the juice is... I mean, he's in a range matchup, which is something that a Slark is usually... They did not see this switch coming. Like, we were thinking about it, but they certainly were not.
And also, how do you adapt and adjust with things like these?
I mean,
obviously, if you've done your research, you might suspect a Morphling to come out, but what they could do here in the top lane, got the juice and Riddies, doing a sizable amount of damage onto the Morphling, and he will live, even with just 1 point and attribute shift. He'll be good. At the same time, in bottom lane, PMA will be a difficult catch because of that trade happening in top.
Oh, he's definitely benefiting from the Morphling here.
But diving Kami under the tower here.
Yeah. He's still cool as a cucumber. Still very far up in Agi right now. No worries, this is not a lineup that can burst him whatsoever. It's all sustained damage, and that means that the Morphling gets the maximum amount of damage output in these trades, as long as you finesse it.
Nice little glyph there. I was looking at bottom as well. PMA was like, I'm going to blood right this entire creep and these waves, but no. He was also playing this life in the mid lane.
He would have been dead if there was another stroke on that swashbuckle.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Have to go all the way back home. Pango taunting him a bit with the voice lines. The right thing to do. You know, when you get under your opponent's skin, that's the right way to do it. It's 29 to the 18 on the puck. And actually in CS, there's green colors on top of the board. PMA tries to keep V2 at bay, but it does look like V2 is going to pick up the first kill. It will be secured by the Oracle with a 2-point heal. That level 3 Oracle burst is one of the deadliest in the game, in the early game even.
Yep. Oh, it's the classic. Feature is only going to get these kills if his Oracle lets him. That's all there is to it.
That's definitely all there is to it, indeed.
Let's see if he feels merciful, but no, these lanes are going absolutely phenomenal for Night Pulse, and that sets you up for a really good transition out of the laning stage as well, because Kami, the Dire
fighting in the jungle meanwhile.
In here.
PMA, with the help of Daze, the Blood Grenade gets thrown out, the Oracle drops low, but with the Rolling Thunder, Warwick will keep his buddy alive, but they will also miss out on the tiny kill to keep PMA at bay. But yeah, as we were saying, like, the laning stage exit is going to look really good here for Night Pulse, even though a Hoodwink does get scouted out by Nico. He'll use the coil for the kill. They also find the stacks.
Yeah. Riddies would love to take this. A shame that Firefly has such a long cooldown, huh?
Already drooling.
Yep. It's good for him to have to wait. But yeah, the fact that this Morphling is completely uncontested gives so much freedom to the supports to move around. The Oracle taking the portal right now. I'm going to see if they can make an attempt on Gut to Juice, who's only level 4. It's going to break 5 pretty soon, but the nuke damage in this lane should be more than enough to take him down, and the wave is pushing. They got a ward as well.
Nico coming up with that haste rune. Silence on the Morphling first, and the burst might be enough to kill him, but not quite. They'll have to do it the old-fashioned way, and they actually find a kill of their own. Takedown got the juice, and here comes Warwick with the rotation as well. Roaming right on top of Nico. He won't even get the chance to orb away. And that's already 2 for Night Pulse. They're looking for a third. Gritty's Courier gets killed by Kami. And there we go.
Boy.
So that's, you know, the one thing you can do versus a Morphling without a lot of stat items is go for the early silence and try to burst him down. Fell a bit short, and that presents its opportunity to turn. Look at this.
No, it's the full stick that saves him here, and then the silence is simply not long enough duration. And after this, the burst is gone, and Kami is once again in that I'm a Grandmaster Morphling, I will only shift as much as necessary and right-click you for ridiculous damage in between.
Yeah, and that Fate's Edict as well, all that magical damage, which was the source of Navi trying to get this kill, is just gone.
Yeah.
4,000 ahead now, looking at net worth. Lifestealer is pulling ahead. The Morphling is second in net worth. I'm not going to lie. I see Kami playing this Morphling offlane, makes me want to give it a try. I'll probably lose like 15 games in my pubs, but I want to see how this one goes out because I'm already influenced.
I mean, sure, but you better get yourself a mid player who's ready to just swing back and
the game
forth.
if you're going to end up feeding.
Yeah. Oh, you just carry the tempo of the entire match, swinging back and forth through the middle of the map like a pendulum. He was just top, now he's mid again. Presumably next time he's going to be bot.
Well, there is one person who I know is a decent mid player. Also the person I'm going to be casting a Finnish tournament with. Shout out to Tommy, HKNST. He's I'm not sure if he's going to abide with me just spamming an offlane Morphling, and he's like, yeah, do I have to carry this game again? Like, what are you doing, Panda? but yeah.
Maybe play it past the bots a couple of times first. Get at least the mechanics in your fingers.
But then again, if we look at the game from Navi Junior's perspective, you know, you need to build this game towards the Slark timings. Of course, this Bloodseeker is capable of crawling early, and the same thing with the Puck. But right now, things aren't quite going your way. You are being pressured by Night Pulse already. How do you find these openings for yourselves? What are the... Oh, well, it looks like they're just going to be on the receiving end. Is it Bloodseeker's dying at bottom?
No, you are currently getting stomped. It's
How's your way out
a
from
couple of thousand gold short of a raffle stomp.
Yeah. How do you get out
well,
of that?
Well, it's gonna tell you, it's not gonna look good, because you're hoping that you get more time once the game slows down to have taken down your first outer towers, but there's a ton of mobility on the enemy cores that are going to be hunting you. So you're not going to get that much of a rest. And then on top of that, I don't see any big AoE or big control spells where you can turn a team fight around with, apart from the coil, perhaps. But even there, like, there's a bunch of ways for them to be able to ignore the coil, including just making sure that you purge somebody who broke the coil. So that's also hard. I think what you're going to be looking for is dragbacks and tossbacks, and that means you gotta prioritize the tiny blink dagger, which they are, I think, already doing with Daze taking over this lane from PMA. And of course you don't want to do this. PMA would rather get more out of the lane first, but he can jungle, the tiny cannot.
Yeah. They're hunting the Slark here with the smoke. Janter and Warwick coming in with the cover of darkness. Of course, that tier 1 is still up. Kami is with Khaduo. They're at the tower. They will spot the Batrider farming here, so Warwick will get a kill. Even if it's not the Slark, it's something. That will slow down the potential blink from this bat. Still 800 gold short from it. Daze, meanwhile, snipes D2's Courier. At least it wasn't his Radiance.
That's worthwhile. Yeah, that could have been a whole lot worse. And again, a Radiance at this time, I know V-Tune is good, but ooh.
If he skipped the armlet, it could have been a relic at least.
Yeah, it could have been, but one of the reasons why I like V-Tune's Lifestealer more than that of others is that he almost never skips that armlet.
Got the juice, will pop his ulti as Warwick was diving under the tier 2, forcing the whole of Navi Jr. They missed the coil as well, but the lasso could still connect. Riddy's so close to getting it. The defusal comes up from Warwick, and he's got another swashbuckle ready, and now they could turn. They're going to turn things around. The Bloodseeker dropping low on HP already. Warwick going all the way to Riddy's. Riddy's will be held in place with the root. Daze is trying to catch the Hoodwink, but Kami also coming in from behind. A little bit of damage, waving forming in. They'll take down Riddy's, and Daze is just going to fall to these right clicks. Kami will take this one, and Niku, almost getting caught by the bushwhack, just barely gets out with that waning rift. So the chase from Navi Jr., they end up losing heroes with it.
No, they don't have either the control or the damage to get themselves an opening kill and get that Bloodseeker going. And that's what I was the most worried about, is that you need to get the fight started. Once they start, I think you're in a good place because you have very good potential for the long fights between a Bloodseeker and a Slark. But the fact that instead he overextends, hops a fully charged sharpshooter to the face and then has to retreat means that all of the other chip damage that you've been doing doesn't actually mean anything, because your Bloodseeker is the one who needs to capitalize, and he's already out.
At the moment, you know, Night Pulse, they're looking surprisingly good, because I would have said that Navi Jr. is going to come in fighting into this series, but, you know, this is not the start for the day. They 2-0'd Rest Farmers. They tied Monte, which was also a top 4 team in the previous tour. And now Night Pulse, this team that nobody really knew anything about, has just been making everybody look silly.
Yeah, but it's absolutely an outdraft here, right? This is the Morphling pick is, you can't see it coming. You can't really do anything against the fact that your top lane is now guaranteed going to get destroyed, for example. And that draws attention, that draws resources, that makes your other 2 lanes weaker. And then we do have the overperformance of Warwick in the mid lane as well, I'd like to say. They're already here. Nico was waiting.
Bushwhack catches Daze. Rolling Thunder being loaded up here. Cast all the way through. He'll take the kill. Beechun does get ruptured up. He's going to need some help here. Get out of the coil. And of course, there's that little nifty trick. You know, you coil him up, I'll infest myself that way. He's already on the run. Niku dropped low. Kami waiting for the orb to show up, and Warwick was also going that way. Niku sticks around. Janter will have to fight with this Puck. The lasso is used on Zavich, and there's so many fights going on at the same time, but they're finally coming together. Niku gets blown up by Kami. The adaptive strike from Kami is too much to deal with. He's on a killing spree now, still unkilled, and actually top of net worth with the morph. Got the juice. All he can do here is just steal in Wisdom Rune.
It's something, but yeah, Kami here as well, prioritizing getting tanky and being an obstacle over dealing damage. I thought that we'd see the phylactery come out.
I thought so as well.
He said, yeah, but no, he's just going to, because one of the things that he's
I'm the carry now.
No, but it's not just that, right? It's not just that. It is also that if you get tanky, you can continue playing up really far on the top side of the map and demand attention in a situation where you're not close to rounding this game out at all yet. You have like 10 minutes more to cross before you can think about, all right, how are you going to take high ground? And in that time, the further forward you get to play as this Morphling, the more you're fulfilling the strategic role of an offlaner.
Yeah. And he also gets to, you know, he gets a lot of freedom in this game. Very close to getting this kill, but the Oracle heals actually keep the Tiny alive. But I mean, I was expecting a different type of item build from Morphling, obviously, because if he's played this many games, he's figured out the build that works, but he's building the build that makes Morphlings work in this current patch, which is exactly the same as a carry. So no changes there. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a catch here onto Janter. The Hoodwink is baiting them in. The reinforcements are arriving. Got the juices low, gets his ulti off. Janter goes down. Radius is also low, but the Rolling Thunder. Warwick sees now where the Slark is. Slowed up as well and burnt out of mana, so he won't be able to pounce away. He'll have to forfeit his life. So you killed the support, but you lost your
expensive squirrel. Yep. I just don't have the burst damage right now to make it worthwhile. There is an AD rune on Nico right now. He does have the Witchblade. This is damage.
Yep.
If you want to get Nico a good fight, you're going to have to sacrifice at least PMA or Got the Juice though. And you know what? If you're not pressuring at all, then, well, we're in that situation where you're going to have to pick who goes under the bus, otherwise the bus picks for you. It's honking really loudly in front of your top tier 2 right now.
Yeah, one expensive squirrel. I will tell you, squirrels were expensive in Finland back in the day.
Yeah,
was our means of trade.
Yes. The natural resources.
If only that worked the same way in Dota, that squirrel fur would also be worth, like, I don't know, 2k gold every time you kill a hoodwink. Probably not.
That would maybe balance her out a little.
Yeah. Tier 2 tower is also gone. Taken by Kami, keeping that pressure up.
Once again, basically playing on his own, which is why I'm saying that he's strategically playing like an offlaner, even if he doesn't have the same toolkit. Like, he's a constant thorn in the side of Navi on the top side, demanding attention or, you know, threatening to otherwise get over-farmed. And right now he's actually got the best of both worlds, where he's both been getting reactions and he's not died for it. And they're just leaving him. It's like, hey, you want this Morphling? And this Morphling? He's got a lot of stats. And meanwhile, they're flanking. And Daze actually... That was a little close.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's gotta be cautious. They're pinging the Oracle.
Now look at where Niku is farming right now. Look at where he is. And the Slark as well.
Yeah, it's the safest place. I mean, Slark was trying to take a tier 1 tower, B2 TP to defend it, and now there's a fight breaking loose. He attempted to kill the Oracle, and he might still die. Nope, he's back to full HP. That's all they got, was just a Rupture Toss combo. That's about it. Bloodseeker goes down, Kami picks up both of them. I honestly feel like it's kind of safe to say this game is at the point where you might just see a sudden GG.
I think it's over. The problem that you have is here you react exactly the way that you should, which is, oh, the enemy carry TP'd back to deal with our split pushers, and we get to go on the Oracle. Like, together, that's like the recipe for a comeback fight, right? Like, the Oracle has to false promise himself, their carry is not there, we can fight here, but they don't actually manage to bring everybody back in time. And on top of that, of course, the Oracle saves himself, and then you spend all your damage on the Oracle and nobody else dies. Well, maybe Janter dies again. Oh, never mind. Daze is not interested.
Gotta be a Riddies. Gotta be a Riddies that drops. And another kill. I mean, only 2 kills so far, both onto Janter's Hoodwink. 4 players that haven't died this game in the same team. Continuing on the same roll. Kill after kill after kill. Just making it look so easy. Sometimes a stomp can really, really look like a stomp, and this is definitely one of those games.
The game plays itself right now.
Yep. Goes on its own way.
And it's the same for the team that is on the losing end of a situation like this. The amount of momentum that comes against you is absolutely enormous. The amount of willpower that you need and the creativity to hold on and find a way to reach some sort of, not even a win condition, but just like a way to extend the game is also enormous. And I'm not sure if Navi is the kind of team, Navi Junior is the kind of team that has that kind of like resolve built up yet.
Resolve does sound like a key word here. They are cleaning out the creep wave. All of this is just a buy time for Slark. I know it is a defense, a hopeless defense. It will fall eventually, as it does. But with all those extra seconds, you're gonna take every bit of time that you can get. It's like, you know, you're defusing a bomb and you got 10 seconds left, but every time somebody destroys a creep wave, it's gonna give you like that quick pause.
Yep.
It allows you to think a bit further.
Exactly. No, I like talking about the creep wave clock. It's like you have something to do, 3 points on the map every 30 seconds. You know, how much time do you spend on that? The less time you spend on that, the more time you can spend on other matters.
Yeah. The creep wave clock, I like that.
Oh, Dota is, in the end, juggling. You're with 5 people and you're juggling a whole lot of balls, and the question is, how many of them are you going to... And somebody else is opposite you, another team, they're also juggling a whole lot of balls and they're trying to kick you in the shins. They're trying to kick them in the shins. Who keeps the most balls in the air?
You know, who kicks the hardest until they crack.
Yeah.
I was just
Who's
thinking
still
about
standing even when their shins
the
break?
creep wave clock that reminded me of something else, which was, I'm not sure if you're familiar with a metal band called Ginger.
Yes,
And
yes
they
I
had
am.
a song called Captain Clock, which is actually a pretty
Interesting.
banger track.
Well,
It's a pretty banger
I think
album.
everything Ginger puts out is pretty banger. But they're a little intense for me.
I love them.
I respect them greatly, but it's a little much. Keep these to the
Smokes are
top.
popping. V-Tune, well, they're going to see that they took the portal top, or at least someone took the portal top, but at the same time, reports are going to show Platoon marching into the Roche pit. So, Navi Jr. getting out of the way of Night Pulse. He's heading over to the top area to farm. The only little thing that you can do is just try and hit Crepes and get as much money as you can.
They will make their way over towards the Slark Aghanim Scepter before Nightpulse knocks on their high ground doors again, so that is something. BKB for the Bloodseeker, absolutely not. Not happening in this lifetime. Puck with 1500 in the bank, and I guess you need to start deciding what you buy right about now. Does have the phase shift attack.
Alright, so he bought the shard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So I guess that is the best value for money you can get, and now you go towards the Maelstrom and hope, pray to every single god you have that you get to split push this game out because they don't have that much catch for you. Like, this is supposed to be a good puck game. It is. It's totally free. You know, if you would get to play at all.
Yep, and Nico has been showing it. He's only died twice this game, but it's really not just down to him. Everybody else is having such a miserable time that it takes away from that perfect puck game. Meanwhile, Kami's courier found AFK in front of the tier 1 tower. Nico will take it. The team will get some extra gold from that. But there is a siege going on. It is Kami, it is V-Tune. Straight in the front. One thing you could do is try and make the rupture play. There's the Lotus Orb on V-Tune for good reason to protect them from that. The rupture toss. Kami also holding the Aegis on this offlane Morphling. Slark's already down to half HP. There's the rupture used. It's onto the Morphling, and Morphling is happy to stand in the rain, you know. Singing in the rain, even. Days will come into the buyback as V-Tune's already cleaned out the Tiny. Coming back. There's the toss with the coil. The coil snapped the stuns there. Still need to get through that first life. Can they get it? Doesn't look like they will. And I think that's pretty much the game over at that point. They just don't have the damage to deal with it. There's the GG call. We're done for game number 1. Night Pulse. They made it look so easy.
Yeah, huge outdraft. One of the biggest I've seen, I think, in the last couple of months, honestly. There's just absolutely nothing for you to do here if you're Navi, short of like running down towers with 5 players super early on and hoping that somebody's stuck on the wrong side of the map. You don't get any space to breathe whatsoever during this game.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder here for Navi Jr. Just 2 kills in a game like this really tells that, yep, it's back to the drawing board and try to figure things out. What really went wrong this game, because it all started from the draft. That's just too many answers. Too many questions to start being answered. So I just hope we see something different. I don't think we need to stay here ranting for too long, Kips, because we all know what happened. We all saw what happened in this first game. We'll just have to see if Game 2 is going to be any more competitive than that, because we're expecting Navi Jr. to also show up on the board and really show what they're truly made of. But that is after the break. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Nightpulse almost making things look a bit too easy with that 18-2 finish versus Navi Jr. in game number 1. But now time to look at the second game, and hoping that Navi Jr., of course, would fare a bit better, considering this was the battle of the top teams in Group B for the current time. But Nightpulse pulling off ahead, and I feel like they keep, I wouldn't say keep surprising, but I guess now that you put the names on the board and do a bit of research, you'll see that this roster is actually pretty, I won't say star-studded, but definitely very capable Kips.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the both of us have been thinking about Kami a little bit, because we, like, I mean, I have my biases with Zayats, but T-Pan has also followed the scene for a long time, so we're both like, man, the Kyrgyz players are fun, right? And we were both like, man, where did this Kami guy come from exactly? And then roughly at the same time, just now in between the games, we were like, wait, but this guy is Grandmaster Morphling, it's a Kyrgyz player.
And he has a
That's
Liquipedia
just
page.
Dream, isn't it? Yeah, he has a Liquipedia page, and on the Liquipedia page it says Dream, so, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that solves all of our issues, but, you know, that makes me very excited. Yeah. No, but I'm very excited, because I have a lot of big capital O, and probably actually capitalize the entire word, opinions about offlaners and carries and them switching into each other's roles. And now we get to talk about that a little bit more, because he has been playing not like an offlaner, like a carry player, not just because of the heroes that he picked, but also the way that he's positioning on the map, the item choices that he makes. And maybe those are a little boring for some among us, but...
I mean, there's also probably a reason now why his Enigma looked a bit weird, because he didn't get to play it the same way as the carry would be playing, or the carry heroes he's used to playing, at least, because, you know, the late heroes that he's been playing in this month, there's Slarks, Lunas, Drow Rangers. Well, now we just saw the Morphling. That is his 4th most played hero in competitive, and also, like you said, Grandmaster. These aren't your POS 3 heroes, at least not the general ones. If we have to look at the hero pool, it's like, yep, Timbers, Marses, Primal Beasts, Enigmas, whatever you want to bring. These are your standard offlaners, but all the heroes that he plays is still through position 1, and he did not change that item build on the Morphling either. So I looked at, you know, the casual mana region. You've got the Null Talisman. You've got the Agi hero building up stats. You've got Wraith Band on top of it. He went for the Manta. He went for the Hurricane Pike. This is your carry Morphling build, just played from another lane. And Navi Jr. were also kind of suspecting, well, if they don't have the crowd control, which is what you're expecting from your POS 3, if he's going to be a damage dealer, he is going to feel a bit vulnerable during the laning stage. And they tried to exploit that by making that rotation with the puck, but unfortunately, level 1 Waning Rift is only a 2-second silence, and that's the 2-second timer you're given to kill the hero. They didn't make it work out. They lost 3 heroes after that, and pretty much from that point onward, Morphling had won that lane. There was no coming back from that.
Absolutely not, and then you just don't have the damage anymore. Navi Jr. immediate Oracle ban, interesting. So what I'm expecting out of this draft right now is we're going to see Nightpulse presumably try and pick Warwick as early as possible again, and Navi Jr. should take care this time to not fall into the trap of just countering him, because let's face it, that looked like a Pango game that was going to be absolutely ass. The fact that he outdid Nico on the mid lane was good, but I don't think it means nearly as much if your offlane doesn't just beat their safe lane to a pulp. Because then sure, you're Pango with a good game and nobody to rotate to, basically. And since that was not going to happen this time around, you know, he gets away with it. But he was fully countered in that game. And Navi Jr. now has to decide is, okay, are we going to do that again, but be more careful with how our side lanes line up? Or should we maybe let him get away with a little bit more, because we see what kind of price tag we pay for trying to counter the first core that they put on the board?
Indeed, so like that. It's a good point to bring out that Warwick would have such a good game, despite us talking in the draft that this is not a good Pango game. Why are they even picking first pick Pango even as a whole? Because it just got countered. But Navi Junior just falling flat before they were able to do anything to him. So got to keep an eye open on that early pressure that Night Pulse is going to be able to give in. And of course the exit from the laning stage. Well, there goes the Pango. Might as well just ban it. And of course, we're going to bring up the Coddle here. Again, it is Navi Junior, so 2 players to play this hero. Will not lock it into a specific role. And the instant Centaur locked in. So this is starting to look like your more standard offlane fix here for Kami.
Yeah. Way more standard, and also very different from the slapdown of the Zeus that MC did yesterday when the Coddle came onto the board. Instead, we're going to go for, okay, we're not going to go with a hero that fulfills the same role as you in the game and, also enables us to find you. It's rather just about, hey, whoever else we pick is going to be able to run us down, and we've run you down, and we have also secured the Centaur for ourselves.
Yeah. I will throw in a curveball here, though, Kips. This is not a guaranteed Kami Centaur.
No, I don't think so either.
Kheduo was the one who played the Centaur support, position 5, when he played the Lycan on the offlane for Kami. So that is also a flex pick.
No, absolutely. That's anybody who believes they're bullshit right now. I have a bridge to sell you. It might turn out to be a Centaur in the end, but for now, absolutely not. Like, who would lock Kami into a role like that right now at the start of the game, where you could also just last pick him, a one game essentially, like we just saw. Denying yourself that option is you gotta be lazy. You gotta hope that you can just get a game that plays itself. You win it in 20 minutes, and then you, I don't know, go outside, sit in the sunshine, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the worst enemy of gamers, touching grass.
5 seconds remaining.
Can sometimes be also a dangerous sign for the Radiant team to show up on the Radiant side of the map, touching grass, and they end up getting wiped. Gotta be careful about that too. They're gonna ban out the Life Stealer to end the banning phase and secure the IO for themselves. Since they do have that IO picked up, there's a Coddle on the other side. Navi is considering Daze could also play this Coddle now. Just because of not just the IO Marcy, but any IO pair-up. The Coddle 4 can prove to be a very strong hero. They won't get to play the Pudge, which was banned by Night Pulse, so no double hooks. I'll be saved by that.
I'm a little curious about the Lifestealer ban here, by the way, because Lifestealer usually does do very well. Like, he fights very well into the Coddle.
He does, and what I'm also thinking about here is, will Janter play that Centaur, or did they just lock in Kami for the Centaur, because that IO is very likely to be played by their position 5.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see. We'll have to wait and see how things unfold. I'm looking at Kheduo's Dota buff right now. See if I can find an IO in here.
I'm just looking at the amount of catch that Navi Junior just slapped onto the board. Got the Clockwork, he's got the Mars. Of course, the IO can relocate people out in case they get caught by either of those two. But as far as like enabling their own draft goes, you want them to hold, well, things in place for the Scuttle to blast onto. And these are two heroes that are very hard to be held into place. Although, I gotta say, Clockwork and Mars are probably the best, at least for a Weaver.
Yeah, the Kheduo IO, there was a bit, I think it was over 20 games and 63% win rate, so I think it's safe to say it's going to be the IO Weaver lane for Night Pulse into their safe lane, put the Centaur into the off lane, and of course, a last pick support. I mean, we've seen 23rd pause 4s, and most of the time it's been a Willow. Is there still room to flex a Weaver into the support role? Play Centaur Weaver lane and leave that IO pair up open. They're gonna, I was about to say they're gonna ban the Anti-Mage because they picked the Medusa. It's pretty self-explanatory. They do exactly that.
I'm clearly also very confident about the rest of their draft then, because they leave some time on the board there that they could have taken.
10 seconds remaining.
So what do you think they're gonna make with this Medusa? Do you feel like this is a good Medusa game, or does it tell too much about yet?
No, I think it's solid. You have this arena for the amount of area control that you have on Navi Jr. is absolutely insane, and then you have a bunch of area of effect damage on top of that. Like, I think in the clashes they should look absolutely phenomenal. The question is, of course, what happens if Nightpulse gets enough damage on their heroes that they start to play a pick-off game? Because once it's about the pick-offs, Navi Jr. can just bleed slowly, kill by kill by kill.
Dire team banned.
Alright, so they banned out the TA, which I think is a pretty interesting one here. It's probably because of the Caudal, and then they also ban a support because they don't exactly know where Navi's going to put this Caudal. Which I think makes sense. Just get rid of 2 heroes. Also, the Hoodwink does make Centaur's life a bit harder, breaking him too.
10 seconds.
And that burst that could potentially kill a Puck. Or even a Weaver.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm very curious what Navi Jr. is reading in this draft here right now. Because I'm also still confused. Like, is this going to be a Centaur 5, perhaps? Play IO Weaver on the offlane?
Yeah, or IO Weaver safe lane, Centaur paired up with a 4. Can they pick another Morphling into this game? Still in the pool.
10 seconds.
And of course, that could also be like a safe lane carry Morphling. That could work with the IO.
Remaining.
No, but versus the Medusa, like, you need to dunk on the Medusa in the lane as hard as possible. I do think that you need a ranged hero for that. And I honestly wonder if there are better picks than a Weaver, since what you're really looking to do is A, be able to match her range, and B, be able to dodge her snakes. And that is one of the things that the Weaver can do that a lot of other heroes cannot.
Yeah, they bring out the Lion that's going to lock in the Caudal for the mid lane. Niku Caudal. Mars with the Lion. Medusa with the Clockwork.
5 seconds.
Those are Navi's lanes. Nightpulse though. They have flexed their draft all the way to the final phase. What do they bring out here? They have some crowd control. They have tower damage. They have wave clear. Might as well be off with if that Weaver's not a carry, some BKB carrier to get away from Mars. The Mars Arena is already blocking projectiles, which is why when you say range hero, could be an idea, but I don't like it as much because of all the positioning, the jump, the clock, and the Mars can just get to it, and the Mars Arena just blocking those projectiles. And Lion is also countering a potential Terrorblade pick, destroying those illusions and that quick burst.
Like, so I'd honestly favor something like a Lifestealer here just because you can always walk out of that arena. But no, we are moving the Weaver to the safe lane here then. I mean, that is also a V-Tune special.
Yep. V-Tune Weaver, Kami Darkseer, sure.
But that Centaur was almost never going to end up on the offlane. And we get the proof here at the end.
Yeah, and he did get targeted quite a lot too, so there is value in flexing that hero to a support position, and we didn't see Janter play it. We saw Haduo, the IO player, till the end, pick up the Centaur previously, so now it's good to know that you have actually 3 players who can play the Centaur. But it is a double melee offlane, Darkseer and the Centaur. They have stuns on the Iron Shells to work with, but I don't think they're going to do too much to this Medusa. I do think that Navi Jr. is going to get a good safe lane for the early minutes. Medusa can then back away. They have the Caudal that can open up the map and the game. You've got Surge versus the Solar Bind, which will also help you early on from these early ganks. Maybe Kami also has to be involved with if their safe lane is getting ganked, for example. I think it's pretty hard. For me, honestly, I'm not the analyst here. I'm just saying it's kind of hard to read how this game is going to be played out between the two. Because we just saw a stomp.
Yes. Yeah, we just saw a stomp. No, and I think you're completely correct that this game is kind of hard to read because there are a lot of interactions here. Like, yeah, the Surge is very good versus the Solar Bind, but it's going to do absolutely nothing versus either the Cogs or the Arena. you have a double melee lane, which is a problem versus the Medusa, but not for the first 3 levels, which is where the Darkseer really needs to get over the hump, where it's actually very good to have a double melee, and they can actually bully this Clockwork together with some ion shells, which is something that a Clockwork normally doesn't do. There's a lot of moving parts here, and it starts really early on in the game as well.
Yeah, I can just act the dumb surfer here, you know, just enjoying the summer heat here and just looking good on camera and not knowing everything. Bit of a Jon Snow
No, but like
moment.
that is the thing though, Jon Snow. You know nothing, but I also don't know everything, and this one can go a lot of different ways as well. For example, early Clockwork rotations can kill a Weaver. It's one of the few cogs are one of the few things that a Weaver has absolutely no defense against. You catch a Weaver, none of his previous escape attempts apply. Like you got to get a sentry down, of course, but
yeah. Well, since we're waiting for the game to start, we have a bit of a pause. Kips, since we are having difficulties kind of reading how this draft is going to go, I'm going to ask for a bold prediction from you. So let's go into 50-50 power ranking. How would you state the drafts here if you had to choose? I can start first if you want me to. I would.
Sure.
I'll give Night Pulse the edge here, mainly because of the reason that Puck's still going to get a good start. It's a Caudle Puck matchup lane, and seeing what I've seen so far from Vtoon's performance and Kami's performance added with this draft, I'll give them a 65-35.
65-35. Okay. I might lean a little bit more towards Navi Jr. I think that a well-played Caudle game here could have really, really big impact, to the point where one of the things that I think needs to happen in this game is that Warwick actually has a pretty free game. But normally when you have a pretty free puck game, what you want for the rest of your team is to just be alive and taking damage, bringing up attention while you dance around them and kill off people one by one. They're not that tanky. Vtoon, we know that Weaver can get squished sometimes. The Darkseer, sure, tankier, but can actually, you know, not very maneuverable. It's very easy to lay into him. I'm worried that this game is going to come down to Warwick, which is, he's giving me no reason to doubt his ability to play these kinds of games. Like, he looks really sharp. But it hasn't been their playstyle for him to be the one to do it on his own.
All right.
So I'm favoring Navi Jr. here, and I'm going to say I'm giving them... I mean, 55-45 is such a coward's way out. 60-40.
60-40, all right, that sounds reasonable enough. We might as well throw you guys, if you're bored of looking at our faces, might as well look at what's happening in the game. Absolutely nothing, because we have a player who's lost internet connection, and that is unfortunately Mr. PMA on the Mars. So we're just waiting for him to come back and hope that the ISP is going to start working on time, because, hey, little mushroom guy is welcoming you to the 1xBet mobile application there. He's a happy camper.
Yeah. Games like this, very easy to follow from your mobile as well. If for some reason you can't be at your PC. Oh, that mushroom. He is such a happy little guy. I've had that courier forever, I think. That is one of my very favorites.
I think the courier that I've had almost all these years, I had Barnabas the Rabbit, and I actually had an unusual Barnabas at one point with like 70 euros worth of gems or something, that I was like, yeah, I wanted to make my courier look fancy, put some of those gems on him. But then I sold him a few years back, and then I got the regular Barnabas at some point.
Aw. Barnabas got a downgrade. You removed the
I got
the sparkling rims.
Well, yeah, this mushroom guy, you could also make some funny stuff if you got a... I'm not sure if you can actually get an unusual version of this thing. I think you can. I don't honestly know. I'm not an expert on skins.
The answer is that maybe somebody made that thing a while back, but it had to be a long time back, because things haven't been unusual for... Well, I think actually since roughly the switch to like the Source 2 client. Like... hands up in the chat if you were here for the first client.
Any boomers in chat out there?
Yeah, exactly. Oh god. We had a couple of really, really good memes back then with like the portraits on a full team lineup, making a little picture when they lined up. That sort of thing. Don't do that anymore. Of course, the Doom +1 armor, literally taking no damage meme is just about as old, I think.
Yeah, I mean, to say one hero, and also would have pointed out his item build, is actually the Centaur here, who is being played as a support, so he'll stick with the 0 armor. Usually you buy Ring of Protection for a good reason on this hero, but since he's support, he's got a Windlace, he'll be there to run and poke, instead of just soak damage and hit creeps.
I mean, not just run and poke, we are going to be chasing down either a Clockwork or a Medusa, depending who shows up with double Ion Shell on, I think. And if the Centaur loses his life in the pursuit of bloodshed, so be it.
I'm just counting up armor values while we're waiting for potentially our Mars to return at some point. What a quick glimpse, Navi Jr. They have this nicely rounded out 3 plus 2. That's 8. And Lion has also 2, so with the Clockwork, they've got, 13 armor. Night Pulse, you got 6, 0, 3, 4, and 1. So they have 14 to the 13 armor. They have more armor to start things off with. Hey, you always learn something new from Dota.
Stats.
Yeah. Stats for the regular viewer, like, what the fuck are these casters talking about? It's like...
One of the things that I liked that you did was that you said that the player that wasn't there was PMA, unfortunately, and you said it almost like if it had been somebody else, you'd be like, nah, we won't miss him. Unpause.
Casters can't unpause, unfortunately, these days. Just the lobby host, which was a thing back in the day where, unfortunately, some casters did manage to press the F9 button by accident. I think that power has been since removed.
Yeah. And we also had the famous Phenol pause, where the admin did pause in the middle of the game. Was it an unpause? No, I'm pretty sure it was a pause.
Yeah. I have actually, 6 years ago when I was also doing some adminning work while play-by-playing, I would pause the game myself and explain to the audience why I have paused the game. But I did it for good reason. I had a reason for it. I won't go too into detail about that. Hoping we have a soon scenario, as Daze is pointing it out. 10 minutes is the allowed pause timer for teams to pause the game, and until at that point, the other team cannot unpause when they want to.
So the opinion that it should be unpaused automatically, so that there is no pressure on the other team to actually actively, they would have to actively press pause again in order to the unpause needs to be on the administration, basically. That's the way it should be done. And then nobody can be like, oh, there's such bad sportsmanship from the other team to not, just continue to pause. It's different if you're asking them to actually press it themselves. Because if you say that, it's like, well, actually, yeah, why would you do that? That pause is for if one of my players gets disconnected.
Well, it is what it is at the moment, as we're just Well, now I'm having brain farts because there's a pause going. usually it's like you see something happening in the game and you got something to talk about, and now we're in a pause. My brain is also going on a pause, and that's not a good thing.
Listen, we get this full day. We only get 10-minute breaks in between. Your brain's like, hey, is this a break? Do I have to feed the cats? Get myself a snack?
My cats are fed. At least. Well, at least the other cat. The other one, for some reason, refused to eat. It's a bit of a, you know, grumpy cat. Not a spoiled cat, though, but for some reason just, you know, looked at the cup and was like, hell nah. What are you doing, human? PMA has reconnected, which is a positive sign.
Usually need a little bit of time to get settled back in. Make sure that the game plan is alright and that the connection is actually stable now. Something about the server.
Yeah, still waiting for straight-up confirmation, of course, are we getting the game underway or not. Fortunately, there's too many moving pieces in this, and we're only just casting the game, so we'll have to wait for official confirmation from our production. See what the case is going to be with this matchup.
So we're here just basically to be pretty. Everybody else is doing all the hard work.
Oh, yeah. Me, at least. I'm here with the Hawaii shirt. And you, of course. You also look pretty good.
Thank you. I mean, I do have a Hawaii, but it's a little more understated than yours. So I don't know. Maybe I should have put on something a little louder. Get that competition going. You know, we're not here to say yes and we're here to say no but. Makes for a better show, am I right?
Oh, definitely. Gotta have a bit of eye candy. We, of course, this is the second series of the day. We're at the halfway mark with Navi Jr. and Nightpulse game number 2 waiting to get kicked underway. Game 3, the third series, Rest Farmers are going to be taking up against Monte, which is, again, you know, Monte trying to rack up some more points. They have tied 2 of their series so far. Rest Farmers, 1 win, 1 loss. That was against Navi Jr. on the first day, which was a bit of a surprising turn of events. But also taking a straight up 2-0 from Nemiga yesterday, which was a very well-deserved victory for Rest Farmers. That was the battle of a new team member and a stand-in on the other side. Got the Mind Control versus Fishman showdown.
Exactly, and I think that what we're going to see from that last series is the most strategic series that we've had so far. I think a lot of it is going to be about the map and not so much about pressing the buttons. But you know what? We get something real good to tide us over.
I do know what is up right now. It is confirmed PMA will get to play, but since internet apparently is down in the entire city block right now, he's on his mobile data. So on his mobile phone to connect to this game, and hopefully that also stays up.
Woof, yeah.
With the situation going around in the world, of course, hope that PMA can stick around for this game at least.
I don't envy him. Like, mobile internet, and depending on where you are, can be good enough to play like a serviceable Dota game on, but it's never going to be the same as your landline. And of course, completely, you know, if a strong wind blows and the trees outside rustle their leaves, then your signal gets bounced all over the place and you don't get jack shit of your packages. Yeah. So let's hope it is wind still, no clouds.
And just get the game out of the way. You know, it is the last game for Navi Jr. and Nightpulse both for today, so might as well just make it a good one. Get the most out of it. Drafting-wise, we did talk about the Centaur being opened up for Nightpulse. Ended up being a support in the end, but not for Duo. It went for Janter. So a third Centaur player for the team. Actually, sorry, it will be the second, because we haven't seen Kami play Centaur. So the offlaner refusing to pick an offlane hero for himself, because he did play the Morphling last game. But hey, now we're, at least with the Darkseer, we're back to the standards.
Exactly. This is offlane classic. This is... You gotta show that you understand more about the role than just where you need to be on the map. Although one of the reasons that I was pressing on that so much is, for example, I don't know if anybody remembers Resolution's quick shift to offlane. He tried that for 2 years, and even after 2 years you could still see that he was in positions where an offlaner would not be normally, but a carry player would.
Warwick has to be careful in this mid matchup with Niku, because still, even if you do get that phase shift picked up, you're going to have to dodge every Illuminate. Will not want to soak up any extra damage Niku's going to try to apply to him while pushing that wave out. And again, no camp block on the dire side of the map, so Bottle will have access to his camps. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there's a Clockwork potentially dying to the support Centaur. But then again, the Battery Assault will keep the Centaur at bay, so no kill in top either.
Very close. But this is exactly where you pick up that Windlace, because without the Windlace, you are slower than that Clockwork. With the Windlace, you match. And they're putting in so much work here. Like, you may not have any armor, but you're still so tanky.
Trying to kill V-Tune as well with a Blood Grenade used, and it's gonna be enough days in PMA. Hunt down the Weaver. It didn't look like it was a risky situation, but damage over time. He dealt to the kill.
Damage over time. And normally versus an IO lane, that really should not make the difference. Like, IO is the master of healing back over time, but Weaver, squish, 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 and quite a lot of disable and nuke available on the opposite side.
Very important kill for the off-lane duo to start things off the laning stage, and especially since Mars is the one to pick up, he'll finish his bracer, also the Gauntlets of Strength on top of it, has the HP to survive all this incoming damage, and also a Tango incoming for him.
Sometimes you would be interested in picking up, if you have a lot of physical damage incoming, you would want to perhaps pick up one Wraith Band. On that Mars, not in a lane with this much mixed damage. The Sakuchi is going to be so much of the harassment that you will receive that HP is the name of the game.
And and Daze, of course, who actually got the actual first blood money, means that he has boots in his inventory already, plus that sentry. So if they ever get an opening, they can use it to catch this Sakuchi Weaver from Invis and try to get a straight-up kill again. It's going to be very important. Daze unable to contest the Lotus here, so that will go for the IO. That extra bit of regen for both of these squishies. Very nice heal to have.
And Jandra actually nabbed it on the top lane.
Alright.
Interestingly enough. Like, I don't think you ever have to lose that versus the Clockwork, but I guess they just kept Ridis busy enough that he was there too late.
It's like you want to grab it, but you also have an Ion Shell on you. It's like, yeah... It's not the biggest threat, but it is a level 2, and now the Cog's actually ready. He cuts the wrong one down. He's still stuck in here, and he's stuck with them, and they will take the kill. I think, you know, you destroyed the wrong Cog. It's kind of like being in a Furion Sprout. You cut the wrong tree, and it's just not going to help you at all.
The play was correct though, because that is your Medusa hits the level 3. You want to get a double snake out for the maximum amount of harass.
Yeah.
And just, you know, grab them together, have that snake go off, and then you walk out to avoid dying. Well, yeah, about that.
Both Chanter and Kami, they got Riddies chasing him, and the creep wave is here as well. There's a nice glyph being used, and I believe that is for blocking Warwick in the mid lane, as Niku's in front of the tier 2 tower. So two instances of where the glyph has actually been useful. Kami, dropping low, got the juice, applying a lot of damage to this Darkseer. Double Null Talisman brings him a lot of regen to spam the Ion Shell. But also what good Brace are going to do, because he's still going to be soaking up damage here. No matter what. The snake connection, and that's to Kami down. Very long jump from that Mystic Snake from the creeps to the Darkseer, and leads to his death. He wasn't anticipating that to happen.
And you'd think that he's played enough Medusa, right?
Medusa knows the Darkseer not that much, but yeah. I mean, yeah.
No, the Darkseer does.
Kami's played the Medusa, exactly. My bad.
No, I mean, he's been undercover. He's been, you know, he's been Clark Kent to us for quite some time now. That him being Superman is still, you know, it's still new. We're getting used to it. It's sneaky to change role at the same time as you change your name.
Chanter again pretty deep in here, got the juice. The Surge comes out from Kami. They also got the stun of the Clockwork, but a lot of damage been applied, and got the juice will get himself that kill. Maybe even Kami as well, because look who's here. It's Niku. Riddies will survive, and the Illuminate Blast will clean him out.
That's what you get for trying to save your support. Bottom lane, though?
Yeah, things are looking a bit different here. Night Pulse looking for some early kill. They'll get it from both PMA and Day. Straight for V-Tune. They'll lose the IO. That's a straight up money in the bank for the Lion. But this is good news for V-Tune. Nico setting up. Surprise kill. Can he do it? He can!
Yeah!
I love the patience. They're waiting. Like, I can kill him if I land the Solar Bind just before the Illuminate hits, and he's got it.
That's gotta feel so very good. I mean, you better with a little pressure on your mid lane here. Yeah, for Nico. I mean, for Vision, it's like, oh, I'm flat now.
Yeah.
Warwick just went in.
He coils up the Caudle. Also, Riddies and Days are both here. Nice stun from the Lion. Pretty good Ravage, holding the IO and the puck back. And Centaur being drawn in by the Clockwork. They won't get to snipe the Caudle. So both of the supports helping out.
Beautiful, yeah. Like if the Centaur gets on top of the Caudle, he's absolutely a goner. But instead, that whole shove is now ended, and Warwick also. No more bottle charges, has to wait for our next rune in order to do anything.
The battle for the Wisdom rune as well. Kami's going to get there before Riddies does. He had the higher movement speed above the Darks here by 35, but can't quite get there in time. Got the juice. So down to half mana here. They're doing a decent amount of work. Iron Shell burning through. This could be a dead Medusa, by the way. 14 stick charges at least, so he'll get a bit of extra mana. Kami's coming in as well. Riddi's able to intervene. And there goes that chase. The Snake only gives a bit, but Niku's here to help him out once again. These kills, they take so long for Night Pulse to finally capitalize on that it allows Navi Jr. to respond every time.
No, and good recognition from Riddi's there. It's like, oh man, he can't be there in time. He's too far. No, not if he TPs. Not if he TPs. And this is exactly what I was talking about when I'm thinking that Niku is the X factor here for this game. Because right now he's got the Vessel, he's been making these rotations, applying the pressure, and they're simply not going to stop. He has no reason to, and the one time that we did see them attempt for a kill on Kotal with that coil, these supports are so good at intercepting that, especially the Clockwork. Turn your team fight into chaos.
Regeneration.
Well, at least another page has been flipped on the side of Navi Jr., not giving in like they did in the first game. This one being a whole lot different now. Niku heavily out-farming at the moment compared to anybody else at 4,600. Also the Medusa not too far away, so got the juice. When he gets himself a good game, he'll make sure it is a good game to the end. We haven't seen a weak performance from him if he's already in the lead to start things off with, because there are carry players. I'll have to point out Lucas here. Might get a good start, but won't able to get a good finish to the game. Got the juice, yet to have a poor game. That Slark game was not one where he started ahead.
No, quite the opposite, in fact. I think for Night Pulse right now, you're going to have to just take it easy, because you're now in that scenario where, yeah, Warwick has the tools to make rotations, but you want auras on your Darkseer, you want the damage on your Chanter getting caught again.
Yep, easy one.
Clockwork Kotal is so brutal. It's just as soon as the clock is on top of you, you've lost. You are going to die.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he'll catch up with the Solar Bind, he'll cog him up, and he'll guarantee that Illuminate will hit. Plus, that Battery Assault does extra damage with Solar Bind, so that too. Good deny on the 80 rune. Warwick was already going for it.
And there's not such an easy one to set up on the side of Night Pulse either. One of the things that I always like to bring up is that if there's an IO in the game, I want the IO to have multiple pairings and not just with the carry. Because that means that you're effectively playing a 3 versus 4 game, or sometimes a 3 versus 5, depending on how fast the enemy carry is. But right now, with the IO, your best pairing is, I think, actually Janter on the Centaur, which is really not much to brag about. You're not a kill duo together. You need to be moving in on another core in order to get anything done, and even then, if that other core is the Darkseer, you also still don't have the burst damage. And we've seen this Kotl come in time and time again.
Okay.
If you take too long. Yeah.
Going all the way to the top lane to find Got the Juice. They do already pop the Stone Gaze. Janter behind enemy lines here. Blown up by the Illumina Blast once again. That's the 5th kill for Niku. Daze taking a sizable amount of damage from the...
Oh no, you got a bonus kill.
Yeah. They'll make sure they get this one too.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, well, Navi's in a roll.
Yeah, they are. They got that Kotl engine going. There's really no reason for them to stop anytime soon. Warwick is going to get the middle tower. Well, I was going to say down right now, but I guess they'll just spend a glyph on that. That's 2 kills down on the top lane, a relocate on top of that, and you still have to bring an extra hero to mid. Janter is still level 5. He's been level 5 forever.
Niku actually got the deny off of the puck. I saw the puck's projectile was already hitting it before the Caudals did, but there's a small animation bug with Caudal using Illuminate and your first right click that goes off during that animation's backswing. So the projectile is actually hitting the target faster than it's showing on screen. So he got the deny first, but still doesn't take away from the point that another tower does fall at the same time, which is V-Tune and Haduo taking it down in the bottom lane.
Very valuable versus a Kotl. Zero is of course phenomenal at taking down creep waves, so the fact that they actually get to take that bottom tower at the same time, it's going to buy a lot of time when you shove these waves on your side for them to be pushed back in. That's all time that you can spend off map in the jungle. I feel like a broken clock sometimes explaining this, but please push your towers early on and then push waves. It gives you time off map. It gives you time away from the enemy pressure.
Yeah, and it also makes that pushing later on much easier because you're not teleporting straight to that tier 1 to contest. And Roshan, most importantly, which is the big reason why those towers are taken away, is if you want to take Roche, you better make sure they don't have a tier 1 tower. Because back in the day, but when we actually had shrines and outposts, those were the ones people would teleport to contest Roshan.
Yes.
And now the next best thing is a tier 1 tower. You still have those outposts next to them, but it's only one on each side.
Yeah. You've got both of the Phosphors farming up their blink daggers right now. Daze way closer than Janter. Janter's been having an incredibly hard game. Daze,
what do you think, by the way?
He's got it.
Now that I think about distances to Roche pits, should we add a 3rd Roche pit? Or Roche could randomly spawn in?
Where would you put it? Like just
in the middle of the river between the tier 1s?
No, like we put him under a grate in the middle of the river, right? And as long as the laning stage is on.
The old Roche pit's being drawn here by our observer.
Yeah. How about over here though? If anybody remembers, further to the right. Further.
Could we just put it on top of the hill,
remember?
so we'd have an actual high ground Roche pit instead of a low ground Roche pit? Do we want to make it more open?
So a Roche mountain?
A Roche mountain, yeah. So instead of a pit, yeah, Roche Hill.
Roche Hill. I think the problem with that is that it's supposed to be a disadvantage to be in the pit and taking it.
We need a debuff to it.
Yeah, because the fact that you'll be uphill and you'll see everything, that's sort of nuts.
If you go in there, you only see high ground vision and don't see low ground vision. I don't know. Usually it's just that you can't see anything.
I know how you do that. You put a mist down. If you go up to the mountain peak, there's a mist down below.
That would be actually pretty interesting in terms of mini-maps and how teams would work if you lose your entire map vision for the duration you're in that mist. So you need to leave a player outside of the pit to see it. Meanwhile, Janter's going to soak up a bunch of spells. But there's an idea. There's something here, you know, we can work on that, but we'll have to get back to that at some point. We're going to let it cook.
Exactly. Just sit on it for a bit, let it percolate, because right now I do think that Navi is ready to start pressing the issue. They have double blink daggers up. So both the Mars as well as the Lion are now also ready on top of that clockwork to find new food to feed Nico with. He's a hungry old man.
And they wanted to kill Warwick's Puck there, but at the same time as that smoke pops, that will reveal a ward location. The thing is, there's another ward here that's also gone. Greetings. Because they did want to use that orchid to just silence the Puck and go straight at him.
What was I doing?
Annoying little bastard.
Yeah. And since it's an orchid game, Puck will build a Yules this game, which is a must-have. Don't have that Yules, your fish food. Or caudal food. I don't know what caudal feeds that horse.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, that's terrifying.
Or does the horse even
terrifying.
eat? I don't know if it's like some kind of celestial being, like that just doesn't eat, but it just lives and exists.
I thought Hotel was the celestial being, but maybe they're actually, we think they're two different things, but they're not. Kotal is actually both of them, terrifyingly enough.
That also brings me into another idea. Because there are some games out there, if you're a mounted unit, if the mount dies, you still got the hero. If the hero dies, you can still move around the mount. What if, in Dota, in the Kotal, either Ezalor or the horse dies, and while you're actually dead, you still have a unit to control.
Okay, I actually
kind of like Vengeance.
Yeah. No, I support that actually. I think that is one of the better hero ideas that maybe I even ever heard. Because there's a lot of them out there that are just like, what if my guy was really cool? And
I mean, Lone Dread has a unit that can move around the map when you have Agonist, so you can also teleport that around places. It won't teleport your hero, but you can send the bear to places. So what if you had a mount, for example, that you can park somewhere while you're waiting to respawn and...
You can still do something. Some abilities tied to the mount, some to your hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
More micro heroes into Dota, please.
Well, yes.
So far, we've only been getting the... I'm not disappointed or anything, but I do sense a lack of micro heroes in Dota.
Yep.
There's a reason they're not being added, I know, but...
Radiant's
Pretty
bottom
please.
tower is under attack.
Get us something with a pretty high floor again.
Radiant's bottom tower
Real
has
high
fallen.
skill cap hero would be very spicy,
Dire's
very
middle
nice.
tower is under attack.
I mean, it hasn't been the cap, though. Like, if you think about what started off with Earth Spirit, but the amount of times that you can nerf a Pango and the hero is still good because of the amount of utility that you can squeeze out of the kit if you just get better at the hero. Like,
Ooh, Navi smoking up.
Seems like
It seems like Janter's gonna have to bite the bullet once again. They'll get the Darks here to safety. PMA is actually hunting for Kami in the back line, but the hook shot from Riddies will connect because Kami, he was indecisive about should I stick around or should I go away. So that will mean 2 kills, both of them going for the clockwork here. Navi successful with that gank.
Radiant are scanning.
Also a quick Radiant scan. Warwick wants to show mid. They go for the Coddle.
This is a good catch.
Very nice play if they can get it. Yes, they can.
Finally, they strike back. Just a little too casual from the Coddle there, as we see. Yeah. Once you get caught,
They're coming in.
it is an immediate
They're coming
split.
in. The Lion was giving vision on the high ground that they're marching straight towards them. Got the juice, pops the Stone Gaze. Io does get the tether out before Mars is able to land the spear. Stampede to turn things around. Oh, Warwick. Warwick being found in the backline. Puck's gone. That means the Io is going to fall as well. He's got nothing to live for. And suddenly that good play on the Coddle getting killed backfires with them losing their mid laner as well. They also almost catch Daze. He blinks out from the vacuum.
I understand that once you get an advantage, you want to immediately try to press it further, but the problem is that Vichun is here. Yes, he has a BKB, but you're staring down level 15 on Got the Juice.
Silence
Full
on Weaver as
disperser
well.
up.
The wall is being dropped down too. The Medusa illusion is created. Daze will go down. Niku still keeping up the pressure here. Vitun right-clicking away as much as he can. Takes down one. Dodges the bonk there with the time lapse. And his BKB runs out. Medusa versus Medusa. Medusa wins. That's just how it is.
Funny how that happens. And here, once again, lashing back out. you do have a lot of options for the angles at which you want to take the fight on Nightpulse once you see how Na'Vi is positioned, and especially once Na'Vi themselves have spent their abilities going in, right? This is very high commitment from their front line. The Mars goes in, the Clockwork goes in. Once they're there, they're sort of rooted in place, and then you can work around them with a Puck, with a Weaver. The problem is that you don't really have a core of the fight that can stay alive versus that initiation while you do the weaving in and out, and you thought you had me, and ha-has. It's like,
greetings!
Yeah, greetings! I mean, somebody else needs to keep the front line busy during the time, and they just... That's the problem with, especially the center having as bad of a game, and the fact that you have a Darkseer as well. Like, you don't have a core of the team fight to stand around that, and you're going to always lose heroes when you fight.
It is a bit of guerrilla warfare from Nightpulse.
Yes.
Not your standard tactics. A lot of improvisation.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that we had so much time to meme and invent new heroes and talk about bullshit just now is because that could have been the phase of the game where they got hunted down and murdered time and time again by Na'Vi Jr. They were dodging them during that entire time period. And it's kind of hard to cast nothing happening.
They sure have all day. He's getting baited by that shield rune.
Very nice.
Smoke on smoke. Nightpulse already reacted to it. Days is like, there's a shield rune I could pick up, but Warwick and Janter show up.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying here is that this situation could have been so much worse for Nightpulse. All the things that didn't happen favored them. Well, all the things that didn't happen would have favored Na'Vi Jr., but they didn't. Potato, potato.
On the positive side, at least, if Kami is able to stand strong in these team fights, his auras will start to pay off. The Greaves, the Pipe.
Yes.
Lion doesn't do damage with that finger if Darkseer is around.
No, and
or
Pipe
at
is
least
huge
not
for
enough to
Staccato as
actually
well.
have an impact.
I mean, you know, he removed the Pipe so that the Kotl can now do the damage. But even then, the AoE magic diminishing is, of course, always good as well.
Yeah, that big magical barrier pop for the whole team will at least soak up one blast. But they do need more dispels if they want to work their way out of that solar bind. At least Weaver has the BKB, and Yules is soon up. Actually, Puck has changed from Yules towards the Kaya, and Kaya is now picked up towards the Shard Parasma. Kaya Sanj, actually.
Are scanning.
Very much towards the left build.
It's an item choice that not a lot of Puck players will play unless they need stats to survive some sort of crowd control. And in this particular game, when there's that much burst against you, I think Kaya Sanj is the absolute right decision here for this Puck instead of the Yules. I think the Yules would grieve him a bit in this game. It's not enough.
Maybe if you could buy out the entire Wind Waker in one go, it's absolutely invaluable. But that is such a huge item to go towards, and it would stop off your team's damage potential for so long.
It's a viable item to build at some point, but I think we both agree 24 minutes is too early for a straight-up Wind Waker.
Exactly, so that Yules has got to wait for something that will have simply more impact for your team right now. What your team needs is damage. Like, surviving should be down to Kami keeping you alive, maybe an IO coming in, the works.
Meanwhile, got the juice. He will reveal his 80 rune to Nightpulse as that tier 2 tower is being pummeled. They're meanwhile taking a Roshan for themselves.
I think it's quite remarkable that they get to do this. A couple of seconds until night, but it does
Rocket
not
almost stole
matter.
it. That was like a half a second, maybe a second too early on the rocket, but that could have been more than enough damage to steal the Roche kill and get 135 times 5 gold for the team.
But I gotta say, Na'Vi Jr. maybe a little... You should have been under a rocket flare halfway through that Roshan already. Even if they're not coming to contest, Na'Vi Jr. should have been wiser to what was going to happen there. They didn't really trade anything for that Roshan either. They were posturing on top like they were ready for a push here, but
they got the tier 2.
ages.
They got the tier 2 in mid. but it's not. I think the way you're phrasing is it's not a good enough trade.
Well,
maybe now things look a bit better. Io is the one being targeted first. Kami keeping him up and alive, but the finger will finish off the Io. Coming in with the instant buyback. Janter being held in the cogs with Riddies. PMA fighting it with Kami in the backline, and another fight is also on the right side. V-Tune takes down Daze. He's battling the Medusa at the same time. That's 3 heroes down for Navi Jr. And V-Tune continues to go. Remember, he has the Aegis as well, so he's happy to take this straight-up fight versus the Medusa, and will continue to go. Janter coming in, finally has the impact with the Centaur stun. Manta being popped, V-Tune dropping low, got the Juice dying as well. Janter will die, but so will the Medusa. The big raid boss finally taken down, and Night Pulse, all their plans finally come to fruition.
Is under attack.
All of Navi's damage spent on getting that IO down, but also spent on getting their team out of position. The Medusa, I thought, okay, well, you're going to have trouble standing in the middle of the fight with the Darkseer, but he doesn't have to. What stands in the middle of that fight is the Medusa illusion. Look at this here. Overengaged, and now the Medusa is fighting her own illusion, getting slowed up, and meanwhile V-Tune is picking apart the backlines. They're chasing out the Mars over on the side with the Puck, who the Medusa also cannot hurt. This fight is so split, and Night Pulse is loving it.
Well, they certainly are, and even getting that buyback on the IO will help them get that extra bit of sustainability. However, I don't think that buyback was that needed in the end.
No, it wasn't even needed.
That Aegis still continues to stay on the hands of V-Tune. That's also a bit of a warning sign for Got the Juice. I mean, this is a Medusa with Scotty, Manta, Disperser, and cannot win a Weaver.
No, it's not even close, actually. The Weaver's over the hump. And you see this with Weaver games where he remains underwhelming for a long time just because he needs to buy defensive items first. Ideally, you don't want to have to buy a BKB. You don't want to have to buy the Sanji Yasha. But now he's here. He's got that mana break as well. He's a huge difference maker versus the Medusa. It's like, yeah, sure, she slows down your healing, but you just take away her survivability at a ginormous rate. She did hit level 20 just now.
Nico just used the Orchid as well onto the Ancient Camp, so he's going to have to BKB out. V-Tune Stampede is coming out as well at the same time. Janter taken down by Got the Juice. Arena is available. So is the wall from the Darkseer. They're all stacked up here, and there's the back onto 2. It's on the Lion, onto the Medusa. Medusa illusion is also causing some issues. Lion has to clean them out quickly. Cogs keeping them at bay. V-Tune is zoned out by those Cogs as well. Kami still trying to look for Daze, but Niku gets killed by Warwick in the backline. The guerrilla warfare is working out for Night Pulse. They're all still alive. Riddy's trying to fight it with Kami and the Io, but V-Tune, he's bringing the fight straight to the Medusa, who just teleports away. Gets away from this fight, but Night Pulse, a successful team fight number 2 in a row and a tier 2 to fall. They could go high ground here.
And the Medusa's positioning is just not good enough in these fights. And once again, getting stuck in a corner, nobody to hit except her own illusion. And both the Puck as well as the Weaver running after the rest of her team.
Oh, what a nice vacuum play, setting up. They thought they would kill the Weaver for free, but instead, they turn it around. Kami with the setup, and Medusa attempting to Manta dodge the coil, but he only gets pushed backwards. And now Medusa really in trouble. V2 needs a couple more hits to finish him off. There's a Glimmer Cape to save him. Puck's gonna go down. Warwick will die. And now Night Pulse have to go on the back end. Oh, nice spear. Canceling that tether from the IO as well. Triple kill for Got the Juice. A little bit of mistakes here and there. That extended chase doesn't work out for Night Pulse.
No, not quite, but they really put the fear of God into Navi Jr. there. What an excellent job. And it looks so innocent, right? It's like, okay, V-Tune, he has an Aegis, he's low, he wants to tie to the tower. Okay, let's finish it. Hurry up.
And this was the sequence, right? V-Tune, he's dropping low. Look at him walk forward and look at Kami's reaction.
Yeah.
There we go. Blinks right on top.
It's
Vacuums 3 in, and he forces the buybacks from the 2 heroes that got killed in that vacuum. Daze and PMA both buy back in just a matter of moments, and that unfortunate Manta pop as well, which he was hoping to dodge the coil with. On the other side, is because he didn't Manta dodge the coil, it got Nightpulse interested in trying to kill the Medusa, which in the end led to Warwick's death and the Io.
Yeah, but this is the best kind of bait, right? You dangle something that they really want, and all your movements look really natural. Like V-Tune there, yeah, he could ostensibly just be moving around the tower because that's what you do. You click, you move, you click, you move. He just moves. And all the reflexes kick in. Nobody on Navi Jr. called to go there. It was just, you know, it's the monkey brain decides for you. This is where you go. You've trained your entire life to go here.
Yeah. Threat
Nightpulse
analysis.
knows.
Fight or flight.
And that's a go. He's giving you an opening. Yeah, yes, he is. And now we have an even game.
This is very much drawn to an even state. Maybe even favoring Nightpulse a bit here. We were close to that level 3 ulti.
So.
Medusa's level 22. That's a 5-level gap between the two carries. But there's also that Io who has been soaking up the majority of Weaver's experience. Meaning that also those Io talents will give an extra push to scaling.
Yep, over-leveled ball of light.
Also soon has that BKB, so Io can no longer be speared once that is up.
And this is a rough game for Medusa to itemize in. Because versus a Darkseer or anybody else that produces illusions of you, you don't want to go stats because you don't want to have these hard slapdowns. But the problem is that there is just a lot of straight up damage otherwise in this game as well. And the mana burn especially. When faced with mana burn, you do want to buy stats. You just need more mana in order to actually stand your ground.
Oh yeah, Stampede is being popped here. But there's nobody to be found, so a bit of a jump the gun play. Did look like Lion was able to teleport out just in time.
Medusa opting for Moon Shard here over anything else. Interesting. Because normally you see in games like this, you would see the butterfly into Satanic, for example. But yeah, the Skadi is too much value in this game. But that does mean you built more stats than you would have really wanted to. It's rough.
It really is a game of stats, right? Even for the IO. Screw the spirits. Picked up plus 10 in all attributes. Level 17.
Yeah. I mean, even if you die, we've seen how much effort the entirety of the Navi engagement lineup needs to put into actually getting him down. Often multiple heroes with multiple blink daggers engaged onto that IO.
Yeah. Warwick is acting as a vision, but Daze will catch him there. It doesn't get the follow-up on it. PMA puts the protective Mars Arena and the Medusa ulti also down to drain Nightpulse. They've caused a distraction that was it's sufficient enough. They forced out the ultis. V-Tune has to force the time lapse. Hook shot onto the IO. Got the juice. Heavy damage coming in. There's the quick normal punch coming out from Kami, creating a Medusa illusion, and that Medusa just melts. It doesn't take too long to destroy that Medusa. And just like that, you know, again, it's just an IO buyback. He didn't even get back into the fight when it's already over. Warwick for the double kill. And now Navi Jr. No Medusa for 75 seconds. This is a win condition for Nightpulse now.
Absolutely. Medusa just died to herself there. That was... I was wondering, got the juice there. He knows he's strong. He knows he outlevels everybody there, but he's baiting for that counter engage, but it's only a clockwork. Whereas what Kami was holding in the palm of his hand was that normal punch still.
Yeah.
And I think they could have disengaged there.
Like, this Medusa packs a real punch, but man, did that Medusa die fast. That was ridiculous how quickly she fell.
Absolutely nuts.
Are they going to do something with this relocate here? Because there's a chance for a hook shot. Okay, never mind. They are still sticking around the area. They'll let Haduo leave the area. I mean, while Roshan's scouted by V2. He missed the crit. He missed the crit swarm on a stationary Roshan. Wow. Wow!
And he got him to roar. Daze is already in the area, but the scan hit on him.
Good old roar of retribution.
This is interesting, though.
And dangerous territory too. Clockwork places down the vision, but Night Pulse not close enough to jump Riddies.
And Navi Jr. understanding that maybe this is just a bait and Night Pulse is not in the pit, and they are correct. If they thought Night Pulse was in the pit, they would have already been jumping here, but instead they have those Clockwork Flares and they know something's up.
He's going to start it himself. The Dire Scan is on point. They know exactly where they are, even if they are smoked up. Now the Centaur spotted. They're going to find the Clockwork. Clockwork, a really big piece of the team fight gone. 45 seconds for him to return. Has a buyback. Would need to teleport straight back to this tower. And he is.
Dire advantage.
Or outpost, even not tower. Medusa in the front. Moonshard, Daedalus. Does hit hard, but we've seen how quick this Medusa can fall. Do they have another smoke?
No smokes? No. And versus this much engagement, you can't hold position here.
They're trying to back away. Wait for the rocket flare. Rocket spam to end. Got the juices right next to Janther. They see the Medusa. Got a couple quick pokes there from V-Tune. V-Tune, who is, by the way, a couple creeps away from hitting level 20 and getting that talent.
Got the juice inching closer to the level 25 as well. There's just no way for him to actually get any experience whatsoever in this situation. You can't move away. You're by far the slowest hero in your team.
Medusa is really trying to utilize this rocket spam. Focus on Roshan a bit. Drop him down to 6k HP. It's honest work, but Medusa, now the Stone Gaze comes out, but look at how quickly Medusa just lost 2,000 mana. We'll be able to get out, though. Trying to give as much mana as they can. Caudle using Chakra Magic, Mana Boots and everything. Centaur, Blink getting blocked. The spear misses. PMA gets the bonk, and here's the Stampede. The chase is on. Riddies with that buyback. He's going to go out. No more Clockwork. No more Centaur either. Daze giving the mana to the Medusa with that mana drain, trying to keep her alive, and got the juices blown up. Blown to smithereens. Navi will lose 2. They will lose Roshan. But are they going to lose this game?
Night Pulse just picking them apart. Janther, I mean, he's been the punching bag this entire game, and that does not stop him from saying, like, well, my death here is just going to serve another purpose. Gets all of the info that they need, breaks open the middle of that Navi team fight by straight up charging in, and that gives the rest of his team all the information they need to peel them apart. I don't know what else to call it.
You talked plenty about peeling in these last 2 days, but that definitely was it.
Yeah.
Here's a recap of that team fight as well. It all started with Janther taking the initiative and Riddies just falling behind the rest of the pack. The other team, the rest of the team has found another position to play in, but the Clockwork never got there.
Yep. And then they forced the rest of them out as well, and the way to the Medusa is open. There's no way for the Mars to interrupt any of that violence anymore.
Oh, Daze just lost half of his HP from one bloody attack from the Weaver. Spicy crit there.
Yeah, plus 90 Geminate attack damage, talent up.
There's a lot of extra damage. Range racks are gone with the melee. 8 seconds for them just to come back up. They're trying to use that to their advantage. They got the vacuum wall connected onto PMA, onto Riddies. Kami in the middle. Warwick jumping the backline as well, onto the Lion. They will spear the Darkseer. He's going to get relocated back to the back line. Meanwhile, the Centaur Weaver is dropping and the Aegis is gone. Got the juice. Will get this one. Can they do it again? Riddies with the hook shot. It's still on cooldown. They won't get it. They don't need it. They're going to take V-Tune out. And Io with the cheese never got the heal in. The one heal that they needed for the Weaver will be unused. Kami trying to make a run out. Riddies still in the chase. Navi Jr., they're not out of this one. Not if it's up to them. They can't see Kami. PMA will miss the spear. He'll miss the bonk. They get the TP out. Warwick also making a run for it, picking up the shield rune. And, you know, damage is dealt. Aegis is gone. But Navi Jr., they manage a way. They find a way to hold this game still.
When they're already in position and when they actually have those buildings in between, it's very hard for, well, for Night Pulse to peel them apart like that. You can hold on your buildings. You have that extra armor. You have the extra vision from being on the high ground. You can hold hands there. And now this Medusa, level 25, split shot uses modifiers. Everybody will be slowed up by that Scotty.
Modifiers and plus that was a nighttime fight. That Moonshard giving you the plus 400 night vision. Just showed the way for the team to go. They have so much vision in this team. The Illuminates, the Rocket Flares, the Moonshot on Medusa.
Punch!
They're gonna get themselves a fight. The Medusa is dropping low, and is it enough to take him? Yes, it is! Back we go, coast to coast, back to the other end, or are we? Gleipnir on both of them. Vitoon catching them both, takes the Lion to the graveyard. Kami's gonna give it a bit of a helping hand, and so will the Clockwork. Medusa does have a buyback, but hey, we went from the Dire base to the Radiant base. Guess where we're going next, Kips?
Is it the Dire base? Is it?
Oh yeah, yes it is.
Okay, no, but seriously though, like lightning in a bottle. It's very unexpected here because you do have all of that vision. And he is the only one moving forward in that moment. The rest of them only follow after. It's just Kami saying, I'm in your face now. Frightening speed with that surge. Oh. And the Medusa learning. Yeah, I mean, I know why she didn't want to buy a BKB. Because it's only going to protect you for so long. But as it turns out, not having this happen to you for 10 seconds is pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely is a very good thing. Night Pulse, most importantly, Kami has made these fights possible. It's not just him. Chanter making the small moves, Weaver getting in position, but they're tipping him for a reason. I'm not sure if he's making the calls where he's like, now.
Yes.
And he's setting up that vac wall into the normal punch, preventing the Medusa from doing anything. And just having that damage to blow up the Medusa, force her into a position she doesn't want to be in. And it feels like sometimes there are also cases where the Clockwork cogs are actually hindering their team than helping them, because Medusa's on the other side and Riddies has actually blocked his own teammate from having an escape route.
Yeah, that's happened several times now to the Medusa. Once again, you know, if you have a stats build, maybe you would have a Hurricane Pike in here. But you do not, because of the Darkseer. That leaves her very immobile, very susceptible to exactly, well, those kinds of blocks. Got level 25 on the puck as well, by the way, so Dreamcoil pierces the debuff immunity. Even if God the Juice gets that brand new BKB up, he's still susceptible to getting locked down, both by his own team as well as by the puck.
Yeah. Still plenty of things that go through, yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
So he's not out of this game, not at least not safely. Night Pulse has some scary scaling abilities in their team.
You're going to have to deal with Vitoon hitting the extra Geminate attack soon as well. That is, I think, where the game ends.
Well, on the positive side, Medusa, another item option, would have, of course, been picking up the Aghanim's, but because he's got the Shard, got the Cold-Blooded, so every single target ability, there's not a lot of them, but at least the ones that do go through, which is items and the normal punch from the Darkseer, he'll get a snake flying in, which will give a bit of extra mana for Medusa.
And they have been fairly closely on top of him, so a lot of mana going out from those bounces.
Well, the vacuum this time doesn't quite connect there, but they've got the instant BKBs, keeping at least Amarza and the Medusa safe, but Weaver getting locked down and Vitoon is gone. All started with Kami trying to open up with the vacuum to catch the Medusa, but holy did Navi Jr. react quickly. Those are what we talk about, the 15-year-old youngster's fingers and reactions. That was exactly it. Quick reactions. And that credits them a win.
That credits them a win. Kami did not have, like, he could see, I think, the Medusa on the edge of the vision of that ward that they still have in the base, but did not actually manage, like, she was too far away. So what you hope is you kill the target that you go on, which is that Clockwork, I think. No, it's the Lion.
Yeah.
I hope you kill the Clockwork, and then on the edge of that, with the wall, also catch the Medusa over on the side. He definitely aimed it that way deliberately, but did not hit. And open his team up to an absolutely devastating counter.
Now with the Medusa picking up an 80 rune, guess where we're going next, Gibbs? We're now in the Radiant base. And how quick is this going to last? Kami trying to make the solo play with Warwick. This is all without the Weaver. Kami, was this a bit too much? Was that too much to chew? They'll be able to surge away, plus the Stampede. Got the juice, only losing a bit of his mana this time. Continues to siege.
That was the IO buyback.
Was the IO buyback, just not the Weaver. Still, IO is not being focused enough for him to actually pop that cheese for the heal. If only the IO was dropping low and the Weaver did, they'd actually get benefit from that cheese being used on the IO. And Weaver doesn't have the inventory slots to pick it up himself. He'd have to remove his boots.
Messy. On the plus side for Navi Jr. though, I think a lot of this is down to that BKB pickup on the Medusa. He's going to have that available again on this
Got the vision
attempt.
Here. They spotted the Clockwork and the Coddle, but they're able to get back to their side. Janter up to no good here. Stampede popped. Again, a Flare breaks his blink. And this Stampede will catch no one.
He's alright with that though. Like, these supports are also actually very high level by now, so the minus 25 second Stampede cooldown is already up for Janter, and he wisely jumps away from the rocket flares before he gets caught off guard.
Two minutes for the next Roshan. Coddle just non-stop spamming recall on Clockwork. It does feel like it. Keeping his buddies close. But checking the Roche pit at nighttime, it's not there. This Roshan will be a daytime Roshan. Night Pulse doesn't know about it yet. They'll put their wards down to top. Navi Jr. reading the same
Just
thing.
got spotted with the entire team.
Yep, we see everybody again. Seen this movie before.
It is.
Oh, there we go. The jump of the backline. PMA does catch Kami. He's out for the count. Warwick has to fight with Janter against the Medusa. V-Tune. He's moving around with the IO. They will lose Riddies. Riddies will come with a buyback.
Kami's
Return
free.
to the fight. PMA trying to go away, but now the Medusa all by himself does have Nico at the back. There's the IO coming in with the relocate. Instant silence from the Orchid at the same time. Riddies hook shotting in. The IO getting deleted. IO out for 110 seconds. Not going to be returning to this, but the Medusa so close. The mana pool is running out from Got the Juice. They're going to take down Daze, and there goes Got the Juice. 100 seconds out for the count once again at V-Tune on the chase for more. Kami gets Niku, but he punches him, the BKB, and the teleport out. So that normal punch doesn't do anything to him there. Oh boy.
That could have been a disaster for Night Pulse, but the jump was just a little bit too deep. It is correct for the Mars to go there, because what you're doing is you're keeping that Darkseer away from your Medusa, making sure that she doesn't have to pop the BKB for as long as possible. The engagement is on, she stands her ground, she holds, and they're... Night Pulse just has to work around them. It's one of the reasons that they lose the IO in the end is because she's, you know, if you want to stand there and hit her, she's gonna hit you back. So, but the go is a little deep.
It's a recap. Those lane wards that they placed down, they saw everything that's going on, but PMA jumped the backline and kept Kami in place.
Exactly. And that means that right now, they just have to go at it alone. And Medusa was already forced to pop her BKB here. And that means that once Kami comes in here, another option that she has, like you still need to pop that ult. Night Pulse very ready to disengage again. And now finally they have outlasted everything that Navi Jr. could throw at them. And they get to kill the Medusa.
So many individual fights going on all over the place. It gets hectic for people to focus down a singular target when there's so many items involved, so many spells to watch out and to look out for and avoid stacking up, but you also kind of need to stack up.
Yeah,
and it's a 50-minute game with a tie score.
Yeah, no, and it's about the fact that if you want to focus fire, you need to be together, but if you want to not be caught by AoE, you need to be apart. Yeah. And there's a very delicate balance going on there, especially like teams like OG, like the OG that won TI, used to be incredibly good at going in, out, in with different heroes to focus fire as hard as possible while spreading the damage amongst different heroes of their own team. And that is... I don't think they have been quite surpassed at that level of synergy yet.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Another smoke. V-Tune is at level 25 now, thanks to that fight. He hits like a truck.
Yeah, an extra right click, plus that was already amplified by the plus 90 damage at the level 20 talent.
Mm-hmm.
And it does feel a bit bad for Nico, who's still level 22 on the Caudal. At least he's got a longer Spirit Form duration, but he's not getting extra bursts, and he doesn't have that strong Dispel Chakra magic yet. He's also huge. Ritty scouting out in front, popping some smokes. Oh, he did the force step was too short! Oh no! It's like a couple pixels too short, but he's out for 90 seconds. If they lose the game because of that, that is gonna be painful. Kami with the backline jump, onto got the juice, Nico running to the fountain, and Medusa's low on mana too. Those illusions hurting her a lot as well. Back to the fountain they go. V2 gonna focus on the top lane of Rax.
She has no BKB, she has no stone gaze. You can't go back in with this Dusa.
Gotta try.
You have to catch Kami, but he is... Look, he understands his role so well, he's so deep.
There's the arena PMA, the spear, it will connect onto the Weaver, but at the same time Medusa's being controlled, the damage is not coming into time. The Hex is still there, but it's not going to be enough. The BKB's running into 3 versus 5 fight. The 3 cores, without their supports, can they do it? Medusa's falling though, got the juice, he's going out, the Medusa will fall fighting, but that is a buyback. So it's still not over yet. V-Tune, Io is low, Janter is low, so is Kami, so is Warwick. They all have less than a third remaining. They'll go out for now. They'll relocate back to the base to regenerate in the fountain. V-Tune poking the Medusa a bit, knowing if they can now end the game, this is their opportunity if they catch the Medusa. But there's the Lion returning. And now the Clockwork up in 10 seconds as well. Kami getting a bit of a tip from his Io.
Yeah, his entire game is about putting Kami into a position where he can land that punch on a Medusa, and the other way around is just playing keep away, making sure that you defend your Dusa from that fatal punch for as long as possible. And it's going to get that much harder now. You're up versus Megas, Division is going to be in your base, and this Puck just bought a Rapier.
Alright. Aghanim's Rapier, that is a deadly coil.
Oh yeah.
I've loved playing Puck late game because of mostly Mjolnir with Aghanims, but hey, I'll take a Rapier any day on this hero. This is also a very spicy coil.
Yeah, and this has been a free game for Warwick pretty much. He has the 2 deaths just from early on. He hasn't died in forever because they would have to seriously chain focus their lockdown on him, and Navi Jr. hasn't been able to afford that in forever. They have bigger fish to fry.
They're going in again. The Hex is up. They're going to catch the Medusa here. Janter has got everybody around, and Warwick with the coil. Look at the coil damage ticking in. They got the Mars Arena at least, which is blocking some of those projectiles. PMA will live with 400 HP, trying to bonk them out. Kami's still on the chase, and they've got him. 110 seconds and he's out. Has to buy back instantly. 1 tier 4 tower remaining. Lion got that Gold Scepter for himself. He's standing still. V-Tune trying to right-click the Lion out of the way. We'll get it. We'll get the kill. Weaver going to get hexed up again. Push closer to the fountain. The Aegis is out. Warwick trying to do a bit of damage here. But again, PMA, if you only had that spear on time, they got the BKB off on the Weaver. Weaver going to be focusing on the Clockwork. Riddy's going to be dropping low. He's going to be out as well. Again, 3 versus 5. And now there's no buybacks this time. They've got to hold somehow. How can they do it? Io's dropping low. Nico's down. Medusa's down. Navi Jr. is out. And Night Pulse continue their victorious streak with a 2-0 in this game and in this series. Very back and forth.
Oh yeah.
But there can only be one victory.
Yeah, and for me this is really the illustration that a Night Pulse is a step ahead of everybody that I have played so far. Some incredible decision making going on in these team fights, a lot of layers. You need to be very sure about who needs to be where, who goes on who, what are we waiting for, who needs to be sacrificing. And I think it is absolutely crucial here that you have a player who understands and feels the weaknesses of that Medusa on such a visceral level as that Kami did right there, because it's very clear that he's making calls like, okay guys, tank for me. The puck is staying in positions forward, dealing damage, forcing out BKBs, because what we're waiting for is for a Darkseer to finally come in and punch her into oblivion.
Man, so many small strategical errors and decisions made that really dictated the game as it was. And I mean, I feel a bit bad for Reese there, that low ground scout. That force staff just falling a bit short, him getting punished right away. Felt like that was a downfall of things to come, because from there it was one-sided fights. Nightpulse sticking inside Navi Jr.'s base, never really needing to leave. But not too long ago, we went from Dire base to Radiant base, to Dire base to Radiant base, going back and forth, straight to the Roche pit, out from the Roche pit, wait for the next Roche to spawn, get some buybacks. You know, the classic good old late game Dota that we love to see, but it wasn't just dictated by one team, even if Nightpulse did get the victory in the end. God, the juice was scary on this Medusa, but that one fight where we saw Weaver finally picking up kills, VTune really showing why he's such a great Weaver player, why he's such a great player in general.
Yeah, and it's a team effort from both sides, right? And I think ultimately the only thing that puts Navi Jr. behind is, and I'm such a broken clock, but it's experience. And that will lead to things where, you know, that force staff is a little bit short. He is a little bit more stressed than another player would be. And that BKB pickup from the Medusa does come too late. At a point where, yeah, this is the correct decision, but now you're, you know, stopping the flood instead of preventing it. And these are the kinds of things that will do you in a very long game like this.
Well, there's one more series to play out today, and it's going to be after the break. It's going to be Rest Farmers versus Monte, and that is going to close out the third day of Group B. We'll see you guys in a bit.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys are still entertained with our Relog tournament games here with Farmers versus Monte coming up next. Rest Farmers, that is. They're going to be closing out the day here. We've already seen two of our games being played out, and a bit different than yesterday. We had 2 ties and a victory. Now we have 2 2-0 score lines. Kips, Rest Farmers up and on the rise. Monte, 2 ties in a row. They're going to make another third tie happen here?
I think they're at a pretty big risk of doing so. Yeah, I haven't found Monte to be particularly convincing yet. And the thing that seems to me is that both of these teams are probably going to take it a little bit easier, focus a little bit more on getting all their items up than the teams that we just saw. But I do think that when faced with a slower, more strategic type of game, I think that Rest Farmers have, especially with Mind Control at the back, a better roster to take that type of situation on.
They definitely have a lot of good tempo coming out from their core players, most importantly, but also the drafting involving Pablo's and Hansken's hero pools enable their gameplay style really nicely, which has been a positive for Rest Farmers, minus their first series. But outside of that, Monte, they find a lot of strength and comfort as well from their big hero pools on QBFY and Eknard, most likely their individual performances as well. Moonlight was also really good in the first tour. But I think now the competition being a bit different in the group, it's no longer smooth and easy sailing for Monte.
No, it's not. But I like that you highlighted the supports here, because for me that is the strength of Monte as well, is in their support duo and the flexibility that they have there, the shot calling and the amount of plays that they're able to squeeze out of the heroes with the least amount of resources on the map. So that is where their strength is. Hey, haven't seen this guy in a while. I missed him.
Yeah, he's been banned a couple times, but now we got the Primal Beast through for the first time. Also means, if you look at our first phase bans, of course the usual support suspects are being targeted. We are going to see a bit of a shift up in here. Dark Willow, that has been actually picked in the final phase quite frequently as the 23rd, now opened up with Monte.
I mean, the amount of area control that you get out of her versus the Primal Beast, very nice, right? Put him in the brambles. Remaining. As soon as he appears, you can put the Cursed Crown on him, and he'll have to, either not cast any of his follow-up spells at all, or do cast them and be stopped in his tracks. You get the Fear to shove him off as well. And of course, next to that, I do think that the Dark Willow is the kind of hero that you pick it up early, because you can enable other heroes with it as well. We don't see people really aim to grab synergy with the Bedlam anymore. But I do think that it's still very viable, and one of the reasons why she's very good as a first phaser.
That also does most likely
10
mean that
seconds
Monte
remaining.
is going to pair up some melee hero with this Dark Willow to get
5
benefit
seconds
out of the
remaining.
Bedlam. You don't have to, but it would be a way to synergize those two together. Build that inner
Dire
chemistry.
team picked.
Have somebody jump in with a Blink Dagger, and Willow gives you that extra bit of damage. They were banning out Omni Knights. Omni Knight would have been another interesting one with the Dark Willow. Definitely could have worked.
Radiant
But also ban
team
out the Zeus. So it's not just one counter to the Primal Beast. It's going to be two in this case.
Battery assault. And unlike with a lot of other offlaners or offlane mid flexes that you pick up early, you don't actually flex the Primal Beast to support these days. I don't think we've ever seen that yet.
5 seconds
And we just
remaining.
gotten a great example of how good Clockwork is at hindering teamfights to take place in a singular location.
Venomancer.
Well, it is a hero that also uses that moment to his advantage, which is the Venomancer. Popping Gales into cogs, also providing that extra vision.
Yes.
With the wards, though the wards don't
10
block hookshot,
seconds
otherwise that would be a straight up counter to the Clockwork.
5 seconds
Yeah, that would be a
remaining.
little much. But we've seen Rest Farmers, I think, is the only team in this tournament that actually favored Venomancer, and we've seen how they've used it to just shut down entire lanes completely. And I do think that if this is an offlane duo, for example, and not pretty likely now that the Hoodwink has come out, but even on the safe lane here, whether it's the Clockwork or the Dark Willow that's going to have to contend with this Venomancer, you lose the trades. You see both of these supports, Veno wins both of these. You don't get to go into the Shadow Realm here, that after you get
10
guild up, it
seconds
doesn't really matter if you cogs push the guy back, you've already lost the trade.
Yeah,
5
yeah.
seconds
Yeah, Veno is very
remaining.
good at that training department with all the dot damage. And Pablo Hoodwink, it seems like it's almost the only hero that Pablo is being playing so far. Looking at Rest Farmers drafts, I mean, he did play the Disruptor yesterday. That was the quick 18-minute game that they had. And also, I mean, Clockwork. But every time I see Hoodwink and I see Pablo Hoodwink. I'm a simple man.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta just learn from Ari, right? There's nothing wrong with only picking Hoodwink. And in fact, you might just, win 70% of your pro games just because you pick Hoodwink. It's
Also a good
there's
hero
really
to grind
nothing deep about
MMR
it.
with. Hoodwink is definitely one of those.
Now you're afforded a lot of individual agency, you get a bunch of farm because you're a good split pusher, you train a lot of your map awareness. The only thing that I would like to say, that if you're actually considering climbing with it, is that Hoodwink very much a reactive kind of hero in the end. You can make solo plays, but ultimately, if you want to learn like what the right moment is for you to create things as a pos for, you should probably play somebody else as well.
Well, it's now down to Monte for the double pick here. What do they want to pick into the Venomancer Hoodwink revealed by Rest Farmers? You got a bit of control and damage already going their way. No real objective hitter, but something that goes along with the Clockwork. In your laning stage, I mean, it's already a protector for some range cores. We're not seeing a whole lot of Drows and Shadow Fiends these days, but there are the occasionals that do get picked up with the Clockwork. We do get the Razor and the Centaur. All right. So Razor that has actually been banned out quite a lot lately. Does sneak his way through.
I'm still very flexible on these pickups here. I mean, Centaur, usually an offlaner, you could still switch the Clockwork in there as well. Don't think we've seen much Centaur mid. But of course the Razor could technically go into all three lanes as well, will not be going to the offlane since the Centaur is there.
Yeah, I do think we're we have our supports directly locked in. I think Clockwork 3 is already a thing of the past. Unless the next patch is going to give us something where Clockwork could be again played as a core. There is, I'm not sure if you've heard, but Clockwork mid works in pubs.
I can see that.
With the Orchid first item rush, where you hookshot in, silence, and battery assault credits you kill. That's
Great
one
solo
way to
killing
look at it.
potential.
Very great solo kill potential. That's what it's usually used for. But kind of the same thing as a Rubik as well. You need to get a good start for the game because you fall off as a core. His abilities are better suited as a support.
Yeah, I think the real deal is, of course, that you are a hard engage kind of hero. Once you're in, you're in. If you ever get punished for your play, then you're most likely to die the next time you do it, and again and again.
Weaver. Hero that's going to be able to break the link, get away from the Razor, and also not too threatened about this Centaur. At least the laning stage can show some potential openings, at least with the Willow Centaur. If they catch that root once, followed up with the stun nuke, it doesn't take a lot to kill a Weaver. But after that laning stage ends, Weaver is going to pose a threat to a lot of Monte heroes.
Absolutely. We saw in the previous game, like, even if you catch him in the cogs, right, the range of a Weaver is usually enough to attack people outside of it, and then if he gets low, time lapse, not in there anymore. I think this is a pretty free Weaver game so far.
It's a good Weaver game.
Yeah. The only thing you don't really have is you're not going to be bursting down this Razor necessarily with this hero, but you could probably find somebody else to do that for you still.
Now the only thing that I'm worried about here is Razor isn't particularly countering any hero actually on the field. Plus he doesn't like playing against Venomancer. I don't know why they picked Razor into the Veno in the first place. So Rest farmers actually have a big draft advantage right now. I'm not liking this Razor pick.
10 seconds remaining.
And from time to time, when you have people who are really good with the Razor, the amount of farm that you can get, and then the fact that you leverage that as a rallying point for your team to move around, like, it can be a very good pick just simply on its own. And I do think that they were in a position in the draft where they didn't have enough information to necessarily pick up anything else. Maybe it was a good CK game, though. Asking telepathically asking your good friend Fear.
Yeah, of course it is a good CK game. Yeah, and Crystallize, who has been opting for like Windranger carry a couple times this tournament. I think, did we actually see him play anything else? Let me look at Monte's carry pick so far. Monte, they did have the Morphling, and then we saw the Windranger yesterday with versus Navi Junior, and against Yellow Submarine. Oh yeah, we had the Wraith King and the Windranger. So Windranger twice, Wraith King once, and the Morphling for Crystallize. So I guess considering his picks so far, you could have blind picked the Wraith King, but I guess that also could have gotten countered a bit. Well, we'll see. We'll see how he plays this one out. Like you said, he can still farm really well, and if he's not focusing the Weaver directly, he can still get some good links off. Just needs to play around his clockwork a lot. Then again, it's probably not Crystallized Razor, at least according to Rest farmers. They're suspecting this to be a mid pick.
10 seconds remaining. Pick.
I can see that. And the Mars. Yeah, that puts the Primal Beast into the mid lane, where, you know, if you're matched up versus the Razor, that feels pretty decent for you. You can clear waves even if all your damage is sapped, and you don't actually need to let that happen at all, because you will always have your charge to get out of dodge.
Yeah. And you get to deal damage to Razor, break the link. Yeah, you're kind of pointing out the damage point, but yeah, mainly the onslaught to get out or actually just challenge the Razor straight up, which can work. Also, the Mars will help the Weaver hit targets. It will help Veno, will help the Hoodwink close in on gaps, and they also help the Mars get to his target if they get some slows. They already got the good vision, which the Venomancer provides. Helps the Mars' game a lot. But this laning matchup is not very Mars favored now that the Lifestealer somehow made his way through to 24.
All the way down the line. I mean, the Lifestealer, especially with a rushed Radiance, is definitely slower than a Weaver. But once he's there, I don't really see how Rest farmers are going to actually take him down. And if you deliver Crystallize into Rest farmers lineup, whether that is through a hookshot or through a charge in with the Centaur, you are going to lose heroes. No doubt about that. So I do very much like that last pick.
It does find its place nicely into this, but also the Weaver Lifestealer matchup. I think I favor the Weaver a bit here in the head-to-head, but there are a lot of moving parts coming into this. Mind Control, world-class Mars player, which Crystallize is going to have to pave through as his first obstacle. And, you know, And Mars can also end up struggling in this lane quite a lot. Does the Lifestealer pick up an Orb of Corrosion? Does the Razor make his moves towards the Lifestealer's lane? And, of course, what does Atlantic get to establish with the Primal Beast, who also needs early item timings? Plus, he's one of the few heroes who can rotate pre-level 6. If they can find themselves a kill. However, Scent, Razor, Lifestealer, not easy ones to kill.
Absolutely not. I think that MC, we saw him struggle in the lane yesterday. I think we might see him struggle again. And when he's not leading, that will slow down Rest Farmer's game, and I think that is to the benefit of Monte.
Alright, well, who are you going to see winning this game for potentially if we, again, throw in a wild prediction? It can be draft-based or not. It could be performance-based even. Like their current form, you were kind of maybe saying that Monte maybe doesn't have the upper hand, and instead Rest Farmers may be looking a little bit better. Yesterday they were definitely looking really good.
Yeah, I think apart from that, like, Rest Farmers have not seemed stressed out about the fact that MC got a little slowed down. They took things very easy. Their pacing looked very natural. I think Monte is going to get an opening in this game, but if they don't capitalize on that, Rest Farmers have just looked very stable, very composed, been enjoying their gameplay. And of course, listen, MC is on this team. Like, even if it was just about this is Nef's team, and then there is Shad involved here. Like, I would already be biased, but MC trumps all. I don't care if he's washed, guys. Don't.
It's been bouncing from team to team lately. Maybe is this his forever home that he's finally found for himself? Rest Farmers. Definitely a lot of European fans have been excited about Atlantic for a couple of years. Shad from his days with Bike and GG, all the way back to the COVID years, the online years, when they finally then got signed by Gaming Gladiators. Of course, the roster changed a bit on the way. No Shad, no Toby. Dire, I mean, Monte's side, still a couple players who are, testing the waters. Eknart's already established himself out there, but QBFY, Infernal, Moonlight. I really look at these three guys.
Alright, and I will be looking at the impact of Hanskin in this lane here. He got them, well, I'd say the snowball effect of this Venomancer pick got them a win yesterday. And I'm not doubtful that this lane is going to be very hard for the Centaur and the Willow.
Not too much happening right now in the early stages here, except for Crystallize having to play playing from a safe position at least, pulling the wave all the way under the tower. That is going to escape from Mind Control's hands as well, the remnants of this wave. Do have a kill potential lane here with Pablo and with Mind Control, though the targets aren't that easy to kill. Clockwork is still pretty bulky, also trades back nice amount of damage, and Eknart yet to level up a skill as well. Doesn't really know what he actually needs here. Does he need the cogs to save Crystallize, or will he pop up the Rocket Flare? But hey, we'll get the Flare indeed. Secure that extra CS for Crystallize.
Yep, and secure the level 2 in the same breath, and that enables him to just keep that point in his pocket anyway. Pablo here playing with fire. He knows he needs to contest that pull, but that also means you're putting yourself at the risk of getting battery assaulted down by Eknart.
I wonder where Pablo's also bound his buy TP scroll, because he's the only player on the server who has something different. He's got a Dagon, which he will probably not buy. Some players just put it there for memes. If Pablo, if you're trying to send me a message with that, you've been noted.
It's like the MR Rapier, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the casual Rapier for some players. That's out there. Quick example there of breaking the link, even though Razor does manage to snatch 55. Right-click damage away from Atlantic. Quick onslaught away. This one not being as quick, though. Wanting to deal a bit of damage back with that trample. Still 3 minutes for the first rune. I think one of the big ones, actually, is a haste for a primal if you can get it.
Yeah, it seems to be the amount of damage amplification that you get for that trample. It's not even damage amp, I should be saying, like the extra triggers that you get.
Yeah, and just the quick rotation to the side lanes too. Like, it's just the whole package being so valuable.
This is one of those few mid heroes that we have seen, or even on other lanes as well, rotate on level 5.
Yeah.
Because of the amount of damage that it deals.
Eknard about to drop in the top lane for a first blood. It is for Mr. Mind Control to bring up Pablo, getting his setup perfectly there for the clock, and eventually ends up dropping with the overwhelming damage output that these two have.
And Crystallize playing almost timid, I want to say here. MC actually has a ton of denies right now. Crystallize slowly moving his way towards the bottom of the last hit charts here.
Yeah, ever since minute 1, where he was like one last hit, sitting under his own tower, feeling threatened a lot by these two. And
right here, MC playing all the way up to the tower, even though his hoodwink just showed a mid.
Bit of traffic into mid, trying to contest those water runes. Actually pretty big to try and starve out the Primal Beast, who is going for QBFY. Getting rooted up again, though. Really big model. Difficult sometimes to maneuver around those roots.
I don't think his hitbox is actually physically that much larger than all the other heroes, but it sure is hard to see where you're clicking when your model is that large.
Yeah, that too. Infernal not doing as great as Mind Control is on the other half of the map. Yeah, there's a bit of a dive from Moonlight. Close to getting the kill, but Zantic gets himself a free pass all the way back home. At least he's got the teleport to return to the lane with, so no walk of shame in this case.
No, but he did lose pretty much a full wave here. That is the reason why he copped that much damage to begin with. Moonlight pushing that wave under his tower.
Yeah, Infernal dropping in the bottom lane, but we were a bit too far away to actually close out the kill. Rocket Flare flying in too to help out a bit. BFY close to getting that kill. Shad trading all the way to the end. He knows he deals more damage than the Willow does, but really stretching his limits here. Hansken coming in as well. The Blood Grenade. Is it enough to kill Shad? He survives. Hansken. He's got the Gale on QBFY and Infernal. Could deny him. Eknard stole the kill with the Rocket Flare.
And a deny.
He just wanted to help, but he's going to take the kill instead. It's not the first rocket he threw in there either. He's both of them off cooldown.
A little bit, like, sure, that's very helpful, and that center Willow lane could definitely use the help, but on the other hand, I'm a little bit like, hey, Clockwork, why don't you mess with your own lane a little bit? Your carry's not farming, dude.
Yeah. The Lifestealer and the Weaver both kind of at even numbers in terms of CS. It's just Mind Control who's far ahead of the rest with those 15 denies on top of that too. And you can see it in net worth how far he is compared to the rest of the pack. We're not even at 7 minutes and he's already 800 gold ahead of the mid laners.
Yeah, that is very unusual. I mean, maybe he heard me say that his laning stages looked wonky yesterday and took that personally.
Oh, it certainly has. Something has definitely impacted that. I think you're right.
Like, the simple answer is, of course, like, you know, if you have standards for yourself and you notice that your laning stage was sloppy, then you just play better. Like, who cares what some washed up caster says? But really enjoying... Oh yeah, my glory days are behind me. My best tournament was the very first one I did. That was the Manila Major. Can you imagine starting at the Manila Major?
Yeah,
the hotel with the cheese room.
what was my first tournament? I think I was working on something on Smashcast, like a streaming website that probably doesn't even exist anymore these days. It's Zantic, looking like he's gonna go down, but Pablo will save him with the Bushwhack. Moonlight and
Nice.
Eknard using everything for that, but unfortunate for Xantic, he's constantly threatened. So is Hansken in the bottom lane. QBFY and Infernal will get themselves the Veno kill, making it the third of this game.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And
A
Shad's
little
courier.
career bonus. And I think both of these lanes working out different, not just than what we expected.
Xantic almost died to the
that's-
hard camp stack.
Radiant's middle tower
Luckily, there's
is
not a
under
rocket flare with his name on it right now. But what I was going to say is that I think both of the lanes, side lanes, turned out very different, not just from what we expected, but also from what the players in them expected. This bot lane, the Veno is supposed to secure the lane. That did not happen. Centaur is out-leveling the Weaver. And over on the top side, you think, okay, fine, but that's a Mars in a matchup versus a hero who can just keep on going toe-to-toe with them. We've got the Clockwork as a great way to secure a lane. Surely that one is actually dire favorite, and that one also was not. So both offlaners doing way better than expected.
Yarn also
Venom
now
down again.
ramping up those kills on the Venomancer. That's going to be the third death for Hansken. Then again, he is trying to make as much space as possible for Shad. However, Shad is pushed into the tree line. Well, Infernal takes over the lane and takes over CS as well against the Weaver.
Yeah, and this kind of buying space works if your core is winning the 1v1, but he's not. The burst damage
yeah.
from the Centaur presents too much of a threat for the Weaver. He constantly has to back up.
He's already picked up a decent amount of armor with the Ring of
Oh,
Protection.
Mars is here.
And the Helm of Iron Will. Shad.
Oh, he read that
That's
so
the
well.
risk of it, but the Shikuchi keeps him invisible for just long enough. Infernal never got the double edge off. And the instant reaction coming out from Rest Farmers to protect their carry, turn things around, get themselves the 2 kills they needed. That was so close. Like, too close to comfort.
Yeah, but that was not a reaction, dude. That was an anticipation. The MCTP was already coming in, and I think the Centaur was a little overstepping as well, so perhaps he just got lucky with the fact that the Willow was there as well. But on the other hand, Willow's movement was going that way. MC well does get caught now.
See what they can do with that. Just a bit of poke being applied. Crystallized feeling that he's finally getting a bit of a power fantasy moment, that I'm strong, which he is on this hero. Not as strong to finish off this Mars here in the top lane.
Well, not yet. Looking at Blade Mail for Xantic.
Yeah, I was looking
Pretty
at that
standard
the
build-up.
Blade Mail will help out a lot, especially with these engagements involving a ton of AoE damage.
Yep. We've got that Razor pumping out indiscriminate damage every which way. The Willow's gonna do a fair amount of that.
The Clockwork,
Centaur
the Scent.
usually as well. Yeah, and bottom something's brewing. Ads is here, he's in this.
Get done here. There's the charge in onto Infernal. He does get the Stampede off, but it's going to wear out with this Pulverized cast. And Shad will most likely get this kill. Yes, he will, with the Shikuchi ticking. And that's not just 2 kills. Now that's a third in Shad's lane, and he's pushed himself above the Centaur and the Lifestealer in net worth. At Xantic, the one who had the least is actually the one opening up the plays now.
Really showing just that for Primal Beast, it is all about the levels. It's really, if you fall behind or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you keep your levels up, you keep on killing.
Still, network
And,
is fairly tied between the 2 teams. No big economy margins being drawn here yet. All the tier 1 towers are also standing at 12 minutes.
And this is kind of what I expected from this game, right? We're taking it a little more easy. We're mostly going to be punishing mistakes from the other side. First on,
farming
we're going
some
to get our
rest.
items up. Farming some rest, yeah.
Trying to make a play into mid, though, but they're late to catching at Xantic. But the hook shot is there. Will connect onto Hansken. He'll open up the fight. The Razor is slowed down. The Cog's pushing the Primal Beast into a root, out of all things. Into the Fear, into another root. And Primal Beast is actually dropping quite low. Moonlight picks up the Haste Rune, but won't follow through onto the Primal Beast with his link broken that early.
Yeah, you could see ads walking in there thinking of, do I fit through? Like, comparing? No, I'm really wide, aren't I? And it's like, well, but dang, he's going to get that haste rune. I gotta try. Probably pushed back by the cogs.
If this wasn't a video game, you'd be worried about of your size, kind of like, do I fit in this gap? If you have to ask yourself that question,
So
but you know,
do these cogs make me look fat?
it's not a beauty contest like some of the Dota talent like to call out from time to time.
No,
It might be,
especially
it's
not
the
with
nitty-gritty.
Primal Beast.
Yeah.
I don't think Primal Beast has worried about how he looks in the mirror for a millisecond in his life.
Depends on the
But,
taunts,
who knows?
because the Primal Beast does express
Oh,
himself
hook
from time to time.
shot
The hook shot misses on Shad. It's a close attempt on the Weaver, even using the dust as well, but he'll just back into the jungle and continue whatever he was doing.
Yeah, but he would have been stone cold dead. No time lapse available at the moment. Was already used previously to simply keep up in the lane with that centaur. So Eknard would have gotten him 100%. Just a little off the mark.
I like what Weaver's coming up here. Shad's opting to build a Desolator Weaver this game. We don't see all of the Weavers always build Deso, but in this particular game, that will help with some of the lower armor
matchups.
heroes that naturally have to itemize into armor. Centaur, Lifestealer, Clockwork. They are tanky, yes, but they're not tanky in terms of armor. Or
Yep.
armor numbers in general.
Exactly, and it also works the other way around, which is that both of these heroes are very resistant versus magic damage. In these fights, you're going to miss out on a lot of your lightning bounces and your direct damage if you go with the Mjolnir. I should say the Maelstrom.
Tower is under attack.
So, in both of these ways, haste to deviate. At least in the direct matchups, of course, this does mean that you won't farm as fast on the Weaver.
It's true, but if you farm heroes,
Yep.
is an option now for Shad. When he has it picked up. Only now just the Dragon Lance and the Falcon Blade, so mostly just sitting in the jungle for now. Hansken also trying to catch up a bit with his farm. He has died a multitude of times, and he might just die for a fifth time here with Eknard. Not afraid to use the Bedlam hookshot combo here. He'll grab a kill for Moonlight. Shad's scouting.
Easy.
But he's all by himself versus 4 heroes, so he's not going to go in.
Yeah, his support just tagged the gank, and now it's up to him to squeeze as much out of this as possible. The real threat is gone with the hookshot being down, and him, of course, still having the time lapse up. So it's worth it trying to keep tabs on who's where, especially since the rest of your team is currently pushing the mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
See what is coming out in the coming minutes here, because most of this game has just been farming for both ends. Not a lot of
Unusual.
action. Monte has made a couple plays happen because they can, and they want to utilize those early kills. But rest farmers not really in a rush. I mean, even with Primal Beast, you'd consider that you want to make a lot of plays happen, you want to find early kills, you can. But, well, maybe this is our first proper fight happening here at the river. They've got MC with a beautiful arena placement. That will keep QDFY unable to intervene in the situation. Eknard goes down. Moonlight is also dropping low, and Adzantek chases through. Gets the pulverize. Very fast Razor, but a faster Primal Beast. Uproar also being cast and doesn't quite catch the Centaur, but the Bushwhack does. The stun will keep him there, and MC on the other end, he'll show himself.
Was gonna
Has to
pay.
use the spear on the Willow, though. GVFY will be knocked down by
Dire's
Adzantek.
courier has been killed.
No deaths for rest farmers.
A little closer at the end, but yeah, no deaths at all. That arena placement bespoke, I'd like to say, making sure that Ad survives that initial go, and even though MC gets all of his right click stolen, like that really does not matter at that point anymore. The Razor already lost so much of his HP that by the time that Shad comes back in and you get to chase out with the still living Ads, you don't have enough damage to actually kill them before they kill you.
And very important for Shad as well to be able to participate in that fight instead of just sitting in jungle hitting creeps, because that pushes him forward with that Desolator item pickup and the timings. There's a hook shot in the river. This time it's Pablo. He tries to push himself away with the sharpshooter, but the rocket slow is there and just suddenly showed Eye of the Storm Razor right next to him. Squirrel getting zapped by lightning.
And lightning will strike twice. Yeah, but for Shad, the race is now on, right? You didn't go for a farming item. You are still at the top of the network because you've had, well, you're the fastest, you move from camp to camp the best, you've been involved in kills. But the Lifestealer has now finished up the Radiance, and you will not stay at the top of the net worth unless your entire team takes over the board right now.
Yeah, it's true. It is a bit of a group up sign now to start to cause some damage on Monte, who has, at least with the kills that they found, they've been able to take a tier 1 tower. That's all they've gotten in 18 minutes. So it does bode well for Rest Farmers in terms of map control. They still have all their tier 1s up. Well, not all, but the ones that they really
MC is in.
They do got MC baiting in the front. The hook shot catches the Primal Beast as well. MC is down. He does get the arena off, and he's got 4 heroes inside. With a Stampede, they're running in circles. At Samtic, 10 seconds for another onslaught to be available. How much damage can Chat deal? They're all feeling pretty healthy on the side of Monte, except for Eknart dropping low, but he doesn't need to be there anymore. Hanskin is down. At Samtic rolling in with the Pulverize. Does get the trample and the onslaught. Might be able to kill Moonlight. He's got him. And there comes the Infest as well, who'll finish him off. Shad, quick time lapse away. 3 heroes already down on the side of Rest Farmers, and they're gonna call it a day with that fight, making it a 2-for-3 for Monte.
I'm not sure if Rest Farmers wasn't entirely ready for MC to jump that deep, or if the reaction is just, yeah, because you don't actually get the follow-up from Atlantic there at all, completely shoved out of the fight by that clockwork, and then most of this is just like, alright, how much damage can we tank while you're waiting for, well, honestly, what are you waiting for here? Maybe for Monte to split up somehow so the Chat can pick them apart, but they won't. They're simply holding hands around that Razor.
Yeah, and a lot of choke point fights as well, enabling a lot of these abilities being cast. The Cogs, the Willow branches, or the Brambles even, and the Amar's Arena as well. So positioning is difficult for a hero, like if you look at it from the Radiance perspective, the Weaver, to actually get in there, because there's either Roots or Cogs, and you don't exactly have the highest attack range on this hero. You have the mobility, but when all the paths are blocked, what does mobility matter?
Agreed. No, but it was still the right decision for them to be that far up, just because they are trying to take territory away right now. And the Desolator is now finished, so I do expect them to simply reset their waves and then go again. And you do have a little bit of time before that Razor BKB still.
Yeah, it's really down to the call of the team. Does Mind Control prioritize farming that BKB to a finish, or are they going to make a play right away? Because he's just a recipe short. Something also pushing a wave really deep in here, so the team is making a smoke, forcing Monte to at least respond the pushing lanes right now. And I think it is the right time to actually go for the smoke and look for somebody. Nobody in the triangle though. Bit of action in the bottom lane as Infernal and QBFY and Crystallize, they're all here. Shad, he'll find the Lifestealer. He'll start the fight on his own. Crystallize just goes for the straight up teleport out, and Shad's picking, you know, leveling up his herbology.
Picking flowers, and that also means that the backup from Monte can now grab some camps and quietly retreat. Good dodge.
But still, Crystallize is right next to him. He TP'd to farm. The Bushwhack just doesn't connect from Pablo. And gap closing is a bit of a hard thing to do here, right? Because you need to throw a projectile. Either Bushwhack or Spear or Atlantic being the literal projectile. All of these heroes and their abilities, Lifestealer is presented a pretty good opportunity of survival. And always rage before anything connects.
No, this was a very good Lifestealer game. But you know what? They pushed him away. And it does deliver the Roche.
Sealing themselves in the Roche pit with no answer coming out. Clockwork is thinking about a potential play. Eknart, he's got mana for a rocket and a hook shot. There's the rocket flare. Xanthic is blocking the path. The smokes are popping. Clockwork is considering going in. He's gone around them. He's gonna go in. He's got the Roche, but it goes for Shad and the Radiant team. That is Rest Farmers picking up the Roche kill too. I commend Eknart for the effort, And it was not just a simple lazy sitting in the trees waiting for it. You actually had to work for this one.
Yeah. Not really solid attempt, but unfortunately nothing there. And also showcasing the fact that Monte would rather not fight as a whole right now. You have all the information. You decide to go for the BKB on Moonlight. I think it's correct. Between the Primal Beast and the Mars, you're going to get so much out of the debuff immunity. And really the only one who can hurt you at that point is the Weaver. How farmed is the Weaver? He's alright, but he's not ahead of you. Like, maybe he has enough to chew through a Razor, but he doesn't have enough to chew through a Razor and a Lifestealer and a Centaur. There's no way.
Yeah, it's not that huge. Even with a 5-0 scoreline, so is the Lifestealer, also unkilled this game. Still the 2 players out of all the 10 that haven't died yet. Weaver has been close once or twice already. Shad could have had his clean sheet already broken in the laning stage. And one Shukuchi into the Bramble. Oh, the hookshot attempt there. Again, Eknard. He's relentless. You know, he knows what he can do, but unfortunately bites the dust for a second time in a row.
The support duo have definitely been the ones making the plays for Monte before, and you can see it here again. On the ball. Just unfortunately not much to do against a BKB. As well,
top
Pablo.
lane, a squirrel gets torn to shreds.
You know, deserved. Deserved.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sadly, just in front of his own tier 1 tower. Mind control, though. He's gonna die to Moonlight here. He's got no way of surviving this. Also, his courier for good measure.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's a bit of a rough thing for him to... I mean, they saw them in top, but still Razor showed another threat, which the Mars can't zone out because of the BKB that he also has.
Radiant's top
And that's where it comes down to the physical damage, and the physical damage is that Weaver.
Yep, suddenly 2 towers will fall. It's almost 1,000 damage. Sorry, 1,000 gold from Monte from 2 tower kills as a team. Still, rest farmers 2k ahead. Not a lot of gold, but something to work with. The Aegis still up on the Weaver for another 2 minutes. Has the MKB lined up next. But what we're really looking at here, in terms of item timing,
Eknard breaks the smoke.
They got the jump on Eknard. Okay, one way to start it. You can farm more Vessel charges for the Venomancer.
And they're chasing deeper.
Yeah, they found Moonlight. He's a bit too far. Too fast for them to catch. Nice 460 movement speed. But that is an opportunity for Huskin to ward in. They're actually pinging the cliff.
Oof.
Oh, what?
MC went to cut a wave on top because his team was... Well, you know, you have these 2 wards placed. You're looking to squeeze 2 waves, most likely. That was the one that was closest. And underestimates how ready Monte is to...
Yeah, walked into an ambush.
Yeah.
I'm also so curious about his positioning. Like, what are they doing in front of the enemy tier 2 tower? The enemy's there. He doesn't know it. And
efficiency.
I guess he was also believing that they're not going to be around that area, but gets surprised.
And of course there is something to be said for, like, if you want to make a move like that, then your team has to understand that they need to be positioned not behind the tower like they currently are for sieging it, but much more up around the area where the Venomancer wards currently are, as we watch the Brave attempted.
Is this the Eknard highlight we're watching?
Yeah.
Are we getting the Tormentor play after that as well? Maybe?
Let's see.
Because okay, we're just going straight for the top lane kill. We could have seen the Tormentor play come out from the Clockwork as well in that same reel, just the Eknard. I mean, they're not exactly highlights, but they're not exactly lowlights either.
They're almost highlights, which is the life of a support Clockwork sometimes. You put your body on the line, and sometimes this is not worth anything. What can you do?
What can you do indeed? The game is unpaused, and we will continue with our match here. And I had... Right, so with Mars dying here, that might have just cost them that entire Aegis use. We'll see if they can get to use it here with Moonlight getting caught with the Gleipnir. The stuns are there. The boomerang is also thrown in, but he'll instantly dispel it. The hook shot will miss, but Pablo getting chased by Eknark with the Bedlam on top of him. Meanwhile, the big chase is here on the left side of the river with that Zantik and Hansken battling Moonlight. Moonlight is dropping low. One more hit from Shad. He's got it. The Aegis is down. Perfectly timed for Mind Control to finally tune in for the fight as well. Crystallize popping that rage, walks away from the arena. They're controlling the Weaver, and Shad is about to drop. Low on HP, wants that time lapse. He's got it. He's got the time lapse off, and he's running away. That was the kill that Monte needed. They got 2, but the fight's not over because Rest Farmers still have the damage.
Mars is
Eknark
back.
blown up there with a big bonk and the bug on top of him. And Infernal's going to drop as well. And now Crystallize with QBFY. QBFY getting focused by the Weaver. Atlantic will die. Crystallize still taking this fight all the way through. Justice being popped. Shikuchi will finish off QBFY. And now Crystallize is the lone survivor. But will he survive in total? Because MC, he's still on the hunt. Can he land that Blink Spear? Doesn't look like he'll go for it. So Shad and the boys will... They'll call that fight theirs. They lose the Aegis on 3 heroes, but they claim 4.
Yeah, and that is still a win out of an Aegis where we were, thinking that maybe the Mars being down meant that they wouldn't have a fight anymore. Instead, they managed to latch that fight for long enough that MC comes back in. But I do foresee damage problems in the future. It takes them so long to get Moonlight during that fight. And that's a man who's currently building up a Satanic. Once he has that, I don't see how you kill him without losing the entirety of your team.
Yep. Yeah, you are right. You're gonna need something, something to hold him back. And Mind Control, he's going for the Yule. So if one thing that they can do right is lock him down before he's able to regenerate, or do enough damage at the start and then lock him down before he's about to use that Satanic. There are ways to approach. And ways to also upset Moonlight if he panics too early. There are definitely ways to do it. But you're right, it is taking a long time to kill him. The thing is, everybody else is so squishy. These are like easy pickings for Shad.
No, the Clockwork is going to be dying every single fight from now on. I mean, once again, just Clockwork things, right? And the other problem is, of course, that they can't touch Crystallize at the moment. We're talking about them having trouble taking down Moonlight, when we're not even talking about what Crystallize is going to do to them in the meantime.
Oh, Shad. Gank squad incoming. You also see him with the vision, with the workplace down. The hook shot's there. Weaver terrorized up as well. Just a couple HP remaining in Eknard. With Infernal and QBFY, they will get to kill Shad's Weaver. Very good play. Smoking up through the map. And of course, most importantly, Pablo threw his Gleipnir onto Razor in the mid area, so Moonlight knew where the rest of the team was most likely to be. So that was a free kill for them.
No way of receiving backup, and also maybe a false sense of security from the side of Rest Farmers, especially when you know where, for example, that Razor is. Like, that is the guy that you're watching out for in the team fights currently. The idea that your carry can get killed by both of the supports plus their offlaner. Yeah, if you sit here and do the math, sure, but it's not going to be your immediate value judgment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do wonder if Mind Control's gonna add some extra damage into his inventory, since they already have the Desolator. His bonk will do a sizable amount of damage with that debuff. Is he gonna build anything else alongside it with the Blink, BKB, and the Yules? Sees QBFY as the... Okay, might just pop it himself to avoid getting stunned. Okay, we'll just tank it like a man.
I would see an AC as one of the best possible pickups here. Amplify the damage that the Weaver is dealing, as well as securing the rest of your team versus all of the physical that's coming in, the minus armor from the Razor as well. I think that is the pickup. And then after that you upgrade your Yules.
I do like that. You know, the AC could be a very good pickup here for Mars. Unless Mind Control's opting to build survivability for himself. Shiva's probably something he might consider.
There's already a Shivan's on ads though. Double Shiva's not the worst thing in the world, but...
Yeah, it's armor. But yeah, I think the AC could make sense if they want to, you know, min-max.
Optimize. It sounds much nicer. Min-maxing is for dweebs.
Nerds.
Exactly.
I guess these guys are also, since they are playing the highest level of Dota, or some of them at least trying to get there.
Yeah. Hey, listen, a dweeb doesn't actually have the guts to throw yourself into heartbreak time and time again like an aspiring Dota pro is. Like, you can say a lot about it, but this is rough on you emotionally. If you're not the winner, you're just going to lose more in your career than you're going to win, always. And you're just going to have to deal with that and keep on saying, no, I will be better next time. And on these teams, there's a bunch of players who've heard that for years and years and years now.
There's definitely a lot of those, and some of them have been falling off during the course of these years. Inferno actually catches Pablo there with a stun. There's the call in from Monte, and Adzantic getting caught with his pants down. He will have to fight a multitude of heroes on the left side of the battle. A Centaur, he's taken down. They will lose Pablo. That's already 2 heroes down from Rest Farmers. They have all moved towards the Ancient Camp direction here. MC keeping him busy. Shad going to be spotted by Crystallize, and with that Radiance, he just cannot turn around and poke the Lifestealer. MC, BKB teleports away, and Hanskin also out. Not a fight that Adzantic could take there in the lane.
No, absolutely not. And you're hoping there that he can buy enough time for the rest of his team to finish off the Centaur fast. But the fact that Pablo was the one gone on there, that honestly, that fight could have gone worse. Pablo lived for so long yet. He dragged the Centaur so far away from the rest of his team. If those 3 cores from Monte get to stand on top of each other and hold hands, I don't see what the rest farmers do.
Also calling off this Roshan attempt. They already softened him up a bit here, but they back out, recognizing we don't quite have the damage to take this one. And actually, they are roared up. They're taking extra damage. You got to remind that. Crystallize will start to hammer Mars. Hanskin also soaking up a big amount of damage there. Moonlight charging into the back. MC down. He did not have that BKB available. His arena unused. Hanskin going down. Shad's low on HP as well. If you get the Yules out onto the Weaver, QBF wide at the backline, terrorizing him up. And here comes Infernal. And they're going to slice and dice that Weaver down. And Pablo, he's the only one remaining here as the Veno bought back. But the Veno is not coming back to the fight. So Monte, I think that was a bit of a cheeky play. You know, they realized, one, they couldn't quite do the Roshan. They might have ended up losing it. But as they back away, Rest Farmers got hit by the Roar debuff. As you can see, Weaver has that nice little red debuff on him. They're taking extra damage in this fight. Not a lot, not for a long time, but just for a bit, as that jump came from Eknar.
Yeah, just for a bit. And man, does that jump split them clean down the middle. They need to be able to focus fire in order to get any of these tanky cores down at the start, and instead they get to do precisely none of that, which is why, well, eventually, you know, Shad is the one laying into Moonlight, so he's the one that gets low, but that is also the guy with the most survivability on himself currently, with that Satanic only needed to be popped all the way at the end of the fight.
Hanskin between a rock and a hard place. Dropping to Crystallize on the Lifestealer. The Aegis picked up for the Razor. Moonlight will have his second shot at a team fight. And if he does die, he'll still return back. Will not get the static link damage, though, if he dies the first time.
No, there's
if that persisted.
Yeah, can you imagine? Eye of the Storm just keeps on going. No, thank you.
We got Leshrac with Diabolic Edict, which will continue going.
From the grave. No, but this is the damage problem that was always present in this draft coming home to roost. And between this Aegis on the Razor and the fact that there's a BKB on the Lifesteal, like Crystallize realizes that he doesn't have to deal the damage in this fight. All that needs to happen is just that all 3 of the cores of Monte are alive, and Rest Farmers cannot take them down. So yeah, stay alive. As the BKB. They're shoving 2 waves right now. Complete disregard for anything that Rest Farmers might want to throw at them.
Shad's trying to cut them at the same time, right next to the Razor, but Moonlight's more focused on the tower instead of the hero itself. No point chasing a Weaver if you can't catch him. Also, the Mars now cutting another way from mid, trying to make sure that this backdoor protection kicks in, but there's a siege creep that's keeping their hopes alive. Crystallize as well, pushed a creep wave onto the high ground here, hitting the tier 3 tower. Pablo trying to open up a bit, poke the Lifestealer. Won't do a huge amount of damage, but he'll try his best.
Radiant's
At
top
least
tower
something
is under
here.
attack.
Mind control.
Radiant structures are fortified.
6-second BKB has worn out the big charges. Get thrown into the air. The Terrorize was cast cancelled there by QBFY. He'll force out the BKB off of the Mars. The Xantic does get the Pulverize. And there goes the Aegis as well. Crystallize will have to take over. Pummel at Xantic a bit. He does get himself to safety there with the Ogre Seal Totem. You catch the
now
Razor
on
for
the
a second
retreat.
time, and now Mind Control comes in with the initiation, but where is the Weaver? Does Shat get damage in? Infest is there. Moonlight
yes.
looks like he's done for. He's done for. Crystallize gonna have to fight versus Atlantic. Shat sees an opening. There's so many brambles in between, he's gonna have to go around. Onto Eknark they go this time. The Clockwork will buy some time for his team to get out of there. Centaur's already teleported away. Crystallize, QBFY, both getting out as well. So they got the tier 3, but it's a very, very costly aggression move there from Monte. I hope they... I'm not sure if that was the right call to just charge it in like that.
No, that's extremely messy, and what they give is precisely what MC wants. He doesn't actually die on the engagement, but even he could have still bought back as well, just in case they did get him. They all come in through that small, narrow gap and give enough information to rest farmers to the point where they can re-engage with that Mars once he's healed back up again.
So it only happens to be just the tier 3 tower that will drop, and they will keep their racks intact. So a solid amount of golden experience going for rest farmers for holding that base, meaning that Weaver's BKB one step closer. Also, Atlantic recognizing how much presence he needs in this team fight. Refresher will give him the most of that.
Yep. I can't forget here that he's got the level 20 now as well, so a lot of extra uproar armor will do a great lot of good against the Razor here as well. And MC actually, I thought he would perhaps upgrade the Yule Scepter, but we're going in for Hex, baby. We're trying to make sure that we can actually control people.
It's very, very important, especially now that the Centaur has also lined up a Yule Scepter. And Willow having one will add up 2.
Dire are scanning.
Enable them to add in that extra lockdown. They are very dependent on their short cooldowns, as short as they are. Make sure that they get a round 1, a round 2, and a round 3. Onto Hansken they go. I'll take the Venomancer. Oh, this is your routine kill, but they're also onto Shad here. There's the Willow teleporting in. Sentry already down. He knows exactly what's up. Can he lock down Shad, though? I'll spot him in the lane. Infernal, not close enough. The Stampede was used for this too. Pablo is around. He'll teleport away, and Shad is also out from harm's way.
Not much sense chasing a Weaver there. Once he doesn't appear on the flares that you shot previously, you know he's managed to dodge you. But that does put the pressure back on. A Weaver though, you know, we did get the plus 90 Geminate attack damage. I think that made a pretty big difference in the previous fight, but he's also now level 23. The extra Geminate attack will come out decently soon. And the Lifestealer used to be almost 4 levels ahead of him. That is no longer the case either because of that lost fight. So you have the extra rage duration there, but it is simply not the same as the sheer amount of damage that Shad will pump out if he just manages to get there.
Yeah. Just need to get there, that's all. All that is required. The rest farmers, they're not out of this one. Might think that they might be in the receding end, yes, but there's a lot of small quirks here and there that could dictate how these fights go.
Look at where MC is.
Just vibing.
Yeah, vibing, see if you can kill some couriers, snipe some waves here. It's gonna blow up this one, I think. Yep.
Yeah. Well, most importantly, just destroy waves.
Yeah, he's got the shard. Doesn't actually need to show if he doesn't want to, but gives them a brief glimpse before he disappears again.
Yeah, the downside of God's Rebuke actually breaks your smoke. Spear doesn't.
Yeah, it's an attack.
They're onto him now. And they almost got the root to connect. That was pixels away.
Almost, but not quite.
From Monte.
Slippery devil.
Slippery devil indeed. Shad spotted. Hookshot comes out. They've got the Infest Bomb on and with the Abyssal as well. And he got his BKB off, but he's dead anyway. Oh, that's a reaction when you just lift your hands off your keyboard and be like, oh, god damn it.
Yeah, both hands in your hair, I think.
Yeah.
No, because that's without a buyback as well.
It's gone for 70 seconds. They're just chewing through the backdoor protection here with Crystallize and Moonlight. It will take them a bit of time because Pablo's cutting waves, and all this wave cutting they've been doing all this time, they even glyph it up to get that regeneration back and running for that tower, but still, a wave has made its way through, so the backdoor is finally off. And remember, there's no tier 2s remaining. This could be a full-on base cleanup here. As Weaver's not back for 40 seconds.
You gotta throw buybacks at this. I think you gotta buy time with your heroes that you do have. Mars did just get the level 20, so you have a little bit more stun on that as well. You can't afford to lose the last racks.
Yeah, the last one is what you're fighting for. That split push, the creep wave cutting has at least saved rest farmers from losing more in their base. Playing the map effectively and efficiently is
well done.
Gonna keep them still in this one.
Exactly. No, because I was already like, oh god, you got to throw buybacks at this. But no, when the creep waves don't come in like that, you don't have to. Beautiful preparation.
And also a very funny thought that, you know, they just took 2 lanes of racks and they're only 5k ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, like
usually that's like 18k to 22k that you're already up against your opponents.
Mm-hmm. And you have the better vision in this match because you're the team with the clockwork. It's a lot of things that Rest Farmers has been quietly doing right.
That scan was very deep in. Do they suspect them to be up this close?
As is gonna pop.
Crystallize, and something's popped and spotted. There's a bash coming out. The Abyssal follows up as well. Primal in trouble. Never got to use his blade mail. Meanwhile, Shad pops his BKB. He is disarmed by the Aghanims of the Lifestealer. They're not getting the damage in which they need, but is it going to be sufficient? Moonlight's down. Eknar's dropping. Shad is gone for 100 seconds. Carry out a play. Hunskin's trying his best with his Venomancer, what he can do at this stage of the game. They're just lacking that primary source of damage. They're lacking. They're trying their best. They've got Infernal out, but Crystallize is going to be a whole different raid boss to worry about, which they can try and kite, but that Aghanims... Can they cliff him? Oh, he cancels the onslaught, actually. I was going to wonder if they're going to try and cliff the Lifestealer there with that Aghanims when he pops out. Not quite. Hanskin will end up dropping soon if Crystallize can't find him. Meanwhile, MC goes down to QBFY, and that's 3 heroes out without a buyback. The base is in shambles. Creeps are hitting the tier 4 towers and the remaining buildings. Crystallize is like, well, time to go to base, I guess.
Yeah, well, like walking his way over there slowly. The one who deals most of the base damage still is Moonlight, especially with the AC presence. Crystallize, yeah, everybody's dead. I guess I go it alone.
I'll do it my way.
Not much of a choice, but I do actually think that he could lose a lot of HP here if he plays this wrong.
Yeah.
Walk's scaring him off.
Oh, he's got the Infest, so he's fine. Point that up every 20 seconds. And that's Mega Creeps. Well, now it's a difficult story here for Rest Farmers to crawl back together. QBFY even has a BKB up on this Willow. He won't get caught by the Bushwhack Sharpshooter combo. Teleports away.
Now I think Monte finally has insured themselves versus all those split pushing shenanigans. Take a Roshan in peace. Nighttime Oroch with the Aghanims and cheese. Everything you could have ever wanted.
Is there a way out for Rest Farmers? I mean, how do they keep Shadow alive for long enough?
He needs level 25 right now. That's what he needs. If he gets to go to 25, maybe. And he has an 80 and an Arcane currently.
Good runes for him to have. And I guess that's also a reason why they're outside of the base, because these creep waves are going to be closing in. Well, he'll have to show.
Yeah, like, you know, one Yules and you don't have shit.
And also, like, this Lifestealer Aghanims is so good versus him, because the moment he pops BKB and he's about to start hitting people, just gets disarmed.
Yeah, and Crystallize has the luxury of just sitting there as long as they want.
Yeah, and they have so many secondary damage sources on the side of Monte that they can just keep on going for these. And Mind Control, Abyssal, killed. Hanskin also getting slain on the high ground. Shad pops his BKB, again, disarmed by the Lifestealer, getting bashed a bit as well. And a go-kart from Infernal. He's got nobody in that cart, but he's just going around by himself like, hey, I got this nice little ride over here. However, the Xantic's going to have to soak up the attention, gets forced to the high ground, survives with 200 HP. That Heart of Tarask is keeping him alive for now. Pablo, he's not as lucky, comes in with a buyback. Hanskin out, gone for 100 seconds. And down to 3. The 3 Musketeers. There's this Monte. Xantic charging in, gets the Pulverize out, the Bushwhacks onto 2. Infernal surviving, Xantic dropping. That Primal Beast sent back to whence he came from, and so Shad will also drop, and that is going to be game number 1. Monte. They force out the GG and they destroy the Ancient as they go. 48 minutes. Rest Farmers, they stuck in this game for a very long time, but it was an uphill battle.
Yeah, it definitely was. The damage front was always going to be a problem, and they worked around it really well. They bought so much time for themselves with very sharp split pushing, losing very few heroes in the process. And then on top of that, like, they do get some decent fights out where they mostly ignore Crystallize, get to put the damage in onto Moonlight, but in the end, well, I think there was just a little bit too much outplay that needed to happen from their side in order to actually make it happen. And the other thing that you hope for is that you get Shad a little bit more time where he doesn't need to be with the rest of his team so that he can actually farm up those levels like Crystallize had. But Shad was constantly needed, and that means that he just wasn't ahead enough and he didn't actually get to run through those talents.
This was a pretty rough game in sense of a damage source for Rest Farmers, because, you know, Venomancers is great for damage over time. He did the most damage in the team at 38k. But nobody else, well, it's the supports that are actually topping it. None of the cores were even near to that number. So that is going to present its troubles of its own if your cores are not the ones bringing it out. And can Veno and Hoodwink stretch those fights far enough that they will kill people? That's not how you plan the game in the first place. So back to the drawing board for Rest Farmers. And Monte take the lead in the series. But Monte, so far, they've only got ties. Can they break that curse? That's after the break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
indie gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Time for the final game of the day here at the Rest Regional Europe, where Rest Farmers and Monte are taking the challenge to the full distance. Monte taking the first game, but their trend so far has been tying up series. Now's their first chance to actually lock in their first W on the board, while Rest Farmers, what have they been able to achieve so far has been a victory over Nemiga and a loss over Navi Jr. So they would at least be happy to pick up an extra point here from this particular matchup. We've already got our draft well underway, where we have our clockwork opener into a Batrider response coming out from Monte. We know QBFY has liked this support Batrider quite a lot.
Yeah, he has, and he's been doing some great work with it. That man is always catching up to the enemy offlaner on this Batrider. As Rest Farmers, a little bit more initiative this time around. We've seen some great Pablo Clockwork games in the past, but I'm pretty sure they can play this on both positions in the support as well. My question here is really, are Monte going to be able to win the draft again to in such a way that it doesn't matter that Rest Farmers has the better map play? And that feels like a weird thing for me to say after Rest Farmers just lost, but I think the amount of splitting that they did and the style in which they did it and how little they got caught illustrates how much better they feel the map right now. And I think that if Monte does not have a draft in which he can afford to just group everybody up and punch through, that game is really very hard.
Yeah, that was a big reason why Rest Farmers was keeping up in economy that well, because even like there was that moment where they lost 2 lanes of racks, and usually that translates to at least like a 8 to 14k gold swing in not exactly, but usually it's a result of a team wipe into buildings being taken, potentially a buyback being lost, and they were only 5k behind with 2 lanes down. And also the tier 3 that was gone from the top lane earlier on. So they were really keeping up with playing the map efficiently and being very persistent in keeping that game alive, even if their chances weren't looking that hot, since a lot of that damage was coming out from Shad, or at least was about to kick in from Shad. In reality, both of the supports dealt a total of 68,000 damage. 38k from the Veno, and I believe it was like 30k from Pablo's Hoodwink, while the next damaging hero would be the Weaver, followed up with the Primal, and the least by Mind Control's Mars. But his job was solely just to add a bit of extra control for the team. But let's see what kind of hero he's going to pick up for himself, as Monte is going to bring up the Gyrocopter.
Yep, possible flex here. We know that Crystallize is not afraid to just pick a straight up Gyrocopter core first as well. And Rest Farmers go back to the Venomancer. I mean, it may not have secured the lane the last time around, and that makes its impact once again so hard to gauge, right? What did the extra vision do for you? What did the fact that you dealt so much damage in that game, but did you ever get to, finish anybody off? How much how many heroes went to 0 because of that. It's all very hard to tell. So I do understand why they're giving it a next shot here again. They must really believe in the hero. But on the other hand, it also feels a little bit like, man, this Clockwork is going to have to do everything by himself. And this boy hasn't looked that great recently.
Not a lot. I think there's been actually one Leshrac win in the course of this tournament, but it was paired up with the Io, which is banned this time by Monte. So that was probably the one good Leshrac we've seen in the course of this tournament, at least, but the rest haven't been looking too sharp. You're absolutely right about that. Not the first go-to hero, at least here at the West Regional. But it does offer Monte a chance to try and counter the Leshrac. Look for a good mid matchup for themselves. Is it the Bad Rider? Is it going to be something else? And how do they answer that? Because they've already addressed their map control. Might not have looked as hot in that first game. Do they also need to try and play the map versus this Leshrac? Are they going to let them take that over and find strength in their team fight, which was really solid? And with the Centaur, it does look like they are adding to that factor.
They are. I mean, this Lesh can be a tool for snowballing out a game, but we've seen recently that the Lesh is often just a little bit too fragile to hold that position currently. And then afterwards, well, yeah, I guess you can also split with it. Lesh is very much a two-shot lane killer. You can kill lanes out of smokes as well. Once you get to the point in the game where you get a ninja gear, you can just constantly be ghost pushing if you want to be. There's a lot of options after you bungled the mid game. Because let's face it, like in the first place, like we're praising rest farmers for the split pushing, but most of it is about the map control and the fact that they didn't get that far behind in the first place, and not the fact that they had to split put that game out to win it. So you're really hoping that you're going to get to use your understanding of how to play the map to win in the mid game instead of using it to drag out the game in hopes that some late game shenanigans happen.
Yeah, indeed right about that. Monte, though, they're running out of time here with their reserve time, so they're going to lock themselves in the sniper, which they thought about for a bit here. Most likely our mid matchup is now locked in with the Lesh versus the sniper here.
Big time counter. Huge.
And I do like that they protected the sniper with the scent pick coming out, because otherwise rest farmers would be like, hey, let's just pick the centaur versus the sniper. So it's also a protective pick for Monte.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, in both ways, right? The fact that you don't get that free, hey, run at my sniper card, as well as the fact that you now have an extra disengage for a lineup that does have a way to close the distance towards you, like that Clockwork will be gunning for you. It does not matter if you can simply disengage.
We're gonna get some more blink initiators coming out from rest farmers, maybe. I don't know. I don't think the Slardar is a bad idea to consider here. I'm gonna bring out a Sven and keep my controls hero open. Sven is naturally pretty good. His laning stage is pretty solid. His timings are pretty good to play with.
10 seconds remaining.
But his high ground push versus sniper is kind of rough.
Dire team ban.
If the sniper builds into right-click damage, that is.
Yeah, no, we're already at the point where if your Lesh doesn't have a game here, then ending the game is going to be super hard. And I'm wondering here if we're not going to see, because this matchup is so murderous for the Leshrac, if we're not going to see a switch out of that Lesh towards the side lane. Because you can play offlane Lesh if you have a good enough matchup.
Alright, so they banned out the Life Stealer. Still considering the option of the Slardar open here. Mind Control could actually get something done with that hero. Aggression-wise, that is.
No, I would really enjoy a Slardar in the way that the drafts are lying right now. And see a lot of... I mean, the drawback that you have is you had a Mars for really big AoE control in the previous game. We saw MC make a couple of absolutely crucial jumps with that. Split up some fights really decisively, and if you pick a Slardar, you give that up in favor of damage. Yeah, you have a little bit of AoE control, but ultimately your team fight is going to be down to don't want to say it's going to be down to damage checks, but usually when both sides lack control like that, it's going to be to like positioning and damage checks.
Also, I'm very curious about this caudal ban coming out from Monte. Thought it was pretty self-explanatory that Mind Control's hero is missing here, but why the caudal ban here?
Maybe they're on the same page as me. It's like they're thinking that perhaps this Lesh could still go towards the side lane, or maybe you could still twist it to support, play an offlane Venomancer. Could be pretty nasty if that is a melee hero there.
Yeah, I mean you could definitely do that. Leshrac does fit into a lot of roles.
They're suspicious, and you know, it doesn't have to be right, it just has to be something that you have to be aware of. Because I think we've seen drastic switches like that not work out more often. But you know what? That is in her spirit. I'm pretty sure that that's ads.
And if that is, that also means that this Lesh will go into the hands of Mind Control. So yeah, I'm happy to see Inherent Spirit come out here, even though the matchup might be a bit difficult with the sniper in the lane. Though he is a tanky hero, I think tankier as well than the Leshrac, and Lesh probably struggles a bit more with this matchup, even if Earth Spirit is a melee hero.
No, and you're going to be able to compensate for a lot of the HP that you're going to be losing by the fact that you have way better rune control. As for a Lesh, that would pose extra problems, and of course in the end you're going to compensate for the fact that you can rotate on your own as an Earth Spirit. And a Lesh is more of a reactive, rotating kind of hero. So yeah, there we have it. MC gets kind of picked, Ads gets kind of picked in the mid, says no thank you, and gives the Leshrac over to MC instead. But that's still not an easy matchup, because Monte were aware, they showed it through the Cottle Band there, and do now also pick up a ranged core for the carry position. So that does mean that this is not an easy peasy, okay, but I'm a ranged offlaner versus a melee matchup, I can still last hit here kind of deal. I think MC might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Definitely. The laning matchup at least is going to be interesting. Leshrac versus the Wind Ranger coming out from Crystal Eyes. So something different coming out from one of the side lanes. Then again, we got the Sven versus the Centaur, which I think is going to be very back and forth. I guess you could put it that way. Centaur has good burst, but Sven's also going to soak up some of the damage being dealt to him. And it is with QBF Wise Batrider. We know that he's been able to get some good plays out. But the thing is, even if Veno is good at slowing down his targets, Sven's damage output isn't exactly that scary compared to like a lot of these carries that give you kill potential. So it's going to be a bit of trading back and forth.
Yeah, no, a lot of that lane is in the hands of Hanskin, and I think in return as well, a lot of the top lane is in the hands of Pablo, where Lesh versus a Wind Ranger in the mid lane would be a fairly well balanced matchup, right? But with the two supports in the mix, Lesh is so fragile. He 100% needs Pablo to be there constantly to keep that gyrocopter out of his hair. Otherwise, he's simply going to lose a trading war. So, we had the odds flash by for you, and now we immediately move into a little excursion towards the Wind Ranger here. If you have the clockwork, you do in fact want to try and see if you can get the battery assault or the cogs leveraged into a first blood before the horn. No such luck. Does mean though that Crystallize has the Wind Run level 1. No power shot for you, no ability to actually secure the range creeps.
30 seconds to battle.
There's a lot at stake in this one, considering if this is a matchup that you consider still one of the easier ones that you're still facing tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, which is going to be the ending of Group B, and we'll know our playoff finalists. There's still a couple good matchups coming up. At least Monte is going to be playing Night Pulse. The way Night Pulse has been playing, it's going to be a rough matchup.
Yeah.
The battle begins.
And of course, for Rest Farmers, they also have to play Night Pulse on the final day.
Yeah.
While Infernal,
so for both of them,
getting bullied a bit here by 3 heroes, and he's close to dying, and the Blood Grenade's going to finish him off, so Pablo will bring the first blood here for Rest Farmers.
Yeah, is that a secure or is that a steal? Because the kill is still ticking.
I mean, it's a good point to throw it out there. You could have just left the Centaur at 1 HP and he would not come to this lane for a while. But you did want to get that kill. So they'll take the first blood.
Yeah, better secured than slipped out of your hands, I suppose.
Alright, so Rest Farmer's on the board first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they got themselves a pretty advantageous start to the lanes because of it, because that is also, of course, still the wind run on top for that Wind Ranger, which means that she's less of a threat on that level 1. MC making as much out of that as possible. But this is a rough one for a Clockwork. I said that Pablo needs to keep Egnard out of MC's hair, but the problem is that as good as Battery Assault is, it's not as good as Rocket Barrage. And your expertise is walking up to people, hugging them to death. The other guy just does it better.
At least on the positive side concerning the cores in this laning matchup, the more the creeps in between, well, both of their spells are going to get soaked up by them as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the real advantage is if the other pushes their advantage with just their creep wave alive. Yeah, you heard me. It's
every single time. Yeah, and you can see the solution that MC and Paolo found there is, and they can get the better trade if MC uses the extra hiccups from the gyrocopter getting hit by the Battery Assault to hit as well. But if he's busy hitting creeps, he can't do that, and Pablo simply loses the trade. Alright. What was happening in mid, you said?
Well, Atlantic at least, you know, is capable of brawling versus the sniper early, but then again, that headshot, the more levels he gets to pick it up in, Moonlight's going to establish control over this lane. Of course, Earth Spirit will see his small openings. Try to poke the sniper as much as he can. Is in the lead for now. I'm sure this will stabilize in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, especially since he just missed a full wave while we were watching him.
Yep, that sure he did.
Well, a little bit of a yikes. But yeah, the pressure is on here on an Earth Spirit because this sniper matchup is only going to get harder and harder. He's already ferrying regen in order to be able to stay in the lane. And your goal is really just get to 6 as fast as possible and then pay that pesky little guy back for all of the hurt that he did to you.
Yeah. Of course, this is a very good game. And, oh, actually, the gyrocopter in a bit of trouble. There does get a big heal. But Mind Control continues to be relentless, and he'll get this kill. Pablo fighting it out with Crystallize. Mind Control is also very low on HP, and he decides to turn around for a bit of extra damage, and Pablo still keeps him busy. You can't get a power shot out with that Battery Assault, and so Pablo secures Crystallize. Man, do they really extend their limits here, but with that gyrocopter out of the picture, makes it a lot easier for the Clockwork to control it from Mind Control to stay in.
Beautiful little juggle. If you don't play it like that, like Crystallize will kill either of them separately. They need to juggle the damage, and they did that perfectly.
So already the first 3 kills flowing in Rest Farmer's favor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Crystallize, again, not really happy with the start, how this laning stage is going. I feel like Crystallize and, you know, Lucas, both of them have been having the hardest laning stages so far. Again, it does talk about how good of Pos 3s and Pos 4s have been doing this tournament. How well they've been doing, that is.
Yeah. I'm saying of the carries just because we've seen some really painful offlaner games as well. But yeah, definitely. Shad now.
Yeah, he's definitely getting bullied here. QBFY Infernal looking for the kill. And just a bit more needed. The Tango regeneration beats the Blood Grenade, but it doesn't beat QBFY's right click. Hanskin looking for a reply, but, you know, teleporting right behind the tree. He's out.
Leaving nothing. That
important to get that Sven kill because it is the first one for Monte too.
Yeah. No, and it was a bunch of pressure right at the 5-minute mark as well. So now you don't know where the Batrider is as he's coming back in, and Atlantic actually has to leave the lane as well. He's too low to maintain here, and that means that the sniper is going to hit 6 first. And does that matter? too much in the scheme of can Azantic kill him? The answer is no, not really. But it might just kill one of the companions that comes in, for example, to help out with that kill.
Yeah, the 6-minute rune would be important for the Earth Spirit to grab. Not that much for Moonlight. But he would like to contest it. However, you do see some activity into mid. Pablo's already here. You see on the mini-map that he's moved right behind the sniper. Do they know about Moonlight's whereabouts, though? There's another different question. I think Pablo just got pinged. Suspecting that, you know, the Clockwork's missing for a while. Where is he?
Yeah.
And the rune is top.
We're going on top.
Zantic is going in for this one as well, as Mind Control has to fight it out first with Eknard and Crystallize, and Zantic has finally arrived here. Might just catch them off guard completely. Eknard trying to make a run for it behind his tower. Pablo already finds a courier for himself. Eknard, he'll die under this tower. But Crystallize will at least dodge the bullet this time.
Yep, that back off was very clearly Puri because they got the call from mid. Moonlight says Earth Spirit missing with rune. If that was a haste rune, they would have only narrowly missed him. And instead, the only reason Gyrocopter dies is because Ads goes really deep. Otherwise, that's a full dodge.
Yeah, really just down to very small margins. Let's see what Moonlight only just drops by in bottom, but I think it's a false alarm.
His wave was not out in that spot at all. Didn't really look like Shad and Hanskin were in their mood to overextend here. Anyway, now they're going. Sniper's already back mid. The scan hit.
Yep, the scan found him. They know exactly what's up. The Centaur dropping. Infernal will go down to Shad with the help of Hanskin. So, you know, they get their vengeance here in this lane via Venomancer. I was about to call him a Viper. Venomancer getting the Fountain Teleport.
Potato. Potato. Yeah, and this damage coming in from the Leshrac, time and time again, laying into this Gyrocopter. This is one of the hardest lanes I've seen a support Gyrocopter have.
Yeah, the Leshrac definitely changes the balance a lot, but of course with the Clockwork, you know you're being held in place, and Lesh gets benefit out of the Diabolic Edict, which we see My Control skipping the split Earth completely.
Yep. Exactly, that feels really good that you get to skip the split. Skip the skip. Yeah, you know, you don't have to do gymnastics anymore. But you actually get to be a damage threat towards this tower as well. If Chrysalis rotates off for whatever reason...
They are trying to kill Moonlight here with Pablo coming into mid as well with QBFY. Already thought that Hanskin was an easy kill, but he picked up the Arcane, pushed him in, and got the Gale that allowed Moonlight to drop, and now Zantic will fall, and I think he used every single remnant that's in his book, or in his inventory even, as QBFY will drop to Hanskin, but the dot damage being a bit too much for the Batrider to deal with.
And this is one of the reasons why I personally don't value Venomancer so much, because, you know, the dot damage needs time to do its work, and that means that sometimes people die after you've already fallen. But you know what? The reason why I nearly missed that fight is still very relevant, because MC just took top tower because Crystallize rotated off.
Yeah, you can see the remnant spam there at the end. At least they can't kill off Crystallize or Eknard, but they did definitely bring in a lot of bodies into mid. But Earth Spirit is the one coming out as a victor from the early 9 minutes, leading net worth, followed by My Control's Leshrac. Very different story compared to the Mars in the previous game.
Interesting as well to see Ad skip the urn completely here.
Yeah, I wanted this blade mail to come out. I'm happy he went for it.
Yeah. I mean, why not both is my question. But the blade mail is definitely going to do a ton of work in, well, especially these two supports, keeping them off you.
Yeah, it is kind of a thing of the moment thing, right? Because right now, if you get an early blade mail, you get a lot of value out of it, because Earth Spirit is a target you also want to kill. He is the enemy mid laner, and he's also doing pretty good so far. But that also means that you're going to be soaking up a lot of that early damage with all these small HP pulls. Good Stampede coming out, forcing Moonlight back. And also one little niche detail we haven't actually talked about too much is actually the rolling boulder on the Earth Spirit. You time it right, your hero is actually gone, so the gyrocopter rocket gets destroyed right away because there's no target. The rolling boulder, that phasing that you get is so good. The lasso, though, connects onto Hanskin into the arms of Infernal. And Parts will also participate in the party. Meanwhile, look at the mid movements. Mind control coming in with the smoke onto the sniper. This is the big kill, and they tried it before. This time there's no stampede. Moonlight, he's helpless. Crystallize is trying to do his best, but you know, you got your carry here with focus fire and no javelin, no damage amplification to add. And all you need is a connection with that call down. And MC, he thought he dodged it, but he tanks both of the hits, and Eknark will get the kill.
Painful. But yeah, that Lash really very tanky with the point booster already picked up. What's a double null talisman? It's not a lot of damage done by the Wind Ranger there at all. That is not the effect that you want to have on the offlaner that you've been facing all this time.
Oh yeah. MC,
No,
I think
his
he
javelin
jumped
was in his
the.
stash.
I think he jumped the gun a bit this bit there because I thought he was trying to dodge the call down, but then he still ended up walking into it. And I guess he just walked in a bit too early. Because if he waited, either the shackle shot kills, or sorry, the power shot kills him, but he has a chance to dodge that too. He dodged both abilities. That would have been really good. Or at least to see that he's still up to his high standards. Meanwhile, activity
Smoke
on the
for
map,
those
the
supports.
smoke towards mid.
We've got the hook shot online.
That is the blade mail up on Atlantic. There is a rocket coming in though, so that smoke's gonna spoil everything for him. Don't get the rolling boulder off in time. Light spotted. Pablo, hook shot in. He's got a nice choke point here to hold the sniper on the spot. Batrider can't do much to help him out, but he will run away. Crystallize helping destroy the cogs. Sniper Venom ulti flying in on the sniper, and he's slowly dropping here with a lot of dot damage. And look at that blade mail do some work. Atlantic cleaning house. Hanskin's dots help him out. He'll take all of the kills. 4 heroes out for the count. And that's why I wanted to see the blade mail. Really see that extent of an effect. Wow.
No, you sold it to me. Like, if you're just going for one kill after the other, then the early is obviously better. But yeah, if you get answers in droves like this, and there's so much damage down on the ground here, so much AoE being dealt, Eknark, look at his HP bar melt as he triggers
4-man Venom
a
ulti as well. Oh, that is... That is the thing of dreams for a Venomancer player.
Hell yeah. I mean, again, it is so hard as a support Venomancer to be alive for the kills that you dealt the damage for.
Yep.
He's so happy right now.
This one definitely did. That also pushes the Veno above the Batrider in net worth.
Yeah, rare. Very rare occurrence, and that's going to translate into a mech. First heal. Good AoE armor as well, and we're looking at the Leshrac already at the soul booster. We'll be finishing up very shortly on that Bloodstone.
Yeah, just your standard.
Look at how far forward he is.
Standard mid-Lesh build on your offlaner.
Yeah, like this positioning here as well though, this is pretty risky, where yeah, if you don't have good control of your own jungle, then you will get punished for that, but between a couple of wards from the Venomancer and the fact that, you know, the enemy still has a bottom tower to get through.
Gonna try and kill Sven here with a Stampede. They're gonna make it happen, but Atlantic is here for the response. Hanskin is here. Pablo, that's a hook shot that will not quite connect onto the sniper. Moonlight's gonna be able to make his way out. But how many heroes have to pay the price here? Atlantic, no stun available, and tries to kick him closer to Pablo, which was a very good attempt there to try and break that teleport. Cogs or Battery Assault, either one would have worked.
That would have been very cute. Just a little bit too late, and they paid a price to the Sven, but you know, you did rotate MC in, so the tower is still going to fall. This is exactly how you gotta read the map. Like, if your Lesh does not get killed or get bothered while he pushes that far forward, it means something is going to happen on bot. It makes the map easy to read, but you have to take those risks. The Lesh does have to go that far up and trust that, you know, either his death or his absence from elsewhere is not going to be too big of a price tag to pay. In this case, losing the Sven, not too bad because you get the tower. He is far forward. If I just missed that blink, but they're still gonna get him.
Oh, they're gonna get mind control. He's just helpless in that situation. Odzantic and Pablo, they recognize the situation. We're not taking this 5v5. We're not all alive. Hansken though, oh no. That's a spree. That's for Crystallize to take.
Ever seen a slug into a tree with nothing but arrows?
Yeah, damage not a problem anymore.
The one hero without mobility abilities is the one that ends up getting caught in the end.
I mean, yeah, that's how that happens. You follow them in,
yeah.
You believe, and then they desert you.
Yeah, you could say he got rickrolled by his team. Except that mind control did die, so it wasn't a really successful rickroll. 2 kills going for Monte.
Under attack.
Still 3 to 4k lead here for Rest Farmers. Keeping up with a good early game pace.
I think the most important part here is that Shad, he died twice I think now, but his farming speed has been completely unimpeded otherwise. This man's going to have that Blink BKB up very soon. And the Wind Ranger, well, going into a BKB right now, she's going to hit earlier, because to me that signals that she is in fact aiming to get involved. But does she have the damage output currently to make that matter?
Oh, they call it Odzantic. That's a good grab. He pops his plate mail though. Eknar's about to kill himself there, and this is a chance to turn the favor here. Moonlight will drop to Odzantic before Odzantic himself dies, and he was the one who they wanted to initiate on. Pablo though will soak up a lot of damage with the focus fire here. That is the Maelstrom of Crystallize, but Mind Control lands the splitter, followed up by Shad Stun, and Infernal to drop as well. That's going to be all of them down. With the mid-tier 1 tower fallen, and cleaning house, it is Rest Farmers taking everything.
What a heavy, heavy price tag to
Look at
pay there.
Eknar's HP.
Yeah.
And they're the aggressors, by the way.
Yep, they're the aggressors. I mean, they're on half health here just because of all of the damage over time ticking. And I guess Crystallize is already so slow at that point that it doesn't matter anymore. They were over-engaged far before they realized that they were, in fact.
And also for the sniper, it hurts the most that he's the one who dies first.
Yeah.
Even before Odzantic died.
I mean, I personally don't think that you have to group that hard. You do have 2 ranged carries, but on the other hand, Ads is very tanky at the moment. That's Sakaya Sanj on him. Also an AD, by the way. And not just tanky, but also a lot of damage. He's got all of his stones as well. This man's ready to rock and roll again.
Rock and roll indeed.
Rattle and roll. Pablo's pinging the sniper.
I just love that his Earth Spirit is also going straight up for an Aghanims. So if they can just catch the sniper once, put him at the stone, kick into the team. That also means Stampede, if used early, will do nothing for the sniper to get out.
Absolutely none. And the Clockwork has already saved up for his Aghanims right now. You have the overclocking online, the Rocket Flare. Spam is going to start. So much vision.
They're setting their sights towards the sniper potentially, but Moonlight already moving away while they're smoked up in the dire triangle. Unable to find a catch. Monte, they also know better to dodge them for now. They're gonna need items. They need the BKB. They need the blink. They have been falling behind in net worth with every passing minute. And that every passing minute has been Rest Farmers just playing the map, and they found Moonlight. The Stampede comes out. That's a valuable cooldown.
Absolutely. And now everybody on Monte needs to play back. So this is a very clever smoke actually. This is exactly what you wouldn't expect on Rest Farmers. Like, okay, we forced out the Stampede. That means that all of them have to be scared right now.
Yeah.
Shad does not expect what's coming his way, but he's fast.
Blink, though, the Flame Break pushes him away. He gets the stun out, and he gets the fight versus QBFY. Take the Bat Rider out of play. Odzantic still has the remnants of that 80 rune. Continues to go on Eknart with it. Continue chasing him all the way there. That is another kill going their way.
Clever move, but not executed quite well, and that's where the fact that Monte just don't have a lot of room for error left at this point is very, very clear.
Yeah, a great reaction from Shad as well. The moment that Batrider is nearby, he just insta-blinks. He doesn't even hesitate. Spot the sniper again. Oh, we've seen this movie before.
Oh yeah, tragic one.
Death number 5 imminent.
Mm-hmm. Xantic has his number time and time and time again.
I guess this is the result you're going to see when you're losing at least 2 of your lanes. Potentially you could even say 3 because Shad is off to such a great game on this Sven too. That this is these are the consequences, you know, this is
Yep.
You make adult mistakes, you play adult consequences.
Yeah. Yeah, play war games, you win war prizes. Yes, and you can't really, at this point in the game, whatever you do is wrong. If you split up, you have nobody to defend these fragile cores with.
Oh, what a play. It's 21 minutes in, and they're fighting at the defender's gate. Pablo will lose his life. They'll trade Eknard for it, but that prevents them from getting out and back into the safety of their own base without losing a hero. QBFY, though, he does have to blink on the bat plus the Force Staff. Shad's a bit too far away to grab him. And they're considering taking the Tormentor with the remaining seconds of that God Strength, but I don't think they're doubting it. They were going, but they were doubting. I don't think we actually have the damage.
That very much looked like a Shad says yes, MC says no kind of situation.
Yeah. a bit like that.
Would have been risky against this Batrider. In any other situation, I think you'd take that, but with that much of a drag back. So instead you sweep through your own jungle, empty out all the camps, leave your enemies frustrated at the fact that their camps are currently empty because the Plague Wards have been farming them all. It's a good life if you're rest farmers. But yeah, what I was saying is you can't win if you split because you get picked off. Pablo narrowly missing, and you know what, with this center here,
yep,
down for the count.
Done as a doornail.
Mm-hmm.
Hanskin, though, I think he's done as well. Moonlight, it's been a while since we've seen a sniper take a kill, but he'll take this one. It's handed out to him again. just a Venomancer left.
Yep. It is also with the amount of pressure that Moonlight has been receiving, there is no fun Kanda, Aghanims, zap 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 gameplay to be found here. This is just all, well, I need a Dragonlance for the distance, and I need a BKB to live, and then I need to upgrade to the Hurricane Pike to live.
And I bought a shard to also zone myself out from these heroes jumping on me. Yep, to live. While
you know what?
That Crystallize has been found and will heal it. It's got the wind run up.
That was BKB delivered.
Good timing for it. Tries to go for the Balotelli kick, but unfortunately Xantic misses the goal. Meanwhile, QBFY spotted by Pablo. Lasso is forced out. I don't know why he's lassoing you up, though. That was a bit unnecessary. I guess you can sense some tilt as well on the side of Monte now.
Hold your friends close and your enemies closer. Az has an Axe if he gets his hands on Moonlight here. No! Jarek up for surprise.
Right into the cogs of Pablo and Hanskin. Calculations on point. Centaur does fight versus Shad and Xantic. And Xantic is somewhat low at the moment, but they see Moonlight. There's the hook shot. Rolling as well. Pulling a stone and run it right over the little king. Moonlight Crystallize both out for the count on Infernals. The last one up. Also the tanky one, which they can just ignore.
Crystallize just killed himself. Does not realize that there's a blade mail up on Pablo. Melts.
Oh, right. Pablo has a blade mail too. Yeah, that's not fun at all for Monte. It's not just one, it's two.
No, and you know that we used to see a lot of blade mail on Clockworks support early, but what happens is that you don't have enough HP to actually make it worth it. But this is a man who's packing an Aghanim Scepter. He's tanky. Moonlight here gets chased down, and then here, look at Crystallize.
Yeah, Crystallize. He dies faster than Pablo does. That is pain.
He could not keep his distance anymore.
It's absolutely
Too little, too late. Living in Spain without the S, and now the Russians going down as well. Yeah.
Pablo. Hook shot away. It's up distance from QBFY, but Infernal still relentless with it. Does get the hook, the lasso off. Moonlight does finish off Pablo. They use the Stampede for a kill and also to get away.
No overchase there.
Mind control with the help of Shad. They claim an Aegis.
I'd take that trade any day of the week. 1 Clockwork for 1 Aegis. Hell yeah.
So Atlantic is the one getting jumped on in the mid lane right now. The Shackle shot will connect and Atlantic will go down. It's another kill going from Monte. Claiming some of these sprees and these streaks.
MC?
And they're also chasing MC here.
Excuse you.
Does have to blink to get out though.
Once again, one of these things where I really enjoy the way that MC sees the way to play on the map. Like, this is not just for initiating purposes or following up. Like, certainly it's important because the rest of your team has a lot of mobility and they will go from a long distance. But also, since the map is now, you have to cross more distance, this is just a movement speed item.
Mind control, credited with probably one of the best shards out there in this game. The triple split earth.
Phenomenal for either pushing or defending high grounds. Neatly matches up with the radius of the ramp, I think.
Yeah.
Tailor-made. Here, a little blink, little find.
It's a good find right there. QBFY goes down. It's a good pick up the find. They also have that lane ward placed down on the bot lane, showing all these movements. They knew QBFY is around the area. They also know Infernal's there too. MC really asserting some dominance in this bottom half of the map. Not to be afraid of the slash.
Here comes the rocket spam again and again and again and again. As Monte, you have absolutely nowhere to hide. No matter where you are, you're getting watched.
Yep. Insert Techie's voice line. Fun.
Oh, it's bloody awful is what it is.
It sure is.
You know, one person's fun. I guess I should say it differently. Like, playing a Clockwork in a situation like this really puts in perspective why some people just like to cause others suffering. It is fun.
It's fun for some. It's not fun for the other. Something though. Gonna get caught by the lasso. Nice lane work placed down there. They'll find the Earth Spirit and Mind Control potentially as well. Does have that Bloodstone still. They will stampede out, but the hook shot connects onto Crystallize. Even with a BKB Wind Ranger, it runs out. Have no way to go out. Shad will clean out the next kill. And if they can get Infernal as well, Hanskan's making sure this scent's not going anywhere. They'll have to fight him for it for a bit there as he's taking some nasty hits, but Shad's finally arrived. Pablo's also around, and there we go. Double kill there for Shad. 3 for 1. Keeping the Aegis on the leash, even if Atlantic does have to, you know, somebody has to be sacrificed. But it's totally worth it. That's no advice for any ritualists out there, you know.
And MC sees the tower, grabs the tower, and since there's no reactions to him, you can run into bot with the rest and see if you can perhaps find a kill there then. And there was a sniper, Moonlight, waddling away at top speed.
Yeah, the map is getting smaller and smaller. Yeah, that's a close-up. The map is getting smaller and smaller the whole time for Monte, but, you know, at least they have good high ground defense, right? Right?
Right? I mean,
surely.
Short of having a Zeus, I do think that they have some of the best attributes that you can have for a high ground defense. You have several ranged heroes, including the sniper. Sniper, phenomenal at holding high grounds. And of course you have the Bat Rider. The Blink Force Staff to Force Displacement is one of the best tools that you have to peel a team apart and get yourself a pick off that might get that boot out off the top of you.
Yeah, also the Stampede on the Centaur. Got some great tools to try and hold that base. Gonna look at some replays while we're waiting on a pause. It's actually unpausing right now. We can still enjoy this QBFY kill here. And Zantic hunting for more with that Earth Spirit rolling around.
Missing out on Moonlight. Grabbing himself a Gyro instead. Yeah, game's paused again, so why not watch the Earth Spirit highlights?
But yeah, last phase Earth Spirit really has proven to be an Zantic show. Have enjoyed this show.
Absolutely. I mean, the mobility of this hero and the fact that you can't do it all alone. Like, you're very much like with the Pango right now. Your kit was too powerful. It had to be nerfed into the ground to the point where you can't do anything on your own anymore. At least not damage-wise. But that just means that we get all of the spectacle of an Earth Spirit rolling around, pressing all of his buttons, finding all of his angles, perfect locations, and of the teamwork.
Yeah, so I haven't really seen a Zantic Earth Spirit in official games that much, but what I have seen here so far has really impressed me. I've liked watching this gameplay. Of course, Aghanims, you know, we talked about the Vessel, of course, which is the natural Vessel, Blade Mail, but going for that early Aghanims in a game where there's a sniper and you can't get access to the Centaur because the opponent has picked it, is actually a good way to just get to that enemy carry.
Yep. It's... we haven't seen it in action just yet, but the threat of it also matters. It is much like what the threat of this Batrider does to any other team going for this high ground here. Ads has that option available as well. Kick the sniper out at base, so what you gonna do?
Also, if he's not the one targeted by the lasso, we can also prevent someone from getting lassoed by turning them into stone.
Two for the price of one. Sometimes you see, because of the saves and the kickback function, an Earth Spirit going for the Blink Dagger directly after, but I do think that Ads here has died a little bit too much in the last couple of fights, has decided that maybe it is time to get the debuff immunity up, so BKB is on the menu first. Look at how spread rest farmers are right now.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Zantic even hiding in the trees here in the top side area, hoping to find someone around. They did make that smoke play towards the top tier 1. They didn't get these wards out of the way. That also means that Monte only has aggressive vision in top, but they don't have any other vision elsewhere. Xnart get jumped here by MC. Darkcopter going to be history. Not much that they can do to help him out. The rest will just back to the high ground. But that is a good entry kill. Even without the Aegis still. Try to look for some poke on the high ground here. They've got good building damage. But they don't have to force it.
Yeah, I think if your Sven had not popped the God's Strength right there, you would have gone and looked for it, but not like this. Instead, just, you know what, more opening kills.
There's backup coming in, though. Crystallize and Sniper have been spotted by the rocket, so they'll try to use the Stampede for it. To no good. That also means no Stampede up. And they spotted the Centaur running bottom, and Sven has already teleported to the outpost. He's on the chase. They've also got other outpost teleports coming in, and they're going to sandwich Infernal in just a matter of seconds.
2, 1, no Blink Dagger for you. Oops.
Okay, maybe he hooks his buddy, but Infernal, he's close to getting a Blink out and to safety. He's as fast as he can to get out of harm's way.
He's going to take another wave. And the hook shot's down. What you gonna do?
Next challenger, it's a Zantic.
Run after me?
Rolling in, and right next to the guy. He will kick the Centaur forward, but with the Magnetize, there's no further blinking anymore. Nicely waits him. Dodges that.
Can you hear the Yakety Sax? Because I can.
Oh, there's the hook shot coming off cooldown again. Alright, they got him. I finally did. But meanwhile, while that chase's been going on, MC and Hansken might be in trouble. QBFY coming in with the Firefly. Straight line towards the Lesh, and Lesh forces him away. Sniper's coming in as well, but here's Shad with the Sven slicing the Sniper. And Shad takes him out with the Harpoon. Who'll get the next one. Batrider also grinding to a halt with all those Veno dots. And now with no Sniper, now you really could start looking at that high ground. It's starting to look a whole lot juicier.
Oh yeah, what a lesson here in burst damage versus damage over time. I mean, you have to go for that play. You saw several heroes occupied on bot. You get a shot at the enemies.
Nice shackle shot. Does connect on both Zantic and Hanskin. They're definitely going to get Hanskin if they can just finish him off. He's turned to stone and pushed back. The power shot will miss. Hanskin will live. The sniper ulti's flying in and he'll die to it. But Pablo jumping in on Crystallize. He doesn't have that BKB. He dodged that split earth before with it. And now comes MC and they're cleaning them out. They'll take two with the Gyro falling as well, who does have a buyback available. But now Shad, even without an ulti, he really wants Infernal, doesn't he?
They would like to avoid a scenario where they stand still and the sniper stands still and the sniper takes spot shots. That is what all that chasing and posturing is about. So now the sniper's back and now you need to find another way in or you need to abandon your attempt at the racks, depending.
Spend ulti in 3. Also more lanes of racks can be secured, so it's really, is he gonna pop it now? Save it for now. You see if Monte's gonna chase a bit. They are coming back in about 20 seconds max here for the Bat Rider. Gyro is already up and running. But they'll get a lane of racks for it. 32,000 gold ahead at 34 minutes. Monte gonna smoke up. They are leading the base.
Well, they might just get punished here. There is an AD rune in the river again. Shad just gets to waltz right on up to it. Does not have the bottle in his inventory anymore though, so yeah, Ads, come here. Yep. He's actually going to keep it himself, okay.
So Zantic wants the AD for himself. I mean, he does get extra spell amp.
Yep.
15%, even if it's not a huge amount. Red Spirit does do mixed damage.
Adds up.
They are portaling away. Rosh has spawned in the top half of the map. It's a nighttime Roshan. Ward's placed down. They also see all the movement here. Shad's sitting in the lane. QBFY going around. Zantic does not have an idea. He's going to look for a Wisdom Rune, and that Watcher, he doesn't want to go to it. He would have revealed his location. So they're just going to let this one go. Rest farmers.
And I'm thinking you might want to put... do you put the Aegis on the Lesh?
Yep.
How about both?
They just carry.
Yeah. Because this is the man who ultimately needs to do the pushing. If you want to be able to siege without actually having to jump, this is the guy.
I love how Hanskin's actually being given the cheese. Pretty rotten cheese when you have this venomous hero holding onto it.
Maybe it's a method of preservation. You know, you use mold for breed.
TBFY, he's in the mold in a moment.
Oh yeah. It's gonna grow all kinds of pretty colors in the ground.
Yeah, again, an opening pickoff, which could allow rest farmers to finally get another lane of racks. They already finished off one. That was thanks to 3 kills that they were able to pick off. Sniper was the big one.
So much vision. Cancel all of these blink daggers as well. Just keep on hitting Infernal.
Park right in front of the base. Backdoor protection's off. MC gonna start with the Edict. No lasso, so nothing for him to fear. It's a lot of damage already dealt in such a short time. He wills to dodge the missile. Ton of abilities, shrapnels, rockets, power shots. Against one Edict.
Who would win?
Looks like MC's gonna be a winner here. Still more shrapnel being thrown in. There's Shat, jumps in, goes for Eknart. There's the gyro down. The gem also dropped on the floor. And Zantic, though, blade mailed up. Crystallize takes a lot of damage from it. Also the Venom ulti on top of him. The lasso comes in, but the cogs push him back. And Monte, they've already lost 3. And it's the end of the road in this series. It's again another tie for Monte.
Crystallize dying on the threshold of his fountain there. Nearly home free. But at this point, there's nothing you can do without being spotted.
Yeah.
No step forward you can take without being punished.
They just can't seem to close out a series, and a third tie in a row for Monte. But for Rest Farmers, things are looking positive from a first series loss against Navi Jr. Now 2 back-to-back wins.
Looking sharp. I mean, this is a 1-1 for them still, but I do think that Monte was one of the best style matchups that you could have had here, if you are Monte, to be specific. I think a lot of other teams were less suited to deal with. Well, we've seen how Rest Farmers squeeze the map. We've seen how hard it is to get a word in edgewise as soon as they get an advantage. They start playing very, very fast. Your waves will always be in. There will always be somebody ready to gank you. And that kind of pressure, I think Monte was the most suited to dealing with it. They did get a game out of that. But this is why I said originally that I thought that Rest Farmers was the better team here. And even after the first game, it is that understanding of how to play the full map comes out on top.
Yeah, the group stage situation is going to start to get really interesting. The way I said, a back-to-back, of course, this is a tie series ending up here. We've got 3 teams sharing a 3-3 scoreline in the middle grounds here. So Night Pulse is ahead of the rest. Yellow Submarine going up to 4-2. But Monte, Navi Jr., Rest Farmers tying it up, and Nemiga are starting to look like they are out of this tournament. I mean, a very, very slim chances that they could still keep themselves up in the race, but I don't see that they're going to be coming back. Their possibilities are basically closer to none.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. They really have to, and they don't look like the kind of team that even if they somehow would move out of the group stage into a form that they're in right now, I don't think it would do them any good. They have a lot of problems to solve, and you're going to be solving them by talking, you're going to be solving them by scrimming, and not by throwing yourself at competitive games right now.
Yeah, and the 2 series that they have remaining, they can still drag some teams with them, and those could just be on the final day. They're playing against Monte, but most importantly, tomorrow, Navi Jr. are up for the challenge when we're going to follow up with Yellow Submarine and Rest Farmers, and of course, to end the day, Night Pulse versus Monte is going to be the schedule for tomorrow. So, already topping their group, Night Pulse, they've set themselves a good track record, and I think one more win, and they're going to be safely through to the playoff stage. Will they win the group, though? They'll be a step closer to that with another 2-0 if they can take that. But we've seen, Monte has tied every series so far. They might just take a point away from Night Pulse.
Yeah, I think the Night Pulse is really the test here. They look to be the ones that are going to finish on top. And so for Rest Farmers and Monte, both of them tied with Navi Jr. Navi Jr. lost to Night Pulse 2-0. If you can get a 1-1 versus those guys, you are in good shape to make the playoffs and beat the other 2 teams to that spot.
That is the schedule for tomorrow, and we're done for the day. So I want to thank all of you people watching the broadcast here at Relog Media. Do make sure to follow the channel, and of course, keep an eye open on any other social media links. Say for example, Twitter, where we're posting, of course, the schedule for every day. We have some action here at our Dota 2 tournament. So thank you to all of you people. Thank you, Kips. Thank you, production. 2 more days left until we close out a Group B and kick off with the European playoffs. So until then, folks, take care of yourselves. Good nights. And bye-bye.
It's hard to imagine a match without first blood.
Drink it.
Check it out.
There are more chances you'll be paid at 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
skills into gaming. 1xBet.